We on. Matt, we on. We on what? I think we're on. Seems like we're on. All right, we on. Um, do we have the ability to get back to the original feed? Oh, we're back. We're here in beautiful Phoenix, Arizona. We are streaming the Javelina 100. This is going to be part three of our stream. A little portion of the show we like to call Aravaipa After Dark. I am Chris Warden, and with me is a new partner, a personal friend of mine. I was very excited to invite into the studio this week, Jackie Knoll. Jackie, first of all, welcome.
Thank you. I'm happy to be
And
here, kind of.
kind of glad to be here.
Yeah.
Well, the best part is that when I asked Jackie to be here, she said, "Well, I can't do it till late," and I said, "Perfect. This is Aravaipa After Dark. We kind of do things a little bit different here, and frankly, this is the only part of the show I felt like I could get away with having her on because
Probably.
she's a bit of a loose cannon. We don't know what we're gonna get here. So, Jackie, first of all, like to have you tell the audience about yourself and you know, kind of how maybe perhaps we got connected. So,
Sure. Okay. Well, I'm Jackie. Um, I don't know how I got into the seat actually. It's been a while since I've done any serious racing. I'm more of a into the pace vibe now, so hopefully we'll be talking about the pacing situation here in a little
sure,
bit.
yeah.
But we know each other because I lead a free fitness group here in town that Chris used to come to sometimes. And hasn't been back in a while. A lot of hill repeats and stuff, and I haven't seen Chris there. So whenever we get ready to train for our next event, or if anybody needs some hill training, ask Chris. He'll
Uh,
take you.
for what it's worth, I blame COVID. Um, No, all kidding aside, I think we can say the name of the group. I don't
Yeah.
think there's anything wrong with it. November Project. For those of you that are familiar with it, November Project, it is prominent in a lot of places around the country. So, um, I did train a lot with the group, and it's not that I've not wanted to train with
Oh yeah.
November Project for a while. It's just not really focusing myself on training in general. But I
Yeah.
know that I was never faster than when I was waking up at 5 a.m. on Wednesday mornings to do hills.
Yeah. I'm more upset actually. Aside from you not coming, I'm more upset that you haven't. That you told me wear a costume this evening, and then here we are not costumes.
I tried. I said I was wanting to, but the week kind of got away from me. So
On my way here, I rubbed off all my makeup from my costume. It's totally fine. No big deal.
we and we were off to a great start here in our
But
100 coverage.
I want to know what's happening in the women's race here. For
Sure,
I missed most of
absolutely.
it on the drive.
All right. Well, how far did you drive from? Because
My house. I missed
oh,
I only saw the first place finisher for.
I thought you meant like you missed most of the women's race. Like,
No. I
just
just was like waiting to figure out what was going on, and I still don't know.
All right. So the story with the women's race is that we have a podium, and we actually have four female finishers to the point out of our first, actually 4 out of our first 12.
Okay.
Our first four finishers. First of all, congratulations to Camille Herron,
Yes.
the winner of the 100-mile race for the women. Not only breaking but shattering the prior course record with a 14:03, beating Devin Yanko's 2015 time by a whopping 49 minutes.
Wow.
Devin was in the race earlier today, but she unfortunately had to DNF due to some issues in the course. Hopefully, she has a fairly quick recovery.
Yeah.
But we had a very stout women's field today. Our second place female was Brittany Peterson, and Brittany finished in 15:47. Brittany has top 5 finishes at Black Cane and at Western States in recent years to her credit, so she's extremely fast. And then our third, or that was our third place female finisher. Or no, she was second. Rather, I apologize. But because she already had a golden ticket, the golden ticket entry to Western States passed on to third place, which was Arizona racer Tessa Chesser, and Tessa ran a 16:25 to take home the second golden ticket on the women's side. And our fourth female finisher so far in the 100-mile is Lottie Zeller, only 25, running her first 100-mile race and
Nice.
finishing it at a time of 16:50. Matt, do we have the chat up? I don't see it on our chat. So if you're out there listening, make me feel better about myself. Give us a shout out. Make sure that we've got your attention.
He needs it after my beatdown, the initial beatdown.
Oh, you folks have no idea how much I got beaten down during our resetting of the stream. Obviously, there's only a few of you back on the stream, but hey, Matt, thanks for letting us know that we're on. It's one of those things where it's a necessary evil. We have to reset the stream, otherwise YouTube won't let us, record it. And unfortunately, a lot of people will have to kind of find us again.
Yeah.
So, we're just happy to have you here. Let us know what you're doing, what you're thinking. This is obviously Aravaipa After Dark, and it's kind of we can do whatever we want out here.
Okay.
So, for those of you that are new to the broadcast, this is the Javelina 100, the Party in the Desert, 100 miles, 100 kilometers, 31K night run, and got about 1,200 participants, and it's a pretty amazing event. Jackie, have you been out to Javelina 100 before?
I have been out there before at an aid station, which might be a little bit more enjoyable, a lot more just, yelling and cheering and all that, and providing water, but never run it before. I've run the trails out there, but never.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. And you've raced several races here in the area,
Mm-hmm.
and I believe you've done. Didn't you do like North Face 50K and
North Face 50K.
So she's no
couple
stranger
races.
to running ultras and running distance.
Yes.
Is it possible to take on Tony's camera, because I believe he's in
Oh
the
my,
ends?
yes. I want to see.
This will be a little bit of a different perspective for us if we can get on the Tony journey. Oh, this is Bryce, actually. Hey, Bryce, thank you so much for being out there. I knew he was out there this weekend.
Did you see Frankenstein roll by just a second ago?
I did. I saw Frankenstein roll by, and that was actually we lost Tony, so we're going to go back to the static cam. We're rolling with whatever we can grab as far as coverage out on the course. We're grateful to have what we've got. We sometimes we're going to have to roll with some technical difficulties, and so we're just happy to be here.
Can we talk about this Pickles performance though?
Yes, okay. So this is the cool thing. Jackie has been tuning in and paying attention, and we're going to have plenty of time for her to talk about what's on her mind and what she's seen so far, which is going to be interesting because as an observer, Jackie hasn't been in the studio before, hasn't really been part of this space, so she's going to let us know what's on her mind, and we've got a few hours to let her do that. So let us have it.
Well, I mean, there has been a lot of action here at the start-finish line, and so based on the people that have been here for most of the night, is this guy Chicken here? Yeah? Okay, between the Chicken and the Pickle has definitely got some serious energy. His dance moves are off the chain. I think there's been some other good dancers, but I'm hoping that we see some other good vibes on the side here as the party picks up. I've never been there at night. What's the party atmosphere at night?
It's absolutely amazing. I have been actually in costume, basically just dancing around at the start of Jackass Night runs, and right alongside Jubilee and a few other people, and right up the front of the crowd. It's the music is loud, the energy is high, and it's a fantastic time to be out there at night. Frankly, I think you need to put it on your bucket list for next year, because the energy.
Are you trying to tell me you're not going to invite me back to do this video?
That's not what I was saying at all. Perhaps you would be working during the daytime, or maybe as a correspondent. Who knows?
Maybe.
We've got, obviously we're going to be um, looking at our coverage and different ways that we can cover this event. But I mean, if you wanted to talk about the pickle and chicken, I mean, that's the beginnings of the makings of an excellent Nashville
Mm.
hot sandwich, to
Yeah,
be honest. So,
yes,
and all you need at that point is a bun and some sauce.
truth.
So,
What is it like? And like, what is the?
it's the visual of the the Javelina headquarters. It's that loop that you come around. You can't necessarily recognize all of the runners that are coming in. It's a weird dynamic because you can't recognize them all necessarily, but you see them all because they're all wearing headlamps.
Yeah,
So
sure.
it's not like you wonder if somebody is like a runner or maybe a crew person or something like that that's in a hurry
Yeah,
because everybody that is racing at this point is wearing a headlamp. And so, you kind of just, as soon as you see a light or somebody in your little canopy area sees a light, you just, basically start cheering up for whether they are, because that's one of the beautiful things about this race is that, and the trail scene in general, is that you tend to just cheer for and clap for whoever's coming in. You don't
sure.
have to know them. That's,
Oh,
it's not like a road race or, maybe a sporting event where you only cheer for the teams you know or the songs you like.
oh, if
You,
I'm running a road race or something, there's people on the side. I'm gonna go get high fives from I'll make them cheer on the side for me. I think they're all there for me sometimes, but that was years ago because I have not really raced. Anyone who knows me knows that.
Well, I mean, you've been a part of some aid stations, some
That's true.
events for sure. So
That's true.
I know for a fact the last time I ran a half marathon, you were part of the aid station at this half
There
marathon,
we go.
which is where I set my PR. So thank you. You can take credit for that.
Yeah.
All
Some
right.
people coming in, it looks like.
Yeah, we've got a few people coming in. We'll see if we can determine whether they are finishers of the 100K or if they are maybe going out for Loop 4 or Loop 5 in the 100 miler. Recent finishers, we had a trio of women come through in the 100K. Congratulations to Jessica Boatman, Janine Ho, and Kimberly Chodorowski. The three of them finished in 16:17, 16:21, and 16:22. Congratulations to them as they have collected their buckle at Javelina 100 100K. So excellent job on
Nice
their
work,
part.
ladies.
Wonderful, wonderful job. Um, let's see if we've had any recent finishers. Surprisingly, I'm showing, and I'm going to reload my feed here really quick, but it looks like I don't have Caden Hintz finishing the race yet in the 100 mile. Caden hit the last aid station, Rattlesnake Ranch, at mile 96 at 16:45, and it's currently 17:28. So well, maybe he's taking his time, but, or I'm sorry, I have him at 16:38. So he's actually at 50 minutes for the last close to 4 miles. Maybe he's taking it easy, maybe, but at the same time, I was thinking we would probably see him by now, but it's hard to tell. So it's definitely, um, it's. I mean, a lot of things happen. It's the 100 mile distance is like Jenga. Like the higher, or even ultras in general, the more you higher you build the tower, the easier it is for it to topple, and maybe it.
Yeah, to see some spread. And
Yeah,
so, how many people have finished the 100 so far?
we have 12 finishers, a dirty dozen. We have four women and 8 men. We mentioned the four women: Camille Herron, Brittany Peterson, Tessa Chesser, and Lottie Zeller. Camille and Tessa come away with the golden tickets. In the men's race, we had 8 finishers to this point. Oh, actually, we have 9 finishers because
Ooh.
the most recent finisher is Christopher St. Jean, the youngest finisher to this point, just 23 years old. I'm curious to see if this is his first 100 miler. I'm going to put our crack research team on that and
Okay.
find out if it is. And But Christopher St. John, congratulations with your 9th place finish in the male side and 13th overall with a time of 17 hours, 28 minutes, 31 seconds. That's extremely fast to me. I think that, I mean, all of these athletes are great, but to finish a 100 miler at age 23 in under 17 and a half hours is pretty amazing. I mean, at that age, you're so early in your running career that he's probably got, 2.5 decades of being at a competitive level. I mean, we had Jeff Browning just win Mogollon Monster at the age of 50.
Mm.
So, this is a sport where you can contend for a long time, and the earlier you contend, it just extends your window as
Yeah.
long as you stay healthy.
That was a wicked race, by the way.
Mogollon Monster?
Yeah, holy
Oh.
moly.
You've ever been up there on that Highline Trail?
I have been up there on the Highline Trail, but not for that length of time. But I was up there to watch. We saw each other up there, and it was brutal. Looked like
Yeah, it's an
it was
unbelievably.
hot.
It was warm. It
Mm.
was very warm this year. That Myrtle climb at mile 40, 41, people were really struggling up there. So, you know, if you're looking for a different kind of race, obviously Javelina 100 is the party in the desert. Mogollon Monster is a grind that takes place up in our Ponderosa Pines. So, the grind in the pine, maybe that's I need to talk to Noah about that one.
Yeah. What did the research team say about his if this is his first
about Christopher
100?
St. John?
Yeah.
Let's let me get the research team on that. Our crack research team at Javelina 100 here. Christopher St. John.
So looking at this feed, just to remind myself here, the different color bibs, just in case some people are watching.
Excellent point. Thank you. So the blue bibs are the 100 milers, and the orange bibs are the 100Ks. Matt, what color were the Jackass Night Runs bibs? Were those the purple bibs that I might have seen running around? Okay, so they were purple. I think that they have to all be done by now at this point. We're pushing midnight.
You said the purple was the night run?
Yeah, the 31K. I think they had to be in by, well, I guess it isn't midnight yet. You tend to lose track of time when you're having
it's
fun.
11:32 according to the one clock I can see.
You're right, and that clock is never wrong. As you can see, obviously we've got the race clock in the upper right hand.
Yes.
And then of course in the lower left we have Callie Vinson, a local member of our running community here, and
with
in the lower
the ears.
Right. Yes, with the ears, and in the lower right is Dancing Pickle.
Yes. Who is the Dancing Pickle?
This is going to be a mystery that we're going to have to figure out over the course of this.
We have got to figure it out, but I believe it's a he, and
I'm pretty sure it's a he.
They're crushing it.
So
here we go. There's a little action in here. I like this scam.
Yes,
we can get that.
If we can get the Tony Droney, I think I can do the Tony Droney. So hit that and transition. Okay, so we've got the Tony Droney. Yeah, Tony. Tony has been out there. Tony Hill. He does amazing work for us, and but that's what I keep forgetting is Bryce. Tony Droney is Bryce, but Bryce also Bryce is a different guy. If you cut into the Aravaipa. Safe. So the crack research team has some information on the Christopher St. John, the most recent finisher of the Highline. At 23 years of age, this was his first 100 miler.
Nice.
He actually just recently got into the ultra running distance in general, as he only has 2 milers from this year.
Good luck. Thank you. Nice job.
For a fantastic 17:28, very stout time. And Caden Hintz, who had been running alongside him, 39-year-old Caden Hintz, has finished as well. He is the 14th finisher and the 10th male to finish Javelina 100.
Way to go!
Time of
Nice job.
Connect with Shelby Farrell. Of course, Shelby was part of our Daytona 250 coverage, as she was not only helping us with coverage, she was helping us with coverage while running the 250 miles. Not a big deal.
Yeah, this is exciting.
Yes.
Nice job.
This is a lot of energy.
Just these ladies that we're talking about.
to go.
At 16:36.
Right in there, timing cut. Yep.
Spurzik left at 16:38.
Either way, you could cross. It might as well. Yeah.
And they're going to be approaching Aravaipa, which is the mile 96 station.
Okay.
So, and both those sections are down sections, fairly rough road, fairly sections. So,
No easy feat. Nice work. Hey, way to go. Nice job. Way to get after it.
Elbows for you.
Is it possible for you to, Pace, can you hear us? Is it possible to mute your feed, mute your audio?
Yeah.
Way to go. Nice job.
I can see it, yeah. I think you got it. I think you got it. So, thanks.
Nice job.
Oh, we still got it, but I also, with him close to the headquarters, I don't want to behind them, we've got a couple of familiar names, Matt Millis and Ethan Levavi. Matt Millis is an Arizona local.
Way to go! Nice job.
Looking further down as far as familiar names, Alyssa Jones is a local here. We don't have anything on them beyond their Coyote Camp visit. Sarah hit there in 16:35:59, and Melissa hit there in 16:44:48. Sarah,
They're staying close.
yeah. Well, they're 9 minutes apart, which is the furthest they've been apart in this race. So, Sarah has had an amazing year. She was a top 5 finisher at the Coconut 250, and then she won the Mogollon Monster 100.
Oh, she crushed
So
it.
yeah, she did fantastic, and she won by like 4 hours.
Way to go!
He just needs to keep it sideways. But
Nice job!
Sarah has had a great year, and Melissa is an excellent runner in her own right. She doesn't have the year that Melissa's had, but Sarah's
Incredible runner spelled it the right way too.
Jacqueline Pierogi.
Way to go! Nice work!
Way to go! 2 minutes.
Great! Way to go!
Looks like there's a lot of women together.
Nice work.
Several names. I want to see if we can. So etiquette may is not really. So we need to. Let's see if we can.
Those you can hear music in our in the ears. It's very loud.
There we go.
All right.
I think we got that taken care of.
Okay, I can hear you.
Thanks for giving us the heads up on that, Brad. We are not we're not afraid of criticism, constructive criticism.
Speak for yourself.
Well,
Just
I'm always told that it's constructive, right? Because they just want me to do my best. So, thank you for letting us know on that. there's obviously what we've got on our monitor feed as well as what you hear might be two different things out in the listenership. So um, we will keep our eye on the finish line. But yeah, looking a little bit further down, I mean, these are all still excellent athletes. As we're going down the line, I mean, these are all still.
I think everyone out there is an excellent athlete. I just have to say.
This is true.
Okay, yeah, I just wanted to make
But
that point.
they're all in the top 50 um, of the event. So you're talking about 600 some odd runners. So we're very happy to see them do well. I mean, these are all going to be potentially sub 20-hour finishers. So if you're doing 100 miles in under 24 hours, you're a heck of an athlete. So
doing 100 miles at all, you're a heck of an athlete, really. But this is pretty incredible
a
stuff.
heck of an athlete.
A heck of a heck. We'll take that.
A heck of a heck.
Okay.
And let's kind of take a look at the 100K recent finishers as well. Barb Lee, local Arizona runner. Barb Lee, congratulations in finishing the 100K in 16:35:17. Grace Sims, 16:36:28, and Alejandra Campos at 16:40:52. Excuse me. On the men's side, let's see. It looks like we had Kerry Black, Kevin Hess, and Jeffrey Slater come through in a time of 16:32:30, 16:34:22, and 16:34:52. I wonder sometimes if with some of the runners, if they decide to just kind of race it in together, or they kind of just catch each other. There have been a few times during this race where I've actually seen some of a couple of people with last names finishing right next to each other. And I didn't like, for instance, earlier, Upton Bowden and Sierra Bowden finished both exactly at 14 hours, 28 minutes, and 40 seconds in the 100K. Upton Bowden is a 51-year-old male, and Sierra is a 23-year-old female. So, I mean, my presumption is just that they're related in some fashion. I'm not going to investigate any further.
Yeah, I'm not.
But they have the same name. It would be an eerie coincidence if
They didn't know each other.
That would be weird.
That would be weird. We can at least say they probably know each other.
Yeah. That's my guess too. As far as other runners of note and local runners, looking down the line in the 100K, actually, let's do this. Well, we have not talked about the 100K podium here recently, and on the men's side, Tyler Andrews was the winner of the 100K with a time of 8 hours 49 minutes. Forrest Ward was second at 8 hours 54 minutes, and Luis, I'm going to butcher this name, but Resendiz at 10 hours and 43 minutes. Now that's about, or 10 hours flat and 43 seconds rather. That's about in line with prior years that I've seen, at least if memory serves me correctly, because typically the men's podium finishes out right around the 10-hour mark exactly. Okay. Now the front end might be faster. I want to say it was I can't remember who it was who won the 100K a couple years ago. Who was that course record? But it was absolutely a blistering time. It was I want to say it was under 8 hours. So if I could, Kristen Gehring was 7 hours 58 minutes and 43 seconds in 2019.
Dang.
And the women, the top three were Kat Bradley, Colorado's own, with a time of 9 hours 45 minutes 13 seconds. Aravaipa Racing Team were Brianna Grigsby with a time of 9 hours 51 minutes 19 seconds. And the final woman on the podium, Lauren Chica Mascolo, perhaps? 11 hours, 9 minutes, 14 seconds. No course records to be had in the 100K. As we mentioned, Kristen Gehring in his 7-hour, 58-minute effort was safe. And the women's course record holder is at 8 hours, 45 minutes, 25 seconds. Perhaps you've heard of her. Her name is Courtney DeWalter. So Courtney has that course record, and I think it's going to take a very inspired effort to beat her. Not that anybody out here is not inspiring, but you know what I mean.
I have a question about Aravaipa racing team members.
Sure.
Do you know how many team members are there on the Aravaipa team?
I believe there are about somewhere 15 to 20, perhaps,
Okay.
about like 8 to 10 men and women. The Aravaipa racing team, now I am uniquely unqualified to um, uh, make, I guess, assessments of the Aravaipa racing team. But if I had to guess, I guess the qualifications would have to be number one, you have to be somewhat fast. You have
Okay.
to be a good athlete. Number two, you have to be a runner in the Southwest. I believe that all of the members of the Aravaipa racing team are located either in Arizona or Colorado.
Mhm.
I believe that they're possibly allowed to be in Utah as well. But also somebody who reflects well on the community. So
I got across the finish line, had the biggest smile. That was exciting to watch.
it was exciting to watch.
Yeah.
I wonder if that means he finished the 100 mile. Let's take a look and see if we have any recent 100-mile finish. No, we're still waiting. It's gonna actually probably going to be a little while until we have another couple of 100-mile finishers.
When the ladies come through in
Yes,
the hot race, Shelby and Melissa.
it's going to be interesting.
Yeah.
Shelby was looking good earlier in her little cow outfit.
Oh yeah,
So,
yeah.
if you saw one of our Instagram stories, Shelby was front and center right at the start line, and actually I think the only one of the high elite level runners who was in costume today. So she's out there having a day, having a good race, and you know, and and she was willing to do so well dressed for the occasion.
Awesome. Back to the Aravaipa racing team.
Yes.
So you're saying with the Colorado thing, did I see something that they're having like some group runs and all that in Colorado now too?
Yeah, Aravaipa Colorado is now online. Perhaps that's something that I can talk to some people here in the office. We are a fully staffed event here tonight on this Saturday night as the moments tick away towards the actual official Halloween of 2021.
Ooh, we're so close.
We are. And that's one of those things that would actually be pretty great to talk about is you know with the with what's going on. Oh, there's Skylar Hillock, local runner Skylar Hillock crossing the finish line, I believe, with one lap to go in the 100K with her son Kai. Obviously, Skylar is well liked and easy to root for, a member of our community. So hopefully she is going to be able to get out there and kick out that.
She's doing the 100K, you said?
She is doing the 100K. So she is. She's got plenty of time to finish that third loop. I know that her boyfriend is a
There she
personal
goes.
friend of mine and going to be pacing her. So I know she's in good hands because her pacer, Gary Foreman, is a former finisher of Javelina 100 and actually finished sub 24 back in 2019. He was out there hanging out this morning and showing off that highly impressive big 24-hour buckle. So you've got the 100K buckle, the 100-mile buckle, but then that sub 2400-mile belt buckle is pretty nice. I don't think I'll ever get one.
Nice. So we're looking at the 100K standings here.
Yes.
So that doesn't mean they've finished, right? They
Yeah,
have that
these
race
are
banner
all
on the end of
finishers. The list of the 100K finishers goes about
Okay.
60 or 70 deep.
Nice.
And I don't know everybody who's run the race, but I do recognize a few names, and actually I was going to shout out to some of our participants in the 100K race. I saw that Paul Olson, local runner, finished in 13 hours, 51 minutes, and 12 seconds. I saw that Michelle Underwood finished in 13:57:50. Michelle Underwood is here from, I believe, upstate New York. So she made
Nice.
the track all the way across country and she has run plenty of. She's run Crown King. She comes out here. She was actually supposed to pace me at Zane Gray one year, but I dropped out. So
So she got to just spectate.
no, she got to pace somebody else
Oh,
to actually finish.
nice.
Tim Hackett,
Okay.
and of course that's everybody.
Oh yeah, everyone knows.
If you're a local, you know Tim.
Yeah.
Um, a little bit of Arizona Insider stuff right there, but frankly, we don't want it to be Arizona Insider stuff. We want you to come out and visit
here
us.
we go. We got just the ladies up now.
Yeah. So take a look at that there for a second. Let's and I'm going to look at it also as well. If unless my math escapes me, we're in a situation where 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I mean, half of the top 10 overall were women. And
All these races this year.
yeah, it's a real thing. I mean, there's men and women, highly competitive. Blaine, would it be possible to get the top 10 overall for the 100K? Thank you very much.
Yeah, I'm loving watching these ladies throw down.
10 of the top 20 overall in the 100K were women, and 5 of the top 10. I mean, it's right there. The gaps are, becoming non-existent.
Nice, and look, it's like no Arizona peeps. They just won over Brianna in fourth there, but it was a good spread from
True.
the country.
Yeah, we're actually that's the
We're
next
talking
point.
a lot about Arizona, but there's a lot of California on here, Massachusetts.
Yeah, we've got runners from Colorado. I see Gwen Rudy is from Leadville. That's a heck of a place to train, because they have a very notable 100-mile race in their own backyard. Kat Bradley is well-known trail racer out of Boulder. Brianna Grigsby, Aravaipa Racing Team out of Tucson. And yeah, we actually, and it wasn't all just West Coast. We had Luis Resendez finishing third from Austin, and Andrews taking it down, coming all the way from Concord, Massachusetts.
Yeah, it's great.
So impressive work in that regard. And let's the Jackass Night Runs is kind of an interesting thing. I mean, it's a race, but it's also not necessarily a race that I'm looking to finish fast personally. Like, because part of the experience of doing the Jackass Night Runs means that you're actually out at Jackass Junction.
Oh, this particular race, you're not talking about going fast because it's like part of the party vibe.
That's how I feel about it personally. I mean, I get that, somebody like Rory Monahan, who was the overall winner of the Jackass 31K, he didn't have a slow year. He's just so darn fast. He's a 2:22 marathoner, and he is also affectionately known around these parts as the Trail Gangsta. You might have seen some of his work on YouTube. He is quite talented and quite an entertaining guy and a genuinely nice guy. And Mary Denholm, the first female and second overall out of Santa Barbara. I guess Mary Denholm participated in the most recent U.S. Olympic trials for the marathon. So,
yeah, I heard that earlier.
Yeah, she's pretty talented. But yeah, 3 out of the top 10 in that race were women as well. 3 out of the top 10, 4 out of the top 12, 5 out of the top 15, and 7 out of the top 20. So there is representation. But I guess kind of back to the concept of the Jackass Night Runs is for years the concept of Jackass Junction has been a bit of there's a lot of mystique to it because for years you couldn't get out to there unless A, you ran the race, or B, you were volunteering out there. The way that I look at it is that Jackass Night Runs kind of allows people to experience it, that wouldn't otherwise be able to experience it. So if I got to Jackass Junction and knowing Jackass Junction like I know Jackass Junction, I'm not going to be in a hurry to get back. I'll be in a hurry to get out there.
That's fair.
But once I'm out there, I'm going to take my sweet time. And I believe if the allotted time limit is 6 hours, I'm going to take 5 hours and 57 minutes to do the Jackass Night Runs.
I like the night runs to like kind of hit the ground legitimately running and try to get there done quickly, just because there's not a lot of scenery and stuff. I just want that's where I go to race. But so maybe I wouldn't sign up for the night run if I was thinking about that. If I wanted to just have a party at the Jackass Junction.
That's fair.
Yeah.
That's fair. I mean, and that's part of the the beauty of having different perspectives is that I mean any other night race I'm totally fine with
Throwing
going
down.
out there and doing my best to throw down and get it done. But the Jackass Night Runs is just a little bit of a different creature to me as I untangle my headphones.
Is that just for that's just this one event?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
When you say Jackass Night Runs, you're talking about all of these ones we're watching now. There's not like
no, I'm talking about the 31K. So
Okay.
with the 31K that started at 6 p.m. tonight, the Jackass Night Runs, you know, getting out to Jackass Junction and being a part of that party, that disco,
Mhm.
and everything, is it's always been a tricky thing for people to be a part of because
Sure.
you had to be an aid station volunteer, and and even that is the domain of some of the local running clubs who are familiar to Aravaipa, because while it is a party, it's also a lot of work.
Yeah, tell me like a little bit about it because I've obviously not done the night run, nor have I volunteered at that particular space. I've always been at the finish line.
Sure.
So what makes Jackass Junction so cool?
Well, you're basically building, an area that's one part aid station, one part triage unit, and one part nightclub, all in the same space.
Mhm.
I mean, and out of nothing.
Mhm.
Like, if you've ever been out to Jackass Junction, or if you've ever seen pictures of Jackass Junction, there is an Instagram account, Jackass Boner, because there's a skeleton that literally sits on the top of a shade structure out at Jackass Junction, and that's all there is out there
Yeah,
at any
I've
other
been out.
time.
Been out there, but not during
Yeah.
these things. Yeah.
And when Javelina 100 takes place, the Jackass Night, or the Jackass Junction, becomes a little commune, like almost kind of like a little bit like a resort. And people are out there dancing, and people are out there having a good time, carousing, partying. Interpret that however you like. But it's just a whole lot of action and energy going on, which is great. But there's also a lot of work to be done too, because you're not just out there partying, and carousing and everything like that. You're also helping 100-mile and 100-kilometer
Sure.
runners finish, in some cases, the biggest race they're ever going to do.
Yeah.
So, there is a level of responsibility that comes with working out there. So, while we all like to party and have a good time, if you're going to be out there, we really do rely upon you um, to hold your own and carry your own weight when it comes to uh, Jackass Junction. So,
This might be a good time to talk about just like becoming a volunteer and what the volunteer process like kind of looks like at these races. Like,
absolutely, absolutely. So, when you volunteer with Aravaipa Running, obviously you can earn race credits, and um, the way that you can do that is by heading to the website aravaiparunning.com /volunteer. And when you go to that page, you get a menu that uh, has all of our upcoming races, and you're able to check and pick to see what's available. I mean, sometimes, maybe if you want to just work at packet pickup, it's a shorter shift. The aid station shifts tend to be longer shifts. And you basically, we will, as long as there's availability, we're happy to have you out here and helping us. And,
I've got friends that just, I mean, they just love
jam.
to volunteer. I mean, I also love it. I love to cheer people on, but they love it.
Mhm.
They're probably like swimming in race credits.
Oh, yeah.
Just, it's a good way to,
And races cost money. So,
Yeah.
it's a great way to, number one, experience the energy of an Aravaipa event, because we do have 30 plus running races and several bike races through Aravaipa rides every year. So, you're, if you're, so inclined, definitely check out aravaiparunning.com /volunteer. And, maybe if you're either a local or if you're going to be visiting, we'll have something that fits your schedule, and we'd love to have you.
Definitely.
So.
and then even like sweeping and stuff. There's just lots of different opportunities.
Absolutely,
Yeah.
yeah. I mean, you can the sweepers are always my favorite because they've got it figured out. They're getting race credits to basically go and run.
Yeah.
That's a pretty sweet deal.
Yeah.
I mean, you have to, run after everybody else, and we want to make sure that you do a great job cleaning everything up. But yeah, at the heart of it, you're getting race credits to run.
I
So
feel like I just saw some League of Their Own ladies cross the
I
line.
did see
Some
that.
Racing Peaches, and I can't remember the rest of their names, but
Well, so A League of Their Own is about the women's baseball team, of course. And you mentioned the Peaches. Do you know where they're from?
well, if I had to guess, I'd say Georgia.
No, they are from my hometown, Rockford, Illinois.
Ah, okay.
They played in the stadium that was adjacent to my elementary school,
That's,
Byers School.
that's so weird. I work at the hospital, and one of my patients was from a city that was one of the other teams in a League of Their Own,
Oh,
but I can't remember now what the other ones were.
it was a lot of upper Midwest regional teams. I don't know if you caught this, but Aravaipa live stream team member Matt Feldick is Midwestern, um, a guy with a Midwestern background. We grew up a few hours apart from each other, and he probably know because he knows he's into all things Midwest.
I think I did hear him drop that a little bit ago. Speaking of growing up together, I didn't get to drop this because I'm pretty proud of it
Yeah,
because she crushed this race. Tessa and I played soccer together growing up.
really,
Yeah, we were on the same soccer team.
that's
Tessa
pretty
is
fantastic.
younger than I, and she was just always a fierce athlete. And so she played up on our team with her sister. Yeah, she's always been like a go-getter, crazy athlete. But feeling pretty proud. I want to take some credit for a little bit of this from like, how we trained growing up, but I mostly rode the bench.
Well, there's a
So it
potential
wasn't me.
that maybe you did help mold her into the person she
I
is
don't think
today.
so. There's definitely 0% chance.
But yeah, that's actually a really cool little factoid. It's kind of cool to have those factoids about these people, all these many years later. So, you know, that's from here in Phoenix.
Yeah.
Okay,
hmm
okay, yeah, no, that's cool. And I mean, did you stay in contact with her, or was it one of those things like where like many years later you were like,
Oh
oh,
no.
wait a minute, that's Tessa.
Yeah, many years later. Um, yeah, her sister Tierney and Tessa were both on the team. And then, yeah, not until Tessa started racing. And thankfully, I had already stopped racing when she did that. So otherwise, I would have seen her just pat me on the side. But I was like, oh my gosh, it's Tessa, which I'm not surprised to see you, Tessa, because you were, an incredible athlete then and has, continued to ride that out.
Absolutely, a top tier athlete, and a high end performance today for Tessa Chesser as she earns one of the coveted Western States endurance run golden tickets that were available to racers here today. Checking up on the women's side of the Javelina 100, as we were mentioning before, Melissa Burzik and Shelby Farrell were fairly close to each other in when they hit Jackass Junction on their final loop. Melissa Burzik has actually hit
Yes.
Rattlesnake Ranch at a time of 17:47:48. With that in mind, I could see her finishing somewhere in the 18.5 hour mark.
Now we're getting
Uh,
close.
Shelby Farrell was 2 minutes ahead of her, but has not yet hit Rattlesnake Ranch. We will see if she hits it sometime soon. But at this point, Melissa Burzik has overtaken her for what would be fifth place if things hold to suit right now.
And it's her first 100, right, Melissa?
With Melissa Burzik,
Yeah,
yeah, I
that's what
believe
our
that.
friend John here in the chat said.
Yeah, John Clark mentioned that to us. Thanks, John, for pointing that out. And we'll see what happens down there. I'm not familiar with Melissa, but I am familiar with Shelby, and Shelby was one of our first 10 competitors to finish at Cocodona, I do believe. So, she's an excellent racer, and if Melissa is racing against her, then she's obviously an excellent athlete as well.
I wonder if John's still on, if he wants to toss some info on Melissa in the chat. If he's still on, maybe we could get a little vibe on Melissa here.
I like the way you think. Hey, John, the floor is yours. If you want to share some information about your friend Melissa, we're more than welcome. You're more than welcome to share it with us, and we'll relay that to the people that are watching and listening. Looking down the Jackass Night runs, it looks like I think everybody has to be in by this point. We might have a few people. I don't know how that works though. I mean, because if you didn't finish Jackass Night Runs, is it technically a DNF or I don't. I guess I'm gonna. Yeah, right. Thank you, Blaine. Here in the studio, if I agree, if you're still racing Jackass Night Runs, then I think that yeah, you've to some degree won.
You're pulling a Chris Ward.
Yeah, well, no, I'm calling this person a winner. Like
No,
so.
I mean they're at the Jackass Junction having a good time or something.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely. I don't know if I would coin it that. If I were to coin having a good time any at Jackass Junction anything, I would call it the J-Loo, but that's a discussion for a different day.
And one I
Um,
cannot partake in since I've not been.
uh, so yeah, obviously the picture of the Jackass Night Runs,
Oh
you
yeah.
recognize some of the
We're
pictures
looking
in
at a
there.
picture of what's going on. Oh, Nicole Zano's in this photo
Yeah.
here. She's running today.
She is running today.
Yeah.
Actually, you know what? Let's take a look at some of our local names. I mean, if people want to, if you're in the chat and you want to find out about some runners, I mean, obviously I will see if I can pin the
We got
tracking.
some info on Melissa here.
Oh,
See?
perfect.
Ask and we shall receive.
Yeah, John. Thanks, John, for sticking around with us in the Aravaipa After Dark era. Um, let's see. Melissa is uber competitive. It's been outstanding. Just got into running in a big way in 2018, and she is 47.
Nice.
So my rudimentary math is that she was 44 when she first started, and now she's competing with some pretty fantastic athletes out here at Javelina 100, and she's looking at potentially finishing in the top 5 of one of the largest fields that you'll ever find for a 100 miler.
That's awesome.
If things hold suit. So, obviously, a tip of the cap to Melissa for getting this far and doing this well to this point. But if she does hold suit and does hold off Shelby, yeah, that would be a top 5 finish in her first 100-mile attempt. So
nice. Thanks, John, for the info.
yeah, thank you. And we're going to kind of look down a little bit at some of the. We were talking about potentially trying to find a couple of our local runners that. I know that you mentioned Nicole Zeno. I don't know if I can. Let's see if I can find. I hadn't heard that she was no longer on the course, but let's see if I can find her here real quick. Let's see.
I was having trouble finding my friend Nikki coupons on there, so maybe the nickname is hard to
Let's see.
hard to pull up because I couldn't find him either, and I think he's still on the course. I wish I knew what Melissa looked like.
Well, I see the chicken out there.
Yeah.
Not seeing the. Where's the pickle?
We got another Nick. We got Nico. Number 53 just crossed the finish line for the 100K. Aw, this must be his dad. Congratulations, son. You're amazing. I love that. Number 53.
Nicole Zeno is still out there. She's looks like she's finished her 3rd loop and heading out for loop 4. So
Awesome.
keep it up, Nicole. You're doing a great job. You said we just had a 100K finisher that was being shouted out by their parents.
He's on the
Nicholas Betancourt, yeah, 27-year-old Nicholas Betancourt. Congratulations. In a time of 17:05:50. Great job, and in the
looks like a young buck. How old is he? 27?
yeah, 27. Well done, well done. And just behind him was 42-year-old Rob Holloway, finishing in a 17:06:58. Recent female finishers in the 100K included Shayna Zalazo, 47, with a time of 16:57:08, and Brianna Russell at a time of 16:59:45.
Nice work, everybody.
Great job. There's so many people, hitting all of our timing masks and everything. I gotta give a shout out to Mike Melton, who is handling the timing for this race. Mike Melton, for those of you not familiar, I don't know how you could not be familiar with Mike Melton if you're watching this live stream, because he is involved with all the big races. But he does a great job at all of his races. He times across the years here for Aravaipa. I believe he's actually based out of Florida, but great job, Mike, with the coverage of the timing, and we're getting some great quick information, and I have to give huge credit to you for the information. Also, one of the things I wanted to do as we enter the second hour of your shift on Aravaipa After Dark, I believe that is Josh and Laura Schlag that just crossed the finish line.
Oh, wow.
From the Jackass Night Runs. Congratulations to Josh
Nice.
and
Yeah.
Laura.
Josh and I hiked the Grand Canyon once together.
Many
Many moons ago.
They just had a young one here.
Oh, did they? Wow.
Yeah, so congratulations to the two of them finishing Jackass Night Runs. Let me see if I can do this. Gisela Moreno asking to post a link to other runners. Sorry, but I lost it. I know it would be on our previous streams. I will see if I can get that here for you, but let me
It's
make
so great.
sure.
What you were saying is being uploaded. The times are being uploaded really quickly, which is nice. I wish there was a way we could, with a few, like a thing in our ear here about who the runners are crossing the finish line, because it's so hard to match them up.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we can do it with a little bit of a delay, but at the same time, let me see if I can pin this comment. Let's see.
It's still nice out. 65 degrees out there.
Yeah.
It's a nice night.
Yeah,
that sounds
sure. Let's
great.
do it. Thanks, Blaine. I appreciate that.
Blaine took a little naparooski here in the studio, and he's just waking up with some ideas.
Wonderful. Thank you. So do we just actually cell 2 there?
I'll pull up.
Oh, okay. So we know Dutch,
Oh,
but it'll come up on our teleprompter screen.
that's
Okay.
great.
Perfect. So one of the things that we had done here, Jackie, is that we have had the runners fill out, some, simple Q&A.
Oh, I was asking about that earlier. I was like, they should have them do a Q&A so we could put some info on these runners on this live feed.
What luck! We
Golly,
have
I get to
just
be
stuff
the
for
one.
you,
Oh,
right?
wow, this is so great.
We get to play around with it. I honestly, I had heard a couple of the questions, I thought, but I don't know for sure. All right, let's just jump right into it.
Oh, I love it.
Joe Von Bokern, 36-year-old from Dacono, Colorado. Why he's running Javelina? It's his first 100-miler. Running for him is a celebration, and what better way to celebrate than with a party in the desert? Joe, I wholeheartedly agree. I hope you're having the race that you were hoping to have. Fun fact, before discovering a love for running, his passion was the performing arts. He worked for many years as a professional actor and improv comedian in Chicago.
Nice. I wonder if you did. What's that big?
Second City?
Yeah, or Boom,
Yeah.
Chicago. They have a bunch of stuff out in
Yeah,
Chicago,
well,
I guess.
Chicago was, big time. I mean, you think of all the Second City performers that eventually went to Saturday Night Live,
Yeah,
the Bill
totally.
Murrays.
So
John
Joe must be pretty
Belushi's.
good at improv. You can't just probably jump into Chicago if it's like the improv capital. I
This
just
is true.
totally unofficially. That was absolutely no facts in that.
This is
I-
true.
Yeah.
Here's another one. Sierra Bowden from Palo Alto. Actually, I know that she finished. She was the one that I believe finished with. She's talking about if she actually solves the question.
Ah,
She paced her dad last year for 2 loops of the Javelina 100-miler. That was her longest run ever. Stoked to be running her first 100K to party in the desert. So it sounds like she had run the race with her father. At the age
also
of
check out this fun fact.
captain of the Stanford Nordic ski team. So she's athletic in another endeavor.
It's just
and
all year round.
yeah, it's pretty amazing. And her favorite Halloween movie is any Scooby-Doo movie.
Nice.
See, we get to the nitty-gritty.
This is what I'm talking about.
Right?
Yeah, Blaine for the win.
Yes. Lane, you are doing a fantastic job. Oh, love it. So Ray Pierce is one of my favorite people.
Okay, great. Tell me more.
So Ray is somebody you can follow. His handle on Instagram is Sober Trail Runner. Ray has decided to, take charge of his life, and he's a wonderful, wonderful human being. He is the Captain Canada you might have seen earlier in the race running around with a Canadian flag because he is also a Canadian import.
Yes.
And it's so funny because I didn't know this, and then when I heard it, I couldn't stop hearing it in his voice, like the inflections and the Canadian accent.
Well, I mean, and he's an auctioneer. He's got. I struck a nerve with Chris. Yeah.
No. If I would love to be able to pull up some of Ray's videos where he's an auctioneer because he's like the real deal.
Yeah.
He is an auctioneer for several areas in the American Southwest, from like El Paso to Vegas, stuff like that.
I went to the Barrett auction
Mhm.
that was, one time, and those auctioneers are insane.
Yeah,
It's insane how quickly they can talk.
Ray Pierce, bid 525, is an auctioneer, and that man, and you'd never know it from talking to him because he's so quiet in person.
I love it.
Favorite Halloween movie? He doesn't like scary movies. I'm right there with you,
Same.
Ray. We'll talk about. It's not my thing.
Not my thing. Mm-mm.
Nolan Sheehan, 19 years old,
Dang.
running a 100-miler. Why he's running Javelina. He's running Javelina to find out how far he can push his mind and body, and also have fun. Fun fact: 4 years ago, I couldn't run a quarter of a mile, and he hated running. And his favorite Halloween movie is Scary Movie.
I bet that's a lot of people, though. It's
Yeah.
A lot of people start with the not a huge love of running and then end up doing 100 miles.
Some people can jump right in. I mean, I was not one of those people. I had to work into it very, very slowly. Had a couple of false starts. Jeremy Vanderpool
Ooh,
from.
I love Bellingham.
Never been, I don't think.
Really pretty. Oh, we got a fist pump over here from Blaine.
Nice. Blaine, are you from Washington or? Where in Washington are you from?
Redmond originally.
Okay, so you're Seattle
Nice.
area. Nice.
I went
Nice.
to UW, so I'm a Seattle fan.
I didn't know you went to UW.
Yeah. But Bellingham, yep.
Why is Jerry Vanderpool from Bellingham running Javelina? 6 years ago, he was diagnosed with testicular cancer. He was just getting into trail running, and after training and racing with friends, he's achieved 100 and 200-mile distances, or with the friends who had achieved 100 and 200-mile distances. It's now his turn to inspire others.
Nice. I bet his friends are pumped. The ones
Yes.
that he's been.
How about his
Running
fun
with?
fact?
Oh yeah, competitive
Another-
volleyball player.
All of these
Jeez
athletes
Louise.
come from other disciplines.
Yeah.
And his favorite Halloween movie is the Rocky Horror Picture Show, which is obviously for some people like a genuinely, iconic thing. I'm not gonna lie, I kind of don't get it.
I'm embarrassed to say. I've never seen it.
I started to watch it, but it just wasn't my thing, and hopefully I'm not going to get raked over the coals for that. But yeah, no, Jeremy Vanderpool, welcome to Party in the Desert. Hope your race is going well.
Yes.
Let's see, we can, I don't know, pick a random number. Let's give Blaine one of the give us a 3-digit number here somewhere.
Ooh.
You?
Oh, 263.
263. Is that somebody? Bahir Algawad? Why he's running heavily from Newport Coast, California? Why he's running?
I like this guy. Yeah.
Because he has mental issues. Why else would I choose to run 100 miles?
Yeah.
I can appreciate that. Fun fact: I believe that if better is possible, good is not enough. It seems very, very observational. Favorite Halloween movie is Nightmare Before Christmas. I absolutely adore that movie.
Yeah, it is lovely
100%.
as far as Halloween movies are concerned.
Yeah. I
Yeah.
mean, like you said, I went to actually a sneak preview of the new Halloween Kills movie, and a friend of mine brought me, and I watched it. It was fine, but it's just not my thing.
Yeah.
I mean, I do movies to laugh and to decompress. And when you're sitting there clenching the armrests, I mean, how much can you really relax?
Yeah,
So,
no. Okay, you pick a number. This is fun. Oh, we got one up there, though. We can't miss 148. Blaine, pick a number.
Christina Abadi from Aliso Viejo, California. Why she's running Helena? This is gonna be her third time.
She's a junkie.
Yes, and she loves the energy. It's one big ultra party. Fun fact: she lost her vision in 2017 leaving her legally blind in her left eye. Her favorite Halloween movie is It's the Great Pumpkin, Charlie Brown.
All right. I think there's a lot of people that are on the same vibe as us that are not into
Yeah,
the scary
like
thing.
I just a horror movie just takes too much effort.
Mm.
I don't have that that kind of bandwidth. Ah, here's one. Paula Olson is a longtime local runner, and why is she running Javelina? She volunteered last year and had so much fun that she decided that
Yeah.
she wanted to dance on the trails like everyone else did and see the party side the runners were experiencing.
I think that's definitely something that happens a lot. I have like sworn off racing for a while, but anytime I go out there to volunteer, I'm like, I should get out there.
And fun fact about her, she considers herself a food snob, an amazing cook, but she learns something new almost every time she works in an aid station with Patty, meaning
Oh,
Patty
yeah,
Curry.
yeah.
One of the perks of working Aravaipa aid stations is working with Patty Curry because she will, number one, make sure you're fed. Number two, it's a lot of fun. There is no one I trust more than Patty to serve me vegan food. And that's one of the things that is very important to Aravaipa running is the fact that we are able to cater to and take care of
All the
vegan
different.
and runners with considerations. We have gluten-free things available at some aid stations. Um, just trying to take care of everybody. Favorite Halloween movie? The Nightmare Before Christmas. Again,
Yeah.
that's a personal favorite of mine. Let's see here.
There's 100K right here. Nice. Oh, that's what she's doing.
Okay. Yeah, she's doing the 100K. I wanted to kind of slide through the list. Oh, actually, we'll take one more of these for right now. Bib number 276, Kiran Krishnamurthy, or yeah, Krishnamurthy.
Yep.
If I'm doing injustice to everybody's names, I apologize. Just giving it a shot. Why he's running Javelina. He's seen videos and pics and wanted to be a part of it. To personally,
This font is very small for us.
two personally signed major issues finishing a race under hot conditions. So sign up as a challenge, hoping to do well and finish it. Well, if you're challenged by hot courses, this is one for you. Fun fact, he loves yoga, and every time before he races, he dreams of doing a yoga pose or a sauna at the finish line. However, it's always just staying a dream, so he's so beaten up and struggles at his way to the finish. And his
Ooh,
favorite,
I'm gonna keep an eye out for a yoga post here at the end
if
then.
he does like a headstand at the yoga or at the finish line, I will be extremely impressed.
His favorite movie was The Omen, which makes me think it was a scary movie. I don't know what it is, but
You've never seen The Omen?
no, is it scary?
It's a classic.
Okay. Well, obviously, you can tell I'm a movie buff.
Well, if you're into scary movies, it is a classic.
Okay.
Not my jam, but it's one of my father's favorite movies.
Cool.
And he likes scary movies. Like The Exorcist is one of his favorite movies for some
Nope.
reason.
Nope.
Yeah,
Nope. Nope.
agreed.
Yep. Nope.
We're gonna take a peek at some of the DNFs. Unfortunately, as you become involved in the 100-mile scene, the longer a race goes, the more likely there are times and things that can go wrong. Our most notable early DNF was Devin Yanko, who was absolutely tearing up the course. She was the second female through after one loop.
She had the course record before, right?
And she was the course record holder prior to this year's race with a time of 14:52 on the old course. But unfortunately, it just wasn't her day. One of the other DNFs that I thought was very significant was Sion Lupowitz. Now, Sion was actually, I spoke with Sion before the race, and he's an Aravaipa racing team member out of Tucson. Very fast guy and very fun guy. He's a hoot. He actually was supposed to race Mogollon Monster earlier this year, but had to pull out the morning of because he got food poisoning. But Sion had lofty goals for today's race. He wanted to finish in under 16 hours, which would have put him in the top 5, or just outside of the top 5, rather. But Sion DNF'd at mile 81, so that was after 4 loops. At a time of 13:56:15, which means that he had basically 17 hours to finish the last loop. Now I know that Cyan wants to, do and have an impressive race, if he's going to race at all. But it really is surprising to me that that he DNF'd, and it's unfortunate. I'll have to reach out to him and
Yeah.
find out what happened. But unfortunately, it was not Cyan's day. So,
Strong 80 miles though.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah. You know, looking at the other DNFs, see if we've got. Um, let's see. We've got Michael DeMarco was one of our one of the runners that people were expecting big things from today. Early on, he was moving very well. I believe he was actually one of the first men through the first loop with a time of 2:59. But after two loops and change, he elected to call it a day. Again, I don't have a lot of information on some of these DNFs. We're just kind of going down the list. And, it's unfortunate for these DNFs, but it is a part of the sport. Here's a name that we probably need to talk about.
Yeah.
A friend of ours, Inga. How do you pronounce her last name? I've never really known, to be honest.
Well, now I feel put on the spot. I'm not sure I've ever said it, but I don't.
So, Ingeborg Broxus.
Yeah. What was her name today? She was dressed as a javelina.
She was a javelina. She was
Yeah,
a
it was
Hava Inga.
Javelina, yeah. She
Yes.
was dressed up as a javelina.
Yes.
So she did that whole day.
I saw her at mile 2 when I
Yeah.
was shooting the course. So
Yeah, she had that headdress on. It was javelina, like a very intense. So like the
Yes.
heat probably really racked up in that
yeah,
headpiece.
she did complete 2 loops in 10 hours. Actually,
She looked
10:43.
amazing. Inga was texting her own updates all day to several of us that weren't able to be out there. She looked really, really good, but then was having potentially some kind of, even though she was hydrating, some hydration issues and had to medically kind of pull herself off,
Well, that's
which I thought was a
unfortunate.
smart move, though. I
Yeah.
like when people make smart decisions for their health. Good job, Inga.
I agree. I mean, it's unfortunate that her day came to an end, but it sounds like some of the intel she gave you was kind of interesting and also involves a name that's familiar to people who spend way too much time listening to our live streams.
Who's that? I told you the.
Stan Barry.
Yeah, Stan Barry. Yeah, she was telling me, I was asking her for some intel for tonight, and she said that Stan Barry had run Cocodona and had a DNF, and is now running the 100-miler with his daughter. Maybe we can check out where they're at on the
Yeah,
course here.
let's see. Right. Are you able to pull up Stan Barry's racer card if he has one completed? I don't know if you can search by name, Blaine, but
Actually, I have his number. I was looking it up. It's 184.
well, as far as I can tell, he's still in the race. Stan Barry, bib number 184, from Oklahoma. I don't even have to look that up because I remember it well.
Yeah, he's from Oklahoma, and then I think his daughter's name is Kim or Kimmy.
Yeah, they are
And she's number
together still.
93. There we go.
So they have finished 3 loops. So they've got I don't know where they're actually exactly at on the course, but they're still on the course, so that's important. Sometimes the way to win the game is to stay in the game. And Stan and Kimmy are again from Oklahoma, and they hit the.
Oh, they're running it together.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they hit it together at 17 hours, 42 minutes, 51 seconds. Someone tell Jen Laughlin that, because I know that she was definitely interested.
It looks
And-
like he's using it also as a training strategy for Cocodona, so he's definitely going back out. It sounds like he's gonna give it another shot.
He wants to come back. Actually, I want to do a quick bit to what we just saw on the on the screen. Sonia Glover and Stephen Crawford. They're just heading out. You can see Stephen in the orange shirt.
Oh yeah.
Sonia Glover is the author of an Instagram account, Couch to 100 Mile. So she is running to help cope with the loss of her parents, the both of whom passed in the last few years, and she turned to running as something to kind of help ease her mind. Now, Stephen Crawford is a local runner here. Stephen Crawford has completed Cocodona. He's done Umstead, Javelina 100. He's got a pretty solid racing resume. Not a fast guy, but a very, very gritty guy. Had a great Cocodona. And Stephen, I actually went out to lunch with Sonia and her crew and Pacers last weekend to kind of talk to them about the race. And Stephen is the perfect person to pace her because he knows this course as well as anybody. And the fact that she's still moving out there and hustling along makes me feel excited for her. I do know from talking to her that she is under no illusions that this is going to be a long race for her. You know, she's not expecting to finish in 24, 25 hours. She knows that she's going to need, pretty much all the time that she's allowed. But I'm excited with the fact that, excuse me, she's going back out there. Back to Stan and Kim Berry. So at Cocodona, Stan was swept up, as you mentioned, by Jen, and we had such a great time talking with Stan on one hand, following him with Jen, and then on the other hand, talking with his wife and daughter. So if Stan's wife is out there watching the live stream, feel free to chime in. We would love to have you. I wish I could remember your first name, but when I've seen Stan Berry's name pop up, and I think I saw you out there today, but I wasn't 100% sure because I got a weird look from this family, and I thought it was Stan, but I didn't say anything. And the women that were with him, I think they recognized me from the live stream at Cocodona, and so I'm hoping that Stan and Kimmy have a day today.
Maybe we could are we able to pull up Kimmy's little bio? A 93 plane? No, just 93.
Kimmy Berry lives in Nashville. She said she's running Javelina because why not? She jokes she's running because her dad has always challenged and encouraged her to try and achieve things she never thought she could. He is her running inspiration and loves Aravaipa events. That makes me happy to hear. Her fun fact is her favorite flowers are sunflowers, and her favorite Halloween movie is one we haven't heard about yet.
But I can get on board with Hocus Pocus. That's not
Hocus
scary
Pocus.
enough. That's that I can get on. Good choice, Kimmy.
And good luck to Kimmy and Stan Berry of Oklahoma and Tennessee. Thanks for coming out here to the 100-mile party in the desert, and hopefully you're doing a solid job out there. I want to pivot to the chat here. We had a couple of comments. Anthony Esposito, Aravaipa's own, Javelina 100. So proud of all these folks out there today. They're seriously amazing just for crossing the line. That's what it's all about, just trying and pushing. Anthony, I agree 100%. I am inspired by what I see, and it just it warms my heart. I actually, in the Javelina 100 Facebook page, I wrote a letter to the participants to kind of just let them know how much I'm inspired by what they're going into this weekend. So having run the race and not had the day that I was hoping them to have, so Carl asks if we think any of the runners are looking for pacers this early AM. Yes, I can say with all confidence that, and that's one of the beautiful things about this race. They used to have, I don't know if they still do, but they used to have an online pacer exchange for Javelina 100 where people would say, hey, I'm looking to do this. This is, my pace and everything like that. I don't know if it's still active or not. I have not looked because it frankly hasn't applied to me the last couple of years.
Yeah.
And but one of the things about Aravaipa events and Javelina 100 in particular is that with a race this big, there's always going to be somebody who thought they could go it alone and then decides later that they would really like to have somebody pace them on that last lap or two. And one of the things I learned also is that fourth lap is the tough lap. It's the, you're kind of there, but not there yet. The fifth lap is almost like if you get to that point, it's almost not a victory lap, but it's definitely the celebratory lap because
Yeah.
you're almost done. So I have seen runners at 100-mile events basically just come in and weren't thinking that they needed a pacer, but then oh, will you pace me?
Yeah. So what do you suggest if Carl wants to pace someone early AM? Should he just go stand by the side there
Well,
and
early AM is kind of a loose term there. I know that if you're thinking like maybe say 2 or 3 a.m., yeah, because then those runners are still going to have time to get back out on the course. Anything like, by sunrise, it's going to be pushing it because the people that are going to take until sunrise to get back, sunrise about 6:30 or so, that'll give them, 6, maybe 5.5 hours, depending on which way they started in to finish the final 20 miles. That means they would have to actually pick up the pace at that point. Maybe a pacer helps them get there.
yeah.
But I would say if you're really interested in pacing out a Javelina 100, the sooner you get out there, the better. I can't make any promises that we'll have somebody for you, but I would be surprised if you couldn't find somebody. Frankly, I wanted it, and this is something I wanted to tell Jubilee. You ever read the Peanuts comic strips?
Mhm.
And they have Lucy sitting in the booth, and it says psychiatric help 5 cents.
Mhm.
I wanted to have like a pacer booth that says like psychiatric help, and
Yeah.
like just basically if you wanted to grab a pacer, like that's where you could actually like
Yeah, I
connect
think
with
that's a
one.
great idea. I usually like on the rock and roll marathon through Phoenix, like we'll
Mhm.
post up at that like mile 23, 24, where
Mhm.
families and stuff have gone to the finish line, and man, the number of people that are just like, help me, please help me, is like so I can see what you're saying at this late stage in the game. Um, quick check in on the ladies race with Melissa and Shelby. Melissa
Yes.
should probably be done maybe, so let's.
Absolutely. Let's take a look. And again, thanks to Mike Melton for doing an amazing job with the runner tracking because we're actually able to have close to near time results. Melissa Berzik has finished the race. Congratulations. 15th place in the 100 miler goes to bib number 524, Melissa Berzik, with a
Way to go,
time of
Melissa.
18 hours, 25 minutes, 26 seconds. As I mentioned, she did, I figured about 1830
Didn't
or
we see this
or
butterfly
1825.
cross earlier? Someone in a butterfly.
There have been a few butterfly costumes over the years.
Mm.
They're always very bright and colorful. I've seen some with like wands that extend from the arms that like get really big.
Mhm.
Like they've got like a 10-foot wingspan and stuff like that. So that's always a lot of fun. I have to again, pointing out some of our local runners and volunteers. As I mentioned, Callie Vincent out there uh, at the start finish line. Callie was basically walking up as I was setting up this morning, or yesterday morning. Happy Halloween, everybody!
Yeah, oh
It
yeah,
is
happy Halloween. Yeah.
12:38 in the morning, so locally, so it is officially Halloween in Aravaipa land. So, but yeah, Callie has been out there since the wee hours of the morning, um, and she's still out there. I don't know if she got a nap in or anything like that, but I did.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
didn't.
Well, I took a nap at the. There's a couch in one of the rooms near here, and I just grabbed one and laid my head down for a little bit. So
Nice.
definitely needed it. It's been a pretty hectic couple
We
of
gotta-
days. So as we see more runners and looks like Pacers potentially finishing the Javelina 100 here, the Hoka. They have the Javelina 100 sponsored by Hoka. As you can see, Hoka has decked out the start finish line area. And to talk about the further festivities that take place during the week, Hoka had a demo hosted by Cole Watson, the third place finisher of the 100 mile on the men's side. Cole was running his debut 100 miler and ran a 13-hour 49-minute race, which you're breaking 14. That's elite. So
Yeah.
congratulations to Cole on that. But I had a chance to meet him at the at our group run, and our group runs here regularly 40, 50, 60 people. This one this week probably had about 90,
Wow.
and so I got a chance to talk to him there. And Cole is genuinely a really nice guy, just a
Nice.
friendly person. So, um, and he was part of our, basically week opening festivities. So with everything that goes on, we were, able to connect, and I did have some interview cuts for him, but due to technical situations. I know that he felt extremely prepared heading into Javelina 100. This uh, being his first 100-mile race. um, and he accomplished what he wanted to accomplish in a lot of ways. Like, you know, the way that a lot of these runners were thinking is that they needed to, um, you know, break break 14 hours in order to contend for the win here at Havlet 100, and he did, and he contended. So he didn't win, and he didn't win the golden ticket. But if nothing else, I hope that Cole Watson, if you're watching, that you learned that you can definitely compete at this level. Looks like
I
our
like.
fr-
Go
oh,
ahead.
go ahead.
No, go ahead.
It looks like our friend Carl is following up. The Pacer connection on the website. He just went out there and picked up a random runner a few years ago. Trust me, Carl. I am firmly of the belief that you could do that again right now if you wanted to. It's just that's how this race works. So
Yeah, going back to that conversation, I am in awe of all runners that can run by themselves for that amount of time. I'm a self, um, diagnosed codependent runner.
mhm.
Absolutely prefer to have people next to me at all times, chitty chatting my ear off, or I theirs most likely. But yeah, I don't know how some people are just their mental game is so strong in the solo arena and blows my mind.
Oh yeah. Like, with some of these elite runners who, I mean, granted, I guess part of it, comes down to their training, but some, even at the elite level, some of them, bring pacers along with. Some of the fastest runners in the world bring pacers. But then you look at somebody like, Camille. I don't think I've ever seen her with a pacer,
Mm.
and I've seen her at several events. I guess it's just a personal preference thing. I have a pacer every year. I run Black Canyon 100K every year.
Mm-hmm.
This was the first year I hadn't because I didn't need to for Western States Lottery. But anytime I've got the opportunity and legally, can bring a pacer with, in the spirit of the rules, I do it.
Yeah.
And I'm also very particular about who paces me too. I want it to be a friend of mine, like
Mm-hmm.
because it's got to be somebody I can trust, because there are going to be times occasionally where things are going to go sideways, and you've got to rely on that person to kind of help keep your head in the game, because there are going to
Totally.
be times where you really aren't able to um, you know kind of I guess keep things composed.
Mm-hmm.
At Black Canyon, I basically get to the 60K mark and sit down and cry for an hour. And, my pacers usually know that once I get through that, I'm fine. But I
Mm-hmm.
just need that little chance. Like
Yeah.
sometimes I bring a sandwich and I just sit and eat my sandwich in a corner of the
Mm-hmm.
race area. And, I guess people laugh about that have seen me, but, it's just kind of my thing.
Yeah, I think it's true. I mean, I think it helps to have be your pacers to be someone who knows you fairly well and knows like when they can push your buttons and what type of kind of buttons they can push or how to motivate you and those type of things, especially like kind of towards the end where it may potentially your mental game is not quite as strong. Like in the early stages, I would love to have Carl come pick me up randomly on the side because I can talk to anyone and I'd like to hear their story and have something fresh in my mind thinking about certain things. But when it gets down to like the nitty gritty, getting into like a weird mental space, I think I probably need someone who knows my idiosyncrasies. Idiosyncrasies. I can't even say it. It's too
Well,
late. What time is it? Jesus.
well, no, you're right about that. I mean, you're a very outgoing, congenial person. So obviously, you would not be a leader of a, very large, free fitness group, November Project, if you're paying attention.
Mm.
Um, you know, you would not be in that situation were you not the kind of person that could carry on conversations with anybody out of the blue. And we see Pineapple, Rebecca Calcott, Aravaipa Artworks Maestro, heading off into the darkness. Rebecca has,
She's got the backpack there.
yes,
Mm.
Rebecca is heading out, and she has been shooting photography all day long.
Oh,
If
nice.
you follow the Aravaipa Instagram accounts, she and Jen Laughlin are doing work to make sure that those accounts are curated to the best of their abilities. Um, Rebecca and Jen and their friend Nicole had their Halloween costumes earlier. They
See if we
dressed
can
as White Claws.
Oh, nice. I'm
Yes.
just trying to see if we can see this number and pull up who this is, but they move too fast.
Well, we might be able to figure out who it is via the runner tracking here. If he turns around and goes around, then
Yep.
that means he is heading out for another loop. Um, and so he's going out. Oh, so okay. So he's getting well, it looks like he's getting accosted by a chicken.
Yeah, I was wondering what the chicken was doing with all these
So
people.
the chicken is giving them a bracelet, which basically shows that they are on their final loop.
Okay.
And
So they've been like approved to move forward, or
yeah,
what is
pretty
the-
much. Like,
okay.
I wish Jubilee were here to explain further the whole concept of having a bracelet on the course for your final loop. But yeah, so those runners are heading out for their final loop, and so if
Is there any way to track? Is that like a way to know how many people are out there, or what's
no,
the?
it's kind of, I guess it's just a like kind of a marking mechanism, to be honest. I'm not 100% sure, but let's see if I can ascertain who that is. It is 1646 on our clocks, and so I'm thinking that would have been 23-year-old Ben Troy, bib number 638, another youngster heading out here on his final loop here at Heaven 100. 1843.27, or was that Eric Greenlee? It could have been either one. Maybe it was Eric Greenlee, but either way, I mean, these runners that are finishing loop 4 in 18 hours, they have 11 hours to finish the final loop of this race. So they're in great shape. They got to just stay together.
This lady's having a good time. Heck yeah.
Yeah, she
Get
is.
it, girl.
She is having a blast. Is she?
Oh, I think she was trying to jump up and tap it.
She finished something. I don't know if she finished Jackie's Night Runs or if she finished the 100K.
Doesn't matter what she finished. She's having a good time.
She is having a great time. Let's see if I don't know if I thought that the Jackass Night Runs people had to be off the course earlier than this, but then again, I obviously don't have 100% awareness on that. So there's only a handful of them left at this point. So
I had another Inga runner story.
yeah,
On
yeah.
a young.
For those that are not familiar with our Inga runner stories, that a device that we have basically just kind of coined on the fly here at Aravaipa After Dark. Inga is a friend of ours in our local free fitness group November Project, and Inga was running the 100 miler today. Unfortunately for her, it was not to be as she pulled off the course at mile 40. But she was, as Jackie said, helping her with some intel.
Yeah, not
for this
before she
event.
got some intel for us. And
Yes.
Inga would be another one that would take anybody as a pacer, I'm sure, because she could talk to anyone.
Yes, she can.
Including Blaine, if we can get 483 per Inga. She was talking to this Manny, I think he goes by. He's from El Paso, Texas.
Yes.
And he apparently, according to Inga, he doesn't have anything on his deal. According to Inga,
Very serious picture.
very serious, because he is very serious, because he apparently has never run a race before ever of any distance. Not a 5K, not a 10K. This is per Inga's chatting with him on the course today, but apparently he just went straight for the 100 miler. This is his first race ever.
I just can't, I can't even wrap my head around that. I mean, I get it. Maybe it's your first 100 miler or your first ultra even, because I know people that have done that with 100 milers, but for this to be your first race, that's bonkers to me.
Mm-hmm.
Like, first of all,
Got some info on the bracelets.
Oh,
perfect.
great.
Thank you, Blaine. Blaine is doing wonderful work for us here. We're going to pivot to that real quick. Back on the old course, 6.5 loops. The half a loop was run last, so they would give runners glow necklaces to indicate to volunteers to help them make the turn at night. So with the old course, they had, you were doing 6 loops of Pemberton. On the 7th, you actually had to head off onto a truncated version of it. Like, basically, I wish I could remember the name of that spur, but you would head off, and rather than doing a 15-mile loop, you would do about a 10.5-mile loop as your final loop at the old Javelina 100 course. I developed to bracelets. It's been stuck, even though it's only 5 loops now, and it sounds like it's just simply a tradition
Ah,
that has stuck around. I think it's kind of cool. Like I
that's
honestly,
great.
I didn't know what it was, which is weird because I've actually paced somebody on the old course, so I guess I just really wasn't paying close attention.
Yeah, it can get tricky out there though at night. I mean,
For sure. That was my first exposure to Javelin 100. It was in 2014. I was pacing somebody, and she ran the 100K, so I guess that would be why I didn't see the bracelets. But that was my first time being around a 100-mile race, and I was totally gobsmacked by what I saw and the interactions and the people who were out there, either racing or being supportive. I hadn't seen anything like it. It was amazing. It was a first timer, and this is
awesome.
back when it was quote smaller. This was 400 or 500 people that were a part of that race, and now the race is more than twice that size. Has graduated from the Pemberton Trailhead where it used to go, uh, or used to take place, the start finish line, to the Four Peaks Trailhead area, which is this huge parking lot area in McDowell Mountain Regional Park. And you know, seeing the race grow and evolve over time, it has been just an absolute treat. What was the first year you were out at Havlin 100?
Ooh, me?
Yes,
It's hard to say, but
we do the tough questions here at Aravaipa
yeah,
After Dark.
yeah. I'm even math for my own life is difficult at 1 a.m. to be honest, but I would imagine probably 5 years, 5, 6 years ago.
Okay, so about 2016,
Yeah,
2015 maybe.
yeah.
So right around the same time. Did you ever go to the old trailhead, the Pemberton Trailhead? Or has it always been at the Four Peaks when you've been out there?
I think it's always been at this location as far as I can recall, but
Okay, so that would mean it was probably 2016 because that was the first year. 2015 and prior was out at the Four Peaks Trailhead, and then or 2015 and prior. 2016 is when they moved to the current location.
so impressed with your knowledge of these things.
Well, you're around for long enough time, you tend to pick things up.
I've been around and I can't even remember where I personally went at that time for that race, but that's cool, whatever.
So that's about the time I actually joined November Project.
Yeah.
2016. I think I had gone out there a couple times in 2015, but if you're ever in the Phoenix area and want to hang out on a Wednesday morning,
6 a.m.
McDowell, not
No, no, now we're at
originally.
Arizona State University
Oh, that's right.
because we're
We do
running
the
steps.
steps.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We do Papago Park in the summertime because we have light, but now that there's no light, we go, the stadium, just in case anyone's interested, is open to anybody
Yeah.
to run stairs, but you can run with us on Wednesdays at 6 a.m. Thanks for the plug.
No problem. I think it's fantastic. I mean,
Blaine's done it. Blaine over here has done
what?
it too. Yeah.
Plot twist.
Yeah. Blaine actually shows up late and then he throws down when he shows up to run stairs. He'll show up to like our PR day where we just run stairs and race, and Blaine will almost win coming like 3 or 4 minutes late.
I
Is
am.
that not true? Yeah, it's happened.
I am blown away, Blaine.
Yeah, Blaine's been there.
Holding out. I had no idea. You know what my my favorite thing about November Project is?
What?
It's the only time I've ever beaten Jamil Curry in a race.
Yeah. I was going to say, I bet Blaine beat him that time even.
That was the time I beat Jamil was when we were doing like some sort of Olympic like one-on-one race thing, and it was like basically race up the steps. First one to the top wins.
Yeah.
And inexplicably, I beat Jamil up the stairs.
Yeah.
And I think it was. I don't know if I might have like started with a half step advantage, but he was laughing by the time he was halfway up the stairs. Oh, it was
Oh,
before.
yeah, yeah.
It was way before. But yeah, he's laughing and while he is obviously a demon on the climbs, he was laughing and he was saying and reflecting, I'm not built for short distance, and I got to the top, and I sold out so much in like trying to beat him that the next guy just completely crushed me because we had to basically go downstairs and race again.
Yeah,
and
it's all
everything.
relative. Whatever we're racing for is all relative. You want to meet Jamel one time.
It's
everyone-
my Al
yeah.
Bundy moment.
Yeah, yeah, no,
Like,
I
you
get
know,
it.
I
I
had
get it.
4 touchdowns in high school in a football game. Well,
I get
you
it.
know, I beat Jamil Curry in a basically a 40-yard dash up a bunch of stairs.
But that's what I love about like athletics just in general. Is like someone who's a really great sprinter might not be able to finish 100 miler, but that 100 mile, we try to see what everyone's strengths are. Not everyone can do 100, but maybe they can do something else and crush it.
Well, there was a postscript to that. The next time that came up was like 2 years later, and he just destroyed me.
Oh, he probably was holding on to that.
Hell
I have
yeah,
no
he
doubt.
was.
Knowing him, I know
Because he
that
looked right
Yeah,
at me
I
when it
know.
was
I have
announced that
no
we were
doubt.
doing the workout.
I have no doubt. And now he's gonna do it again. I'm gonna see both of you at November Project because we did it on his live feed.
Oh, he's.
I still my money's on Blaine. My money's on Blaine if all 3 of you guys show up.
I would put my money on Blaine over
Yeah.
me for sure. Now maybe between him and Jamil, who knows what can happen. But
Yeah.
I'm actually excited to find out that he is a part of the November Project
Uh-huh.
community. So we'll possibly see him out there. So
Yeah.
and if you're part of that, November Project and other places, kudos to you. It's a very welcoming, accommodating place, and we're just, I think it's a very supportive community.
Yeah. I think a lot of that, and a lot of them are out there tonight volunteering and doing
lot of
pacing and stuff. There's a lot of kind of obviously cross communication
for sure.
between all the groups.
You volunteered to do the finish line aid station for many years, so you've definitely done the legwork out
And I
there.
think that when I was paying attention this today, there's different groups that have been doing it traditionally, right? Well, there's a group that was at one of the aid stations. They're all wearing black shirts. That's a different
Surprise
running
Running
group.
Club
Yes,
is
yeah.
doing, and they actually Surprise Running Club actually takes care of Rattlesnake Ranch from start to finish.
Yeah, well,
They
that's great.
basically
Yeah,
all hands on deck.
yeah,
They
you
do
could
an
tell they were
amazing job with that.
they were
so.
doing a good thing. Are there any other groups that are traditionally like around for
Yeah,
this?
AZ Trailleggers does the first shift at Jackass Junction every year. John Chrisley is the person who organizes that, and John has he's been a racer, and he's done Western States. He's a pretty good runner, but an even better person. And he and his wife Tara do bring the Trailleggers crew out there.
Mhm.
They are native to the North Phoenix area. They run a lot of not races, but Sunday morning runs in places like Apache Wash, if you're familiar with the area, and in the Cave Creek area. But every year, they are at the Jackass Junction aid station for the first shift. And so when you come through here and you race this race, they are going to be your point of contact the first time you encounter Jackass Junction.
Nice.
So thanks to them, I believe that the Hashers also take on a shift. I believe that this year they did the second shift at Jackass. I don't know 100% for sure, but
Now, the hashers are the folks that.
they
They-
call themselves drinkers with a running problem.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And what is
so-
hashing?
I don't know. I mean, I know that there are people out there that
feel
are
like
hashers.
yeah, I
but
feel like I know, but I don't. I'll just miss it. If someone knows, update us in the live chat.
yeah, I have friends who are hashers, but I've just never done it myself. So
Yeah, I'm
and
not either.
I've been invited out to their events. They feel like I would
I think
go
they're
well.
a ton
Oh,
of fun.
here we go. Here we have a big
Mhm.
name
Oh,
finisher.
Oh
the
yes, I've seen her all.
one, the only Catra Corbett crossing the finish line with her Purge outfit. Their terrifying Purge outfit. Go and check out her Instagram to see that. But congratulations, Catra. She is in town visiting from California. She lives up in the Sierra Nevada area, I believe Bishop, and she is an author. She has run as many ultras and 100-mile races as anyone.
Nice. Got a
She,
couple of authors on the course tonight.
yeah, Catra Corbett, Henry Ward. I'm not sure if Pam Reed has written any books, but it's one of the things is that part of the beauty of trail and ultra running is that everybody has stories to tell, and
Oh,
so
yeah. And a
um,
long time to tell them if you're on the trail.
oh yeah,
with them.
yeah, and long time to think about them.
Yeah.
I mean, if you've got something on your mind, it's going to marinate as you're spending, 4, 6, 12, 24, 30 hours on the trail.
Yeah.
So we're going to go over some recent
Yes,
finishers
please.
to the 100K. We are in the 17 to 18-hour range. I know Teresa Broback is a local runner here in the Phoenix area. 17:49:38. Congratulations to Teresa on her 100K finish. For her, that's just a walk in the park because she has done multiple time ultras where she's done 100 plus. Mandy Miller, 17:52:10, and Pence, 17 hours 54 minutes 56 seconds. Michael Toth, 17 hours 57 minutes 12 seconds, and the aforementioned Katra Corbett, 17 hours 58 minutes 16 seconds. Katra was originally going to run the 100-mile, but she opted to move to the 100K distance prior to her arrival in town. So obviously, that was as long as you, in some races, they'll allow you to drop from the 100-mile to the 100K or to a shorter distance, and still get credit for finish. With Javelina 100, rather, you have to make that declaration, that decision before the start of the race. So,
do you know what the kind of breakdown is, like how many men and women are in each race, like just as a total group? Are there I feel like there are just more and more women coming out to do these bigger distances, definitely since I started competing.
I am not sure. I mean, I know that there are people who are aware of those splits over time. One of the interesting things about this this race is that there have been, as far as finishers go, the women have been, showing out just as much as the
Brian
men.
King.
There's not a lot of there's not a lot of separation anymore in terms of the numbers. They're fairly balanced, at least at the top of the standings and top of the finisher list. At Western States, they had of the top 30 finishers, 15 were women. So it's been pretty impressive. Recent finishers for the 100-mile race, Etan Levavi at 18 hours 33 minutes. Oh, and actually Shelby just finished. Shelby Farrell. We'll get to her in a second, but David Roberts, 18 hours 38 minutes 4 seconds. Ryan Kaiser, 18 hours 42 minutes 52 seconds. And Shelby Farrell, one of the friendliest and probably one of the fastest costumed runners in this year's field, finishes the Javelina 100 in 19 hours 1 minute and 58 seconds. Congratulations to Shelby. Obviously, Shelby is associated with Gooder. And are these actual verified DNFs, or are these people?
Well, it just means they haven't finished yet.
Okay. I was actually concerned because there were a couple of names that I recognized that I was going to be surprised about and sad.
I don't know if they could hear that. The answer to that, your question aloud to Blaine, was, are these actual things? And it was no. The answer was, it just means they haven't finished yet.
Okay, so if they're showing as DNF on your system, that just means they simply have not finished. All right. If that's the case, then what I'm going to do is, in terms of trying to determine whether.
Yeah, that's a big difference. H&F has not finished a DNF.
Yeah.
So don't get alarmed if you're seeing a DNF.
Yeah.
On the.
But I do have from Mike Melton's race rosters
the actual DNFs.
Yeah, at least on this list, and so far, as I know, it is up to date. And there were a couple of names that that I wanted to touch upon. Let's see. I believe that, and I don't want to say it until I verify it here on the page. Yeah, it's hard to tell. I mean, I guess I want to, not, call anybody out for DNFing until I can verify that they're DNFs at this point. I mean, there are some people.
And if that's something they want shared out there.
Well,
you're like,
I think that if you're running a race and we're covering it, we're going to.
Yeah, that's a liability, if you
Yeah, I mean, it's part of the package of.
We've all done it.
Yeah, I mean, well, I've done it more than anybody. I have a very stout DNF resume. My DNF resume stacks up with anybody's.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I've DNF'd Crown King twice. Not many people can say that. So, I've DNF'd Javelina 100 twice. I mean, I've got a very stout DNF resume.
Yeah. I DNF'd man against horse.
I've DNF'd man against horse.
Mm-hmm.
Hey,
Yeah.
common bond.
Um.
I caught a lot of grief. I had to censor myself there for a second. I caught a lot of grief for DNFing man against horse, because my stated reason when my friends asked me, "So why did you drop out of man against horse?" I said, "She wasn't feeling it." That's not a good answer. That answer does not fly in the trail and ultra running community. Oh, I just wasn't feeling it. At least amongst my friends, it does not. I did catch a lot of grief there.
I think I DNF'd man against horse in like the furthest spot possible on the course, and there was a gentleman volunteering out there with, like, I swear, a ham radio. That was the only way that we could communicate. That I
Sure.
DNF'd. I was like in the middle of nowhere. It was probably a 2-hour drive. It felt like back to the start.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
right.
Dave, how far from Coyote 5 and finish to how long between the two? So there's, if you're talking about how far it is from the finish in terms of race mileage, Coyote Camp, the fifth time you hit it, would be 84.5 miles in. So basically, 15.5, 15.6 miles from the finish when you're running the course in the 5 loops same direction. Now, it's actually, if you were to go backwards from there, it would be, 4 miles, because Coyote Camp is the first aid station you see when you go through the loop. And the interesting thing about Coyote Camp is, even though it's only a couple miles away, it takes forever to drive through or drive to.
Really?
As somebody who has taken that sweep vehicle, that sweep Jeep ride from Coyote Camp to headquarters, because I dropped there at mile 77 the year that I dropped there, and it took, what seemed, it could have been shorter, but it seemed like it was a long time. So if you're following a runner on the My Race Result website link that I posted, then that runner at mile 84.5, yeah, has about 15 and change to go. So,
And I was getting report from the trail that part of the trail running is like one of the hardest, rockiest parts too.
so the hardest part of this course, the way it's set up, is definitely from Coyote Camp to Jackass Junction.
Yeah, that's what
There's no comparison. The easier parts are from Jackass down, Jackass to Coyote, or Jackass to Rattlesnake, and Rattlesnake to the finish. I think that the start line to Coyote Camp is fairly simple. I guess it's a slight uphill. It doesn't really feel like it after the first mile, because I think it feels like it levels off. But Jackass to Coyote, or from Coyote to Jackass, rather, I'm probably confusing people right now. But Coyote to Jackass is the quote climb on the course. It's not a hugely daunting climb if you were to compare it to a hilly race, or
Sure.
but it does have an impact on you as you're running this race. It's why when people ask me about running Javelina 100, if they're not like a fast runner, that if you're going to take time to hike on this course, that you should probably do it between Coyote and Jackass, because this course is not intuitive for hiking.
Yeah.
Because it's all eminently runnable. Like,
yeah.
if you really wanted to run this course and you were a fairly decent runner, there's no part of this course that you can't run. And it's one of those things where you have to be aware of what you can and can't run, or what you're going to hike as opposed to run, before it's too late, because otherwise you run yourself into the ground, and at that point you're probably not going to be able to recover. So you definitely want to kind of take it easy early before it's too late. So
We got coming in here. You know these people?
let's see. I am not familiar with who just crossed, but I'm going to take a look at and see who is expected to come in. Matt Bellis, Aravaipa Racing Team member, is in the home stretch from Rattlesnake Branch to Javelina headquarters. Brian Williams, he hit mile 96 at 18:25, so he's been out there about an additional 45 minutes.
Getting close.
I think that at that point, you're probably, even though it's about 3.8 miles and, these are all fast runners, we kind of have to think about that. It's like 3.8 miles. That's still probably at this point in the race, maybe another, close to an hour, and there's nothing wrong with that because you're so close to the finish. But going down the next few potential finishers, Chelsea Topping at 18:35.52. Chris Ide, 18:36.47 and these are times at Rattlesnake Ranch, so they've got
At
4 miles to
96.2,
go.
yeah.
So I don't want to confuse anybody here. Kevin Metz, Alyssa Jones, local runner here, Jessica Southers, Brendan Washburn, and the Ostaszewski sisters, Sarah and Melissa. Sarah has hit Rattlesnake Ranch. Melissa has not yet. It'll be interesting to see how that race within a race kind of shakes out because, as we've mentioned, they didn't say they're running together, but they didn't say they're not either. And they ran together for the first 60, 70 miles. And then Sarah began to stretch out ahead of Melissa. So last time they were both in the same aid station area. Sarah had a 25 or so minute lead on Melissa. So we'll see what happens with those two as they're basically almost done. Sarah has less than 4 miles, and Melissa is in the home stretch, being in the final 10 miles of the race.
Ooh, I'm pulling for Melissa though that she gets some heat on those shoes and catches, at least shortens that lead that Sarah's got.
That would be interesting and funny, to be honest. Cheering on Rosalia, Dave Stewart is cheering on Rosalia Garashi
From Brazil.
From Brazil. Wow, that's a heck of a haul.
Seems like Dave's in Scotland and he's cheering on the Brazilian.
Yes, and that would be Rosalia.
Maybe we could pull up her
Garashi,
thing. If we can find her number. Get some intel. Maybe she's got
intel is good.
Maybe she loves scary movies. We don't know yet.
What's her favorite Halloween movie? And
Mm-hmm.
an interesting fact or two, perhaps. Rosalia Garashi. I wonder, is she in the 100-mile or the 100K, perhaps? I didn't see her on the 100-mile, but it's entirely possible that I am not looking at it correctly.
Well, you're looking at it closer than I am.
Let's take a look here, and
Oh, we got
wonderful. Rosalia Garashi, number 497 from Rio de Janeiro. Why she's running to experience running in the desert from Brazil. Fun fact. Oh my goodness. She stayed in quarantine in Cancun to race Javelina. She stayed there for 14 days. She's really happy to be here. Frankly, we're happy that you're here too.
Yeah. Thanks for sharing, David. It's his sister-in-law.
And her favorite Halloween movie is,
I mean,
well,
if you're gonna have to quarantine for 14 days.
Yeah,
Cancun
Cancun
is
is
the
not a bad place
Yeah,
to
but-
quarantine. Blaine was
you're-
pointing out.
here's the thing though, you're staying in your room. Like, I mean, I guess you're looking at it, but I get FOMO.
Also, like that's a lot of time for a taper time. If I don't know how long, do you get like some time outside of the room?
I would
big
assume
taper.
no. I would
I
assume
mean, I'm a fan of the taper. I'm pro
sure.
taper.
I've been tapering for a year and a half
Yeah,
now,
I've been
and I don't
tapering
have a
for
race
a while
unplanned.
myself. But yeah, go Rosalie.
Becca Mahar cheering on mom and stepdad, Debbie and James, bibs 690 and 695.
Oh, yeah, let's-
Debbie and James Neal running their first ultra. Well, they picked a heck of an ultra, so we'll see if we can dig up where they're at this point.
Yeah, I love this. I love the shout outs.
The immediacy
Oh, I'm
of what we
sorry. She was actually quarantined on the beach, and she was doing
What?
some barbecues and running on the beach. So Blaine was correct. Cancun was not a bad place to taper and tan, apparently, prior to coming down here.
I am just confused by that notion of being a quarantine. I mean, I'm all for it,
I
but I
mean,
guess
it's
I just.
outside. I think it sounds delightful.
Oh, I'm not saying it doesn't sound delightful.
I mean, I think it sounds
in
like it fits.
I'm in 100% agreement with you that it does sound delightful, but I didn't think of it as.
Yeah.
I just don't think of that as quarantine, But again, if you can swing that, more power to you.
Can we pull
Um,
up 690, Blaine? They didn't have anything? Okay. We can maybe see where they're at.
I'll see if I can pull
Yeah.
up where they're at this point. Of course, I am using the same tools that all of you can be using. I have pinned the My Race results link at the top of the page, and if you go there, you can actually pull up racers by their name, by their bib number. James
There
Neal
they
and
are.
Debbie Neal. Last time they hit an aid station was Rattlesnake 3, and that was at 12:36 a.m. and it is currently 1:15. So they're coming. Okay, so they're doing the 100K. So they're actually just about finished. So Debbie and
Nice.
James
And they're
Neal.
running hand in hand again.
Yeah,
Man, that's got to speak to your relationship.
it is kind of it's one of those things where I don't know if I could be around anybody for 60 miles. Even
I've never. Well, I guess, I mean, like, yeah, you have before with training partners or something like that, right?
No.
Wow.
No.
Okay. All right.
What
You
is
heard it
the
here
lo-
first.
What is the longest time I've run with any single individual? I'd have to guess that it would have been on the Black Canyon Trail, maybe the last 25 miles having a pacer.
Yours was at this race? Blaine's was at this race that the longest amount of time you've run with someone? Oh, pacing. How long
Yeah.
was it?
So 40-ish miles.
Yeah.
Yeah, I couldn't do it. At the 2019 race, Siva, our friend Siva, happened
Siva.
to pace somebody for 40 miles, and I don't believe he had ever actually run that far before.
I love that guy. He's. Oh, really? You had never run that same for your pacing? You guys are silly. Oh, yeah. Siva's definitely that way, too. What a nut.
Yeah,
I mean, in the most, I love you, Siva.
some of these November Project guys are just, I'll tell you.
Yeah, nutty.
So I found Debbie and James. Yeah, they're let's see, they both hit Rattlesnake Ranch 17:36:11, 17:36:12. So they're basically just
Getting
about
close.
3.8 miles from the finish at that point. And if that's 17:36, take away doing some math. So they're probably going to be finishing here
Looks
within
like
the
someone
next
crossed.
few minutes. Well, there's somebody there with Jamil Curry, Aravaipa
Yeah.
founder, and the guy
Maybe
we go
two
to.
people. I can't tell.
Um,
Tall.
is not quite. Yeah, I'm not. Well,
It looks like a yellow bib.
is that the Blaine cam? Or I'm sorry, not the Blaine cam. The Bryce cam. Yeah. So I wonder who that is talking to Jamil.
Looks like they just finished. I saw the bib briefly. It was a yellow bib. I don't know if you have.
The yellow bib is the pacer bib.
Oh, the pacer bib. Okay,
Yeah.
cool. Well, then the person on the far left maybe might have been the runner. I'm not sure.
Yeah, so I'd be curious to see who that was. Who was a recent finisher, perhaps? That maybe we can take a look.
I'm gonna take a quick break.
Absolutely,
Do you
yeah.
have coffee in this joint? You didn't.
I cannot testify as to the freshness of the coffee.
I don't
but
think
there
it's
is.
fresh. I saw it when I walked in. I'm gonna make another pot. I'm assuming you're gonna need one.
Oh, just one?
Okay, but you'll take some. Okay.
I absolutely will. It would have been Shelby Farrell's pacer. I wonder who paced her. I'll see if I can find out who paced Shelby Farrell here at Javelina 100. For those of you tuning in for the first time or are coming back, welcome back. My name is Chris Warden. My partner Jackie Knoll is taking a break here, uh, and we are doing the Aravaipa After Dark thing here at Javelina 100. Thanks for tuning in. Javelina 100 presented by Hoka. Some of our other sponsors, as you can see in the upper right-hand corner, Gooder Sunglasses. We have had a lot of promotional sunglasses that have been given away this weekend. Huss Brewing, one of our local craft breweries here in the valley. Mountain Outpost, obviously, and Squirrel's Nut Butter, one of our locally owned and operated businesses. Squirrel's Nut Butter actually has a tent. You can see it actually on the right-hand side of your feed right now. That would be Chris Thornley, who is the man in charge of Squirrel's Nut Butter, and they have athletes and ambassadors. And the interest of full disclosure, I am an ambassador for Squirrel's Nut Butter. It's a pretty sweet gig, and Chris took me out to lunch, so I feel that it pays benefits. So, hey, it was a great lunch. I'll tell you, Blaine, it was excellent. It was at Avalanche up in Silverton, which is a great place to have lunch. GOO is the nutrition sponsor for this race. We have a great complement of companies, so we're appreciative of that, and they're supportive of, and you who are watching are supportive of our live stream efforts too. We know that we are not a huge group right now, but we are small but mighty. We're happy to have you here, and we're gonna keep grinding on through the overnight with Aravaipa After Dark, and I am probably here until the sun comes up, and we'll see who comes in after us. I believe that was Brianna Grigsby that keeps on sliding past our viewfinder here, but I'm not 100% sure. Somebody was emphatically finishing a loop there. I wonder if that was a 100-mile finish. Would that be Chelsea Topping, perhaps? It looks like Chelsea Topping would have been the next finisher in the 100-mile. I didn't catch it. I'm at the mercy of the tracking. Recent finishers of the 100-mile include Brian Williams at 19:05:32, Matt Bellis, Aravaipa Racing Team member Matt Bellis at 19:16:33, one of those Bellis boys, and Kevin Metz with a time of 19 hours, 21 minutes, and 33 seconds. Recent finishers for the 100K. Let's see if we can pull up a couple of those. Katra Corbett, as we mentioned, at 17:58:16. If you are familiar with Katra's Instagram, go and check out what her Halloween costume was like, because it was terrifying. Linda McFadden, we mentioned 18 hours, 3 seconds. And Brent Dryden, 18 hours, 5 minutes, 59 seconds. Looks like Elmi said, no, I didn't get confirmation on that. It might have been a runner that was just emphatically finishing their 4th loop and heading out for their 5th. Elmi89 in the chat saying that is the Kevin Metz representing from Seattle. Well, congratulations to Kevin Metz. Breaking 20 hours at Javelina 100 is a thing. That is a job very well done. I'm not sure, obviously, with as many runners as we have on course, it is hard to have a handle on everybody's story. So that's one of the nice things about our chat, is that we're able to kind of lean on and rely upon you telling us these stories. And that's the beautiful part about it, is that everybody has stories to tell. Pulling up Kevin's race history, he is 30 years old, and it sounds like he is from Seattle. Looking at his recent, he's got some excellent finishes. He ran Chuckanut in Bellingham, so he is from your neck of the woods, as we've established. He finished 4th at Burning River, which is a Western States qualifier. 4th overall at Burning River last year in August of 2020. He ran Black Canyon this year with a very, very respectable time of 11:06:17, placing him 49th over or 49th male and 63rd overall. And it looks like his next race that he is looking forward to would be the Black Canyon 100K once again here in Arizona. If you have not run the Black Canyon 100K and you are looking for a Western States qualifier, I strongly recommend that race. It is runnable, it is fun, it is gorgeous. It is a net downhill. I know that excites some people, but it is not all downhill. The first say 37, 38 miles are downhill. Then it goes up. And the uphill is a grind. The final 25 miles, you actually go down into the bottom of the Black Canyon, and then you head uphill as long as you can stand. So, Blaine, do we have the ability to play any runner cuts at all, or any of the pre-recorded cuts? Or are we? Okay, I mean, if we don't, that's totally fine. I know that it was something that we weren't able to entirely coordinate, and I also know that which video the one that Rory Monahan Trail Gangsta did. I wonder if Rory's still awake after his Javelina 131K victory. I'm going to send him a text message and invite him to join us. So for those of you that aren't familiar with Rory, Rory is a content creator who likes to rap about trail running. He's quite an interesting guy, and I'll see if he is available.
That you were telling me about earlier?
Possibly.
I can't find any cups for the coffee. So I might have to drink it out of the carafe. But
that would be a great visual. If you want to just hear with the carafe and just start, going, that's message me via this link.
So sorry, you said he raps?
Yes, he raps.
About trail running or about other things?
About other things too, but like his Trail Gangsta persona is one where he raps about trail running. Blaine's going to see if we can play this video. It is perfect fodder for Aravaipa After Dark. I think it plays much better at 1 in the morning than 1 in the afternoon. I'll just say that much about it. Basically, we reached out to Rory to see if he would be able to potentially come up with a fun little, freestyle regarding the race. And he responded and was very quick about it.
Nice.
We literally reached out to him Tuesday. He asked when we needed it, and we said Friday evening, and I would say yesterday morning, maybe early afternoon, I get a text and a link to a video. And
Nice.
It was a something.
Nice.
Let's see if we can find that out. Also,
I see a taco on the screen, and I think it's a taco anyway. What do you?
It looks
Costume
like a
inside.
taco to me.
You can tell I'm getting like the late night hunger coffee situation that's happening here. I'm like, oh, tacos.
There's I don't. There might be a Chipotle burrito or two in there.
That's right.
I brought in because
Ooh, there we go.
so when I was out at the race location, Mama Curry wanted me to make sure that Jamil Jam Jam was fed.
Today?
Yeah. So basically, she told me. Basically, I said, "What am I supposed to get?" She said, "Get him Chipotle," and got him Chipotle and brought it here. And
That was the last time he ate.
probably. He's pretty good about eating when he's darn well good and ready, I guess.
Well, we just saw him. He's alive and well.
Yeah, he's still moving, so that means he definitely ate and is taking care of himself. And
I saw Patty dance across the screen earlier today.
that's the way she moves. Like that's the way Patty is. She is always dancing around. Whether
These
it
people look like they're coming in hot. Who do we got?
well,
Oh, we're going with the video.
oh, here we go.
Javelina 100, 2021. Let's do this. Javelina 100 looks like a small city, 5 loops in the desert. It's bound to get gritty at Jackass Junction. They all getting litty. If you miss this race, it's a goddamn pity. Nah, it's okay, you can catch the stream. But first with my bar scene. Runners feel the pressure, under more scrutiny, and what they do? Race more stupidly. I asked my crewski for a few brewskis, then I got passed by the Ostaszewskis. And they not the only twins in the mix. Nope. A guy named Bellis could win this shit, yeah. Might go on a tear, but watch out for Charlie. Yes, beware when Camille toes the line. Yo, it's hard to best her. Yet in hot pursuit is Robertson Chesser. Now Brittany Pete. Other runners she'll damage ya. And don't forget about the stunners from Canada. Hey. No matter who wins, they'll feel the pain tonight. Us trail runners, we're strange, alright. Javelina 100 looks like a small city. 5 loops in the desert is bound to get gritty at Jackass Junction. They all getting litty. If you miss this race, it's a goddamn pity. I asked my crewski for a few brewskis, then I got passed by the Ostaszewskis. And then
That was great.
That was a lot of fun. I've reached out to Rory, and he said that he would be willing to join us, maybe. So if somebody calls in on my video link, then it would be Rory, and we'll see about getting him on to number one, talk about his amazing performance today, and to number two, talk about his amazing performance before the race,
Yeah.
where he actually did some.
I'm gonna go back and listen to the lyrics to see if you predicted like the winners really. Like
Well,
there were some good call outs in there.
He said Camille was tough to beat, and he was
Yeah.
right.
Yeah.
He was definitely on point about that.
Yeah.
We've had a couple more finishers in the Javelina 100 mile, breaking 20 hours, actually just under the 1930 mark. Alyssa Jones, a local runner here, and Jessica Southers. Alyssa Jones finishing in 19 hours, 29 minutes, 19 seconds, and Jessica Southers in 19 hours, 29 minutes, and 21 seconds. Congratulations to the two of them for not only getting that big buckle for a sub 24, but breaking 20 hours as well. They finished in 23rd and 24th place, respectively. And just using my quick back of the napkin math, that would make them the 7th and 8th place female finishers. So basically, a third of the field that has been coming in is our female runners. So, and we've got several other female runners coming in as well. Chelsea Topping had actually hit had hit Rattlesnake Ranch before Alyssa and Jessica, and looks like she was passed up. So I would expect Chelsea to be finishing here fairly soon. And of course, the fan favorite Ostaszewski sisters are somewhere on the final stretch of the course, as well as Sarah hit Rattlesnake Ranch at 1905, and Melissa hit it at 1921, and we are currently at the 1933 mark. I would expect Sarah is going to finish just before the 20-hour mark, and Melissa probably, let's say probably in the 20-hour 5-minute to 20-hour 10-minute mark. So hopefully we'll be able to see those runners in. But yeah, several women coming up as well. So and you look further down the list of runners, I mean, the numbers, like you had inquired earlier about the numbers as far as men and women finishing, and I don't know what they are, but it, just from our limited visual, it seems like it's evening out quite a bit. So I mean,
So
obviously,
who has all gone through the last checkpoint that we're waiting on?
basically anybody who has hit this mark right here.
Sure. So we.
Yeah. So I did see a name that we were actually looking for, Rosalia.
Oh yeah.
I did see her. She is where did I see her? She's not that far out. Um, Rosalia, was it Oh, here we go. Rosalia Garashi. She hit Coyote Camp at 17-19-47. So that means, as we were talking about, she has about 15 and a half, 16 miles to go, perhaps from there. And if she came through at 17-19-47, so that was about 2 hours ago, she should be coming up on Jackass real soon. As we mentioned, that is the toughest stretch of the course. And I think it is the longest stretch between the 8 as well. And you're going uphill. And it's at this point in the race, I mean, you've been on your feet, nearly 20 hours. It's going to take you a while. So, no need to rush on that. Any other? Chris Ide.
Yeah, Chris Ide. And who else is going to do?
1933,
Brandon
26.
Washburn soon, hopefully. Jesse Howes.
Yeah, we've got, a number of runners coming through. I actually, looking further down and who we're anticipating coming in down the line that are still on the course. Ryan Zmirsky was an elite bib, but I don't know. He's not moving at the pace I would expect, but he's still moving. So that's the name to keep an eye out for. Local runner / author Henry Ward is at Coyote Camp on his final loop, and that would be about 19 hours and 30 minutes when he checked in, so about 6 minutes ago. Hopefully he is leaving or has left Coyote Camp at this point and is on his way to Jackass Junction. I know Allison J. ran Western States this year. She is basically starting out on her 5th loop after hitting the timing mat at the 19-hour mark. And there was another name of note that I saw, Amy Maurer. Amy Maurer is a genuinely high-profile runner in terms of the fixed time race and some ultras as well. But Amy has done. She's won a lot of fixed time races and is adept at the 100-mile distance. And she has 1 lap and change to go. And she last hit a timing mat at the 18:39 mark. So it's been about an hour since we've heard from her, and that was leaving Rattlesnake Ranch. So I would assume we would expect to see her in headquarters somewhere fairly soon. I don't know if we have very many 100Kers on the course still, but we can check them out. I believe that since we left off, the last few 100K finishers, Emily Yu at 18:24:53, Carly Montgomery at 18:25:58, and Jason Green at 18:33:41. Looks like we've got what is? Okay, I was looking. I got confused with our picture-in-picture. Callie is still grinding out there, still going. One of our amazing volunteers at the start-finish line.
Oh, yeah.
One of the things I know, we did extensive pre-race meetings and discussions before we decided to come on together here. We talked about every single aspect of this broadcast.
You and me?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
We covered all of our grounds.
One of the things that you were insistent upon was like, no matter what we do, we need to talk about the weather.
Yeah, no. I text you one thing. Our only conversation was we can't talk about the weather.
I know that that you had wanted to shy away from that, but number one, it's been a while since we talked about the weather.
It has been a while, so you can.
We haven't even talked about the weather.
That's true. That means we do. Yeah.
Number two, the desert gets really hot during the day.
So true.
And the desert gets I mean, Phoenix South gets cold, but then when you're even further out in a place like Fountain Hills and McDowell Mountain Park, which is a little bit higher elevation and far less, of a heat island effect, it gets cool, and sometimes you can dip down into washes, and it might be 60. I believe it said it was
like,
64
it's probably
degrees.
dropping though.
Yeah, 64 degrees and dropping. And that's measured at I believe the Rio Verde Rio Verde weather station.
Javelina 100,
So it's probably pretty
2021.
true.
Let's do this.
We got our
Looks like Rory's
music videos
music
back
is
on
playing
in our-
again.
Javelina 100 looks like a small city, 5 loops in the desert. It's bound to get gritty at Jackass Junction. They all get litty. If you miss this race, it's a
video actually
goddamn pity. Nah, it's okay, you can catch the stream. But first, with my bars, let me sketch the scene.
So you're
Runners
saying
feel
it's
the
getting
pressure,
cold.
under more
That's what-
scrutiny, and
that's,
what they
you know,
do.
hopefully they've planned
Race
ahead
more
for that,
stupidly. I
especially
asked
local
my
runners
crewski
definitely
for a
should,
few
definitely should, so I
brewskis,
hope
then I
those
got
are
passed
written
by the Oscar.
down. Someone gave them this message prior to us doing so, middle of their race.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, because I think that the one important thing that in order to combat that is to change into a dry layer. Once the
Oh,
sun
yeah.
goes down, that's what I've always done. I don't overcomplicate it. I mean, I know some people will bring a jacket. I generally don't need a jacket out there because I'm moving enough when I'm, doing a 100K or 100 mile that I don't need any extra layers unless there's genuinely inclement weather.
Yeah.
But I just wanted to at least bring up the concept of weather because we have.
Because I said don't. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
She did say don't. She did say don't bring up the weather, and what do? I bring up
No,
the
no,
weather.
I think it's a fair point, a different perspective on the cool evening. And I'm with you. I mean, I have to do like a full, if I'm sweaty and it's getting cold, if I get cold,
Mhm.
then it's no coming back from that. So you kind of have to stay ahead of that. And that's all part of the planning and experience stuff. It probably took me many, many, many long runs and races to figure out. Oh, my first marathon, I wore pants because it was so cold in the beginning, the rock and roll.
Yeah.
My brother was riding his bike alongside. I begged him to give me his shorts. He refused to take his shorts and switch shorts and pants with me mid-race. At mile 22, I thought that sounded like a perfectly reasonable idea. But yeah, it takes a while to kind of figure out your clothing and gear and food and all that jazz. So all these people in their first 100-miler, who knows? I'm sure they'll have stories to tell and lessons to be learned.
Yeah. We actually have an update on one of our other stories of runners. Debbie Neal and James Neal have finished the
All right.
100K. Congratulations to them,
Nice
finishing
work.
the Javelina 100K distance in 18 hours, 40 minutes, and 15 seconds. Finishing the race together, a husband and wife couple. Sounds like they had been wanting to run this race
here's
for a while.
was that Melissa or Sarah?
Was that Sarah? That looked like Sarah Ostaszewski might have just finished the
Yeah, we
100.
don't have it pulled up. Sorry,
Wait,
but
nope, that was okay. That might have been Chelsea Topping.
Okay.
Well, no, it was Sarah Ostaszewski. She literally just finished. We just got the word through. Good looking out, Jackie.
sorry
You're,
guys, we didn't have that pulled up. This is my one time I recognize a runner going
You-
across the thing.
You are a natural at this, though. You nailed it. Sarah Ostaszewski is one of 3 runners that has finished in the last about 2.5 minutes. Congratulations to Chelsea Topping at a 19-hour, 40-minute effort. Brendan Washburn at 19 hours and 41 minutes and change. And Sarah Ostaszewski, Mogi Monster 100 champion in 2021. Quick turnaround, basically a month and a half later, to run another 100-mile race down here in the valley, and finishes in a time of 19 hours, 42 minutes, and 27 seconds, which I know for a fact is a huge improvement off of her previous efforts here at
There
Javelina
she is
100.
across the
So
line there, giving
Good.
a post-race hug. Is that I know she's been training in the canyon a lot via her
yeah,
Instagram, but she had to finish there.
I'm not sure who her pacer or pacers were. Let's see. Yeah, Sarah. I don't know if sometimes they have a little bit of information. Let's see, did Sarah or Melissa fill anything out? If we can check to see, Blaine, bib number 198. I don't know if she happens to have filled things out.
All right, we got some more potential finishers there.
We'll put a pin in that. And hopefully, again, we'll hear from Ray Monahan and see if he can join us on. But I'm glad we were able to share the Trail Gangsta's latest single, I guess.
Yeah, that.
We'll check in on that in a little bit.
Yeah. I
Yes.
have a friend that is just kind of there at the finish, and I said if you're chatting with anyone and have any good stories to send them over my way.
Sure.
This beautiful, beautiful woman, Brenna, some other people might know in the room, told me that the racer Alyssa Jones, who finished 7th, I think, that this was also her first 100 miler. She'd only
Yes.
done 42K before. She was chatting with her at the end. She said no coach. And
Oh, Alyssa's more than 42K, I'm pretty sure, because I know that I
Yeah.
raced against her at Jackrabbit Jubilee recently.
oh yeah,
Yeah.
what's the?
That's a fixed time loop race, and she dropped some good mileage there.
I don't know how you guys do those fixed time, like the loops.
500 meters around a house.
No.
You should come
Like
out there
my-
and check it out there sometime.
I
though.
do need to come out. I've heard good things about it, but
Nardini Manor is a gorgeous venue.
I've heard it's great.
The owner of Nardini Manor, Roger Rublik, is the former race director of the Javelina 100.
This looks like of the what?
The owner of Nardini Manor,
Uh.
where the Jackrabbit Jubilee Hot Foot Hamster take place, is Roger Rublik, and he's a former race director of
Oh,
this event.
nice, awesome.
Yeah,
that's
so
great.
Roger is a beloved member of the ultra running community for many years. So Roger and his son Jimmy were actually the race directors for this event before Aravaipa took it over. And Roger was involved because his son Jimmy wanted to be the race director, but Jimmy was only 15 or 16 at the
Oh,
time.
really? Wow.
So I assume Roger had to kind of like handle the legalese kind of stuff. Somebody could correct me if I'm wrong, but yeah, Roger has been around for a long time, much longer than I have, in terms of the community. But he also owns used to own the Wyman Hotel in Silverton, which obviously, for those that are
Ugh, I love
familiar,
Silverton.
one of my favorite places on earth. I love going up
I
there
just would
every
love
year.
to own something up there. I love it so much. Shout out to Dave, who is sending virtual cups so that I can have a cup of coffee,
Yeah, a virtual cup
a
of coffee.
virtual cup of coffee. Thank you, Dave, for looking out for me.
Do we not? Is the only thing that it's holding us up an actual cup?
Yeah, it's a cup. There's no cups in the studio, but it's okay.
We need to be
Just
solution oriented on this.
The smell of coffee is almost
Well, my
like
coffee's
having
about
the
12 hours
real-
old.
The real
so
deal.
if you
Oh,
wanna
look
just
at
smell
these
that.
folks crossing the finish line here. Who's this? I want in on this story. Did anyone see this number going around here?
No. So it's somebody that looks like they're getting ready to head back out for another
Yeah.
loop. So
Ooh, I want the number.
yeah, so he's getting the bracelet. So let me see.
Oh, here we go. He's going to do a turn first.
70
28, 78,
78. Yeah. So
We don't have it pulled up. Oh, yeah, we do. Yeah. Okay. Uh-oh, the chicken forgot the bracelet or something. We don't know. Something's
which
going
came
on.
first, the chicken or the bracelet?
Yeah, we don't know.
So another runner who recently just hit the turnaround point for the final loop is Amy Maurer, who I had mentioned earlier as somebody with a very impressive racing resume over time. I believe she's like won the Vol State 500K or at least podiumed in it. But she's an absolutely fantastic racer in what she specializes in, which is like multi-day ultra stuff. She
Yeah, keep going.
bib number 78. Okay. She most recently won the Angry Owl Ultra Marathon by running 90 miles in 24 hours, it looks like.
Wow.
She ran as part of an event called the Super Run Distance. Okay, actually no, this is better. Jackpot Running Festival, which is a huge event in Las Vegas in the fixed time ultra scene. In 48 hours, she ran 190 miles.
Ugh.
So she ran the 100 miler and won it for the women's side across the years,
Nice.
2019, 2020, and with a time of 21:10:38. Yeah, she's been a part of the scene. Oh, this is what I remember her for. In Across the Year 6 Day back in 2018, she ran 453 miles in 6 days. I mean, she's got a very stout running resume. She's won the Across the Years 3 days. She's won the Across the Years 6 days. And she's won the Jackpot 2 days. So she has a genuinely
Large.
strong,
Yeah.
and this is all within the last 5 years. Right, so she is a fantastic racer. So kudos to her for getting it done out there in the Javelina 100 2021. And perhaps we will see her cross the finish line in the. She'll actually be fighting for a sub 24-hour mark at this point, I believe. Maybe it's a little bit too late, but you know,
Nice.
that would make her. That would need. She need to do a 4-hour, 10-minute loop for 20 miles. So it's not unheard of.
Yeah.
You know, as somebody who has, done 190 miles in 2 days, I think that's genuinely possible. So, because it's a pretty impressive total. I wouldn't be surprised to find out that would be an age group world record or an age group national record of some kind.
Yeah.
So,
Very, very impressive.
let's see if we've got a heads up on who some of these people are that are coming into the
Got some
start
filming
finish
here,
area.
so this must be a finish of some sort.
Everybody's got to, hey, you get to this point, you
Is
can.
that Ted Lasso? Who's up there?
Actually, I am thinking that since it is Halloween, it might be a Ted Lasso costume.
The Taco and Ted?
Yeah. It's a Ted Taco.
There's no way. That was good though, on the fly.
Other finishers recently in the 100K include John Hockett, 18:44:27, Emily Trong, 18:46:37, Dennis Traficante, 18:47:42, Jose Luis Nunez, 18:47:23, and Aisha Jordan Johnson at 18:50:53. So
Nice.
congratulations to those individuals for finishing the 100K here at Javelina 100. As far as recent finishers in the 100 mile, Jesse Howes is our only recent one at 19 hours, 48 minutes, and 3 seconds.
Yeah, but looks like Melissa's only 6 minutes behind.
That's true, yeah.
So
and
she
so
should
it was
be
very close. So
really close to finishing. Maybe we can actually get one finisher as they cross the line with their name. Can we do it?
let's give it a shot.
Let's try.
I'm going to take a sippy of water while we're here.
Okay, you do that.
You're more than welcome to do that as well. I don't think we established that. See, Jackie has been an absolutely amazing sport today. Coming in, hanging out, and and when we talked about like how to prepare, I said just be prepared to talk and have fun, and I hope you have so far to that point.
I'm having a great time. This has been wonderful.
This has not been the nitty-gritty, nuts and bolts running strategy hour. If you were looking for that, you probably should have tuned in about 12 hours ago.
I see now why you invited me at this time.
It's fun.
No,
It's
I get it.
fun
No,
to
I get it.
talk
I get it.
about
I get
you
it.
know,
I don't know the nuts and bolts.
Yeah, I mean, it's we're not here to, to really parse, what the elites were doing because they've left the course. And as we mentioned, we are transitioning from the golden ticket stories to the golden hour chase. And these runners who are, especially those now who are coming in at the 20-hour mark.
Got some runners coming in here.
That means they're probably not going to be breaking 24 hours, so they're going to be in the 25 to 30-hour mark, and anything can happen at this point. So, we just kind of want to be there for them. Yeah, there's a pacer bib on the left. I
Okay,
wonder.
let's see. This looks like a gentleman.
And it looked like it
Light.
was okay. So those Kabbalah lights shining bright.
Yeah.
Let's see if he pops up under the 100K or the 100 miler.
I
It
think
wasn't.
he's going back out.
So we got one more.
Those lights are bright.
Well, Kabbalah race sponsor here for the Javelina 100.
Luigi.
A few years ago, there was a group of runners that actually dressed up and created boxes, like did a whole Mario Kart thing.
Nice.
And they were kind of like running along like with each other for a lot of it. So they were kind of like passing each other back and forth.
Yeah.
It's pretty great. Becky, who had actually asked about Debbie and James Neal, is saying thank you for the stream and the commentary. Signing off from Hawaii. Hey, Becca, aloha. Thank you for hanging out with us tonight. And we're glad we could help you out in following your parents, James Neal and Debbie Neal, who recently finished the 100K tonight.
I have to admit that I did not. This is very off topic before I say this.
Sure.
But related to Luigi crossing the line there, that I
Yes.
just recently, like, as an adult, found out that Luigi and Mario were plumbers. I thought they were painters, but like that makes so much sense because they were doing the whole shtick.
Like they go
Blaine
down
is
the
literally
pipes and
Blaine.
stuff.
Blaine in the corner over here is like actually upset that I just said that. He's embarrassed. He's in.
Wait, here
he's-
we go. We've got an
Okay.
Ostazuski sighting.
Yes.
And Melissa
We did
Ostazuski
it.
becomes the latest finisher of the Javelina 100. And it looks like she crossed in 19 hours and 56 minutes exact, or 19 hours,
1956, 20 something.
1955.58.
Oh, nice.
So congratulations to Melissa Ostazuski.
Way to go, Melissa.
So both Ostazuskis are accounted for, and now the gauntlet has been thrown down as they have now actually raced each other in a 100 mile.
Nice. And then is that Katharina? She's about 10 minutes back, or she was when she
Catherine
left.
Alon.
Yeah. So next.
I see a friend of mine in the chat, Matt Emerson. Great job today. Hey, hashtag Aravaipa After Dark. Matt, hey. So Matt and actually, I'll get to that in a second. Aravaipa's own Rich McKnight is now finishing the 100K. Congratulations
Nice.
to
Way
Rich
to go,
McKnight.
Rich.
Rich is he finished the Javelina 100 2020 100 miler in just under 24 hours last year, like down to the wire. So congratulations to Rich McKnight, whose wife Erin actually is works here in the offices for Aravaipa. So
Great.
Rich has been around for a long time. I believe that they met
Oh,
they
look
met
at
at an
this.
Aravaipa race. So congratulations to Rich McKnight for yet another Javelina 100 finish. I don't know how many he has, but between the 100K and 100 mile, he probably has to have plenty. So, back to what I was talking about before. We had a couple of runners that had finished earlier. I want to see if I can pull up their times really quick.
Oh, nice, Richard. Some of these folks didn't fill out their scary movies here.
Yeah.
I was really.
Well, Rich McKnight is one of those people, like, if you've been around, like, the local scene a lot, like, you know that he would not fill that out.
All right, that's fair, but Melissa's wasn't up there either.
That's true. That's true. Maybe they're just busy.
Probably training for a large race.
Yeah,
Something.
you think. But this is taper time. But it's not like they were tapering in.
I don't know who's
Cancun or
across the
anything.
finish line there or what costume that is, but they are greeting those runners.
The chicken and
No, she's dancing there. Superwoman, is that you think what it is? Wonder
Wonder
Woman?
Woman.
Yeah.
let's see.
I missed the pickle guy though.
Yeah,
Don't know where he went.
it would be nice if Pickle Guy would have let us know that he was bouncing for the evening.
Mm-hmm. Could have done a pickle interview.
Yeah. So actually, I was mentioning Matt Emerson, who has popped up in the chat. Thanks for tuning in with us for a little while, Matt. I know that you've got to have had a long day because, frankly, you ran 100K. And
Nice work, Matt.
congratulations to Matt Emerson and Jen Coleman, who ran the race together and finished in a twin time of 17 hours, 16 minutes, and 56 seconds. So
We got
congratulations
Waldo
to
coming
the two of
across
you.
here.
Where?
Where's Waldo? He's right
Man,
here.
I'm killing it today.
Yeah.
It's
We got
one of those times where everything's just kind of.
I think we got
working
another
for
like
me.
tandem time finish, or else that was the pacer, but a lot of people just crossed at once.
Yet another runner heading out for
Yeah.
that final loop of the 100-miler.
It's got to feel good.
Yeah, for sure. And you can tell actually she is doing something that some of the runners are able to do. One of the things when you're set up along the pit area and you've got your crew tent and everything, she didn't have any gear on her.
Yeah.
So what she did is she took off her gear and I assume left it with her crew so they could fill it and whatever. And then she basically was able to do a quarter mile or whatever, out and back to, not carrying any gear. So
Yeah.
maybe, kind of give her shoulders a bit of a rest. But, see, I didn't think about that because I always have a spot, to help me set up for the media stuff. And it's like basically right next to the Hoka tents and the Squirrels Nut Butter tents. It's right across from there. So, but congratulations and good on you to if you're making it through those first 4 loops and you're heading out on loop 5. Like we said, it's basically the the respect lap. You can go out and you can get it done, especially if you're crossing now. If you're crossing now, you've got actually as of
Another
now,
finisher.
just under 10 hours.
Something.
Let's see who is crossing our finish line
The
here.
chicken is helpful because you can tell what's happening
Yeah.
based on what the chicken does. Like, did they finish or are they going back out?
Well, let's see.
But-
Jess Gibson, she just finished the 100K in 18:59:25, and Ryan Young, that might have been Ryan right there, finished in 19 hours and 48 seconds. So congratulations to Ryan and to Jess.
Yes.
A lot of traffic, a lot of action, Fast and Furious
Here
coming in.
comes- Looks like another finish right there. Nice.
Looks like most of our next few finishers are going to be women potentially.
Oh, there's Ryan Young there from Nevada. I like his why I'm running Javelina.
He's fallen in the wrong crowd.
Yeah.
Yes.
He can cure hiccups. I'd like to see that. I'm going to need to talk to Ryan Young here afterwards.
And his favorite Halloween movie is a favorite for some. It's The Great Pumpkin, Charlie Brown. Neil Cavill tuning in on the live stream. Thanks for tuning in, Neil. And frankly, I am flattered to hear this, that watching all day from Australia, great coverage as per usual. Ms. Heron, boom. Yes. For those that are tuning in a more recent vintage, Camille Herron did a thing today. Camille Herron finished the Javelina 100-mile race in a time of 14 hours and 3 minutes. And in this case, it ended up being a course record by a whopping 49 minutes. And that last course record was not one that was considered to be, a default course record. That was a stout record. When Devin Yanko set that record in 2015, she won the race by 4.5 hours.
Wow.
And in the years since, nobody's come within 25 minutes of that
Wow.
record. So nobody, it was not like something that was just being barely held onto or anything like that. That record was number one, a widespread, and number two, had held for a while. So, at this point, with how fast runners are getting, 6 years is an eternity, and for a record to hold at a race.
Totally.
So when Camille came in, I mean, if you've been paying attention to the scene, you know that Camille Herron is capable of winning any race, no matter who's in it, male, female, doesn't matter.
I was going to say, we need to have some different categories since the male and female thing is getting washed out. So she's kind of a large contingent in the hair down
The hair
category?
down.
we could,
Well,
because there's some big runners in that category.
well, the other most prominent hair down runner that we know would be
Yeah, Jamil.
Jamil.
Yeah,
Yes.
for sure.
The
And
two,
then what about the guy for Cocodona? What's his name? That one? Doesn't he kind
Oh,
of
Michael
has?
Versteeg.
He kind of has long hair.
He kind of wears it down
Yeah,
too,
he
right?
wears it down. Yeah, so I'm thinking like since the male and female thing is kind of like since the girls are just raised in the bar,
Yeah,
just a food for thought for different
like the
categories.
free-flowing hair division.
I mean, it's got a drag. The swimmers say it has drag. I have long hair. There's no way I'm competing in that category. Which is,
Oh, Neil Cavill, tip 363. Thank you.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
he's like, please
have
stop
some
talking about
cash.
hair.
Oh no! Again, the free form of Aravaipa After Dark, you never know what you're going to get. So, frankly, we're going to, talk what's on your mind. We'll talk what's on your mind. If you've got something that that is, interesting to us, if we're able to, have a conversation and have a chat about it, we'll definitely do it.
Who's this guy here?
Sarah Rogers has finished the Javelina 100K in a time of 19:01:31. Congratulations to Sarah Rogers. Still waiting on our next potential 100-mile
Miler.
finishers. Catherine was 10 minutes behind
So we got
Melissa.
about 5 minutes left.
Give or take, yeah.
Mhm.
Well, it would be about the 10-minute mark now, so
Well, someone's finishing, so maybe this is her.
maybe that could be, that very well could be Catherine Alon. Let's see. Our
Ooh. Some
there's
jumping.
some celebration. Yep, that was Katharina,
All
indeed.
right.
Finishing in just over 20 hours at a time of 20 hours, 5 minutes, 29 seconds. So congratulations to you, finishing in a...
You know where she's from?
I do not. I do not know where Catherine Alon is. I can see if I can find out.
I wonder who our furthest traveled runner is.
I would
Got-
assume Brazil.
You would think Brazil?
Yeah, I mean,
You think there's anyone from across the pond?
it's possible, but with travel, being what it is, it's kind of tricky. I mean,
Yeah, that's
the runner
true.
from
That's
Brazil
true.
having
Yeah,
to
that 2-week quarantine, she might be the real MVP.
2-week quarantine in Cancun.
Oh yeah, I forgot about the beach thing though. That
Yes.
yeah, so she's really just the winner.
Yeah, but I guess if you know,
This is fun. This group photo happening at the end here.
sweet. Yeah, and that's one of those things like when you get your crew and your family together, you're all celebrating because it's just such a great thing to finish this race. Catherine Alon, let's see. Laan. Katharina is, it looks like she's a California runner.
Oh yeah, I see some TAM action.
Well, she's got Quad Dipsy on and San Diego 100 on her race docket coming up. So.
Oh yeah,
and
really.
she's actually got a podium finish at Angeles Crest and a top 10 finish at San Diego 100.
Wow, she's look at these lovely places that she's run. She runs in Marin.
Yeah,
she's not struggling for views.
Yeah, she's not running in any place that that you would have to be convinced. I mean, San Diego 100 multiple times, 9 trails in Santa Barbara. Yeah, these are some
some
pretty
runners
decent
coming in right
places.
now. Looks like that guy's heading back out.
Don't have any.
All
new
right, here's some
finishes
results
yet.
session.
Maybe we'll see if we can connect with Roy Monahan again here, as he had said he would like to come on and chat with us about his dropping his new single.
Yeah.
And also dropping the crowd by winning the Javelina 131K, the Jackass Night Run.
Nice. I noticed we have a lot of strong runners in Tucson. Like Tucson's become kind of a hot spot, huh?
Absolutely. That's one thing that I did discuss with a couple of our runners that are participating. Charlie Ware and Cyan Lupowitz, both members of the Aravaipa racing team.
Yeah, isn't Camille? I mean, isn't Oro Valley down there or no?
Camille is, well, she's a recent transplant to there, and she has started to train with Charlie, I know. But Cyan is, Skylar actually mentioned this, and I have to agree with him on this. But Cyan has an excellent Instagram follow if you're a fan of desert nature because he documents every animal he sees out
Oh,
there.
nice.
So, and that man, because he spent so much time on the trails, he has seen more Gila monsters than anybody I've ever seen.
Really?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I've never seen one.
You've never seen a Gila monster?
Not out in the wild, no.
Have you seen a roadrunner?
I don't know if I have or not.
I just saw one yesterday. That's what was on my mind.
So yeah, Cyan and Charlie are members of the Tucson trail running scene. They've got other really great runners down there. Jordan Camastro has run Desert Solstice. Michael Dewar. I couldn't even begin to name all the names, but so many strong runners on
Yeah,
Tucson.
they're strong, and even roadrunners too. I mean,
Oh, for sure.
they're
Well, you've got three main scenes here in Arizona. I mean, you've got the Valley scene here, obviously, then the Tucson scene, and Tucson Trail Runners, TTR, is a big part of why they're so successful down there. And also Flagstaff, which
Flagstaff definitely. Yeah.
literally has Olympians
Oh, yeah.
and Olympic hopefuls training up there. I mean, it's entirely possible that you'll run across a Jim Walmsley or a Ryan Hall or something like that up there.
Oh yeah.
It's pretty amazing. So
I mean, so many of them.
somebody's looking pretty happy.
I'm biased, but I love Arizona, and it seems like it has a lot of good places to run.
Oh, I'm absolutely,
Yeah, especially this time of year. That is absolutely true. Getting into the good stuff. You can just tell everybody's excited because the weather's turning. It's just like all of our moods have instantly improved.
I entirely agree because yeah, it can be hard sometimes to to get up and run or get out in the afternoon and run when it's when it's 95 when you wake up, or if it's
Yeah.
115 when you get off work. The motivation can be fleeting, and it's fickle. It's very fickle. So you do what you can, and you know, and hopefully you can maintain the motivation. I did a running streak a couple of years ago, and it kept me motivated, but then I lost it, and now I've been trying to fight to get it back. Like
Yeah.
today when I was in the Javelina headquarters trying to run alongside these elites as they were coming in and finishing, was the best interval work I've had in years.
Yeah, sure. If you would come to November Project, then you would be fine. But
Ooh.
that's neither here nor there. But I do tell people often that are visiting the valley and they want to go for a run, or they just moved here and they're like a late morning runner, like a 9 a.m.er. I'm like, no, that will change.
Yeah.
We can only,
Yeah, there's
you're only going to be an early morning or a late evening after dark kind of situation.
for sure. I mean, and I know that there are runners out there that like to go out or, like to,
Like the heat.
brag about their, going out and running when it's, 111 million degrees at, 4 in the afternoon. That's not normal. And to be honest, I go back and forth, and I'm all for people being able to do what they want to do and everything like that. But at the same time, all it takes is one individual not, properly preparing, and all of a sudden we've got a discussion on our hands that nobody wants to have.
Absolutely, yeah.
So, I could see both sides.
Yeah.
Both sides are.
But I would bet that Arizona in general is one of the earliest rising states.
You have to be.
Yeah, because you have to be.
Yeah.
But like, I don't know if this research is out there, but if anyone's looking for just a very quick project, I would bet that Arizonans set their alarm earlier than most.
There's got to be some sort of like research that's been done on
I'm
this.
sure of it. Yeah.
Yeah.
And we'll get
mean-
our statistician on it.
Yeah, we'll get the research team involved
Yeah.
on that one right away.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're living in a place as gorgeous as Arizona, you want to go out and, take in as much of the views as you can while you're still comfortable doing it.
Right.
So-
So before 7 a.m. I'm
Yeah.
just kidding.
Before 7 or like
Mhm.
right at sunset, as long as it's the right time of year, even with that regard. So we're right now at this point we've got 31 finishers in the 100 mile and just 4 comparison's sake, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 women out of the, or 12 of the 31 finishers are women so far for the Javelina 100 miles. So, excellent representation, excellent results. Great running by men and women on this course, but I really love to see it. So, we have several people it looks like might be coming in fairly soon that are in the 100K. We'll be keeping an eye out.
Here comes some folks right now. Maybe they're going out for the second loop, but we're hitting the floor here. Still waiting to see my friend Nicky Coupons. I haven't seen him, but he should be going out for his last loop soon.
He's running the 100-mile.
Yeah.
Let's see if we can.
Let's see if he's still out there, maybe.
I'll take a look if I can get this window refreshed. So his name is Nicky Coupons?
Yeah, but I tried looking him up, and maybe he has a birth name I don't know, and he's registered under that because I looked for.
I was going to say, 'cause Nicky Coupons sounds like something you would
I
either.
know. I think it's not. It's not right, but that's definitely how he identifies as a human being. And so, what's a girl to do?
Yeah, I mean, like.
I looked up coupons. I looked up coop. I just typed in NIC. I just really struggled to find him on here, but he's apparently out there.
I mean, what do? You say, well, so what's your real name? Like, what if it is? What are you trying to say?
As you can tell, we're very close. This kind of
Right?
we
I
are. We've
wasn't
done it.
gonna
We
say
are.
that.
Yeah, we are. But this goes back when we were talking about running partners. That did you ever read that article? Like, there's an article after the Boston bombing about someone whose like running partner they thought could be in that like group of runners at that time, and it was a really interesting article because it was like, I don't even know this guy's last name, but I know everything about him because we spend like all this time. Like, I know like his marital troubles and where his kids go to school. I mean, just like because you spend so much time running on the trails and stuff, and
You just never got around to sharing.
yeah, like Nicky Coupons and I did the best thing I've ever done. Like, most beautiful to and have a supai to the confluence. We did that together long time, and his name might not even be Nicky Coupons.
If you're sharing time with somebody on the way to have a supai, I'd assume that you'd be like,
what's your birth name? What are you going to register your race at?
Well, even like the permits that you have to get to do it.
I'm telling you, it's like there's a lot shared on the trails, but sometimes it's like you miss the fine details.
Share it on the trails and it stays on the trails, apparently.
Yeah.
Neil Cavill, apologies. What is the state of play? Weather, time, how many finishers to come in? The weather is 64 degrees and clear, and it plays cooler than that. When you've been running all day, and number two, the desert has some like little dips into the washes and stuff that it'll generally dip down a few degrees even cooler than that. Time, it is currently 2:17 a.m. here locally on Halloween, and that means runners have basically, in most cases, to simplify, about 9 hours and 42 minutes to finish the Javelina 100. And how many finishers to come in? I can only go by what we have in terms of finishers that have completed the race. And I believe we're somewhere in the low 30s. So, and we had, how many people started, Blaine? About 650, give or take? So we've only gone about 5% of our finishers in so far, based on our starters. Now, that does not take into account the people who have potentially dropped or will potentially drop in the future. But we had started with 590. So we have 590 who started the Javelina 100 mile, and we'll see if we can, like I said, I think it's 31 or 32 finishers. So yeah, basically, maybe a little bit more than 5% of the field has come in so far. So we have a lot of people yet to come, and through Aravaipa After Dark, we'll catch everybody we can. One thing I do know is that in regards to so there's two buckles that you can earn at Javelina 100. One is the finisher's buckle, and one is the big buckle, sub 24-hour buckle. Kind of modeled after Western states. And the sub 24-hour buckle tends to only be earned by maybe 15-20% of the field. So I could say that maybe we're due for another 60 or 70 people over the next 3.5 hours. Because
Looks like we got a costume finisher there. I feel like a costume gets a good should get a shout out.
for sure, who is our costumed finisher? Let's see if we can determine who that is. That would be Ina Diras, bib number 872. Congratulations, Ina, for completing the Javelina 100K from San Diego, California.
It is not easy to run in a tutu. I don't know if you've done that lately. I feel like I have seen pictures of you in a tutu. Have you run in a tutu?
Not lately.
Okay,
I
but
don't
you've
know.
had. I feel like, well, if you haven't, I really think it would look great on you. But I've run in a tutu, and it is not easy.
I don't think I look great running in anything, let alone a tutu.
Well,
so,
I just
like,
have you run in a tutu so you can talk about the
No.
woes of the tool, but
I never have.
it's
But
neither
we have
here nor
somebody
there.
coming in. It looks like they might be a finisher
Yeah,
because they've got someone filming them.
Yes.
So let's
And
see.
the hands up in the air is always a good sign.
Yeah, that means they're ready to be done.
Mhm.
I'm assuming that would be.
Oh, a double hands in the air. So, this person's taking a lap though. Okay. Cow shorts? We talked about, I saw there was some talk about cow shorts this morning.
I'm not familiar with.
This morning when I tuned in, I think it was even Jamil when he was on, was talking about some cow shorts. He must have finished because he was in the earlier pack.
Recent finishers include David Tien, 20 hours, 14 minutes, 52 seconds, and who I believe that we just saw, Trish Berry, at
Oh,
20
Cow Shorts is
hours,
coming back
20
out.
minutes, and 40 seconds. And
Cow shorts is not done.
Cow Shorts is not done. Cow Shorts has unfinished business on this course. But congratulations to David Tien and Trish Berry for finishing Javelina 100 in a sub 21-hour fashion. I think it's great that these people are able to knock this out in 24 hours. I mean, 24 hours is a huge accomplishment on this course. So he looks like a pumpkin.
Mm-hmm.
Well, of course, as you might not have heard Blaine in our background. First of all, Blaine, thank you. You're doing an amazing job with this. I've seen the effort he has put into this. I have been here in the studio with him, sharing many late nights, and I know that unlike me, he has a life. So,
He does have a life, yeah.
yeah. So, the fact that he's willing to come in here and do this shows that he sees some potential in what we're doing, and he wouldn't be here wasting his time.
Yeah, he's a
So,
super great human being.
I
Shout
am
out to Blaine.
I'm learning this.
Yeah.
So, and he's also very patient with people who are technologically, what's the word? Incompetent.
Mm-hmm. Oh, extra annoying is how technologically extra annoying.
I was
from the
gonna
peanut
I was
gallery
gonna say
Blaine.
incompetent. I
Yeah.
figure you can, tomato. Like
Yeah.
you can kind of go either way with regard to me on that one because I am really not the best from a technological basis. So, have we seen any high quality costumes from finishers recently?
That tutu was the last one that I
Ah.
saw.
Is
But
that-
maybe we can pull up a few more pick up a few more random numbers.
Yeah, we can do that. I'm
I was
totally fine
I
with
was
that.
vibing on the getting to know some random people.
You know what's going to be great about this? If we do this, if we keep on hitting like on random racers in the Javelina 100. Because I go to a lot of races, I'm going to end up seeing these names and be like, oh, we did a
Yeah.
random call out about you. So, are you game for that, Blaine? All right.
They're not contiguous, but I can tell you if a bib number isn't a valid bib number.
Okay. Well, we can always just kind of shame them for not completing
You
the
can just take the closest one.
questions.
So if we call it 272, there might not
Sure,
be a
that makes
272.
sense. Yeah.
But you'll just take the closest one, eh?
All right. Let's go with 452. That's a trick question. Because 452 would have been my bib number if I would have actually.
Oh my
participated.
goodness. Okay, give us 451 if you have it on the.
No, I actually have my hard copy of my bib for this race.
Oh, do you?
Yeah, because I didn't drop out in time for them to not print it.
Oh, nice. Melissa. It was Melissa, but we don't have any info
Melissa
on
Guillen.
Melissa.
So.
Only about a third of people answer questions. It's easier for me to just pick.
Okay, it's easier for Blaine to pick
For
people
sure.
because only a third
Um,
of people you said answered the question. So we'll.
It was our fault. We set it up.
Okay, Blaine would also like you to know in case you can't. Can you hear, Blaine?
I can.
I can.
Yes.
But we don't know. But Blaine said that it's Aravaipa's fault because we didn't send out the.
I think in true broadcast on the fly fashion, we should actually have our producer have a microphone so he can, get out there and tell people what's up from off screen. Having come from a radio background, the crosstalk between a host and their producer is legendary stuff sometimes.
Yeah, no, he definitely needs to be mic'd up. Two things we need in here. We need the producer. Is that what we're calling him?
Mhm.
Mic'd up and cups for coffee.
I was thinking
I'm
you were
never
gonna
gonna let
say
this
that.
down. I'm never gonna let this down. I don't want coffee now, so don't even go looking for a cup because I'm,
I was gonna say because I know where they keep the cups here. So
well, Daryl Walker, 343
is that former NBA star Daryl Walker?
could be.
Why I'm running
He's
Javelina? Oh, go ahead.
Oh no, he wanted to do a 100-miler, and this one seemed like fun. He had never run in the desert before, so it's also a new experience. Hopefully, he didn't meet any tarantulas or rattlesnakes like Ranger Amy was talking about this morning. Oof, he's been escorted out of a political rally by the Secret Service. Fun fact.
Oh
Aye,
boy.
Aye. And his movie was The Legend of Sleepy Hollow.
That was a surprisingly fun movie. I thought that was pretty great. I didn't even think about that. Yeah, what a great
Blaine
movie.
is into The Legend of Sleepy Hollow.
Yeah, that was a heck of a movie.
It's a shocker. I've not seen it.
Yeah, Christopher Walken, Johnny Depp.
Yee.
It's really good. Look like recent finishers for the 100K include Amy Wiseman with a time of 19:24:17, Mike McLean 19:24:19, Mary Hayes 19:26:36, and Zach Sheppel 19 hours 26 minutes and 59 seconds.
It's like someone just finished.
The 100K finishers are going to be flowing in for a while here. We're kind of in that spot where, we've got a handful of them that are still out there. I see some names I recognize. Denny Ewell is a local running coach here in the East Valley. Rick Wojciechowski actually is here as a guest of Henry Ward. Let's see, Amy Wiseman, bib number 610 in the 100K. Why she is running Javelina. Very, this is synergy right here. She just finished, and it's almost like Blaine is seeing what we're doing.
Mm-hmm.
Wanted her first 100K to be an experience. Well, Amy, I hope that's how you would describe it. Fun fact, she can recite all 50 states alphabetically.
Another-
Yeah.
yeah.
And favorite Halloween movie?
Hocus Pocus.
Hocus
I think that might be
Pocus.
my favorite.
Yeah, you seem to be
Yeah. The
a
more I
fan,
see it, the
so
more I'm like, okay, that's the only one I've seen. But yeah,
I would really have to think about that. Like, what would my favorite Halloween movie be? I'm not a horror movie buff. I guess if Nightmare Before Christmas is a Halloween movie, that's I would go with that.
I liked the Scream movies, like originally those
They're
ones, and I
alright.
think they're coming out with another one with the original cast. Is
Yeah.
that a thing?
Uh,
Yeah, it was no, it's Courtney Cox and David
I'd say
Cox.
you're probably
What's his name?
10 plus David Arquette.
Thank you.
Yeah,
David
probably
Cox is what I
10
want it to be.
probably 10 plus years older than me. So, I mean, more power to them if they can get it done. Looks like we had another finisher in the 100-mile, Melissa Guillen, who we had just tried to pull up because she's bib number 451.
Wow. That
Coincidence.
was a
Love it.
coinky-dink, actually.
20 hours, 28 minutes, and 53 seconds. So, unlike me, she finished the race.
Yeah.
Unlike me, she started the race.
Yeah.
And unlike
Yes,
me,
but
her
you
bib.
both have been working hard all day.
Well, I mean, what do they say? Working hard or hardly
Working?
working? Yeah. I mean, yeah, I'd say I've been working hard.
Yeah.
There's so much work that goes into this event. One of the people I got to interview, and I hope that we're able to do something with this, I got to interview Jerry Kilgariff, Jerry K, the original race director, the creator of the Javelina 100. And one of her favorite memories of this race, and she had plenty, and we had a great time just talking with her. Jamil and I did, and
Yeah, I think you should. You guys.
fair enough. But one of the things Jerry Kay said was that one of the years she said that somebody asked her, oh wow, you're the race director for this? That's pretty amazing. That's going to be almost as strenuous as running the race.
Yeah.
No, I think it's probably 10 times
Oof. More
exhausting.
strenuous?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I see Denny. Is it okay? So Denny Yule just finished because I believe that was Lisa Kravitz who just paced her in. For those that are familiar with the local scene, Lisa Kravitz has run this race before. She actually was supposed to pace me the year that I dropped. Wow, this is all coming together for me. I feel like the universe is sending me a sign. And it's just saying, see, we remember you dropped.
Mm-hmm.
So if it is Denny that just finished, yep, Denny Yule, 19 hours, 30 minutes, 32 seconds, and I consider Denny and her husband James to be pretty good friends of mine. So congratulations to congratulations to Denny. I'm sure James is out there rooting her on. He's pretty cool like that. So I mean, you kind of have to be. It's one of those things that when you talk to people, it's like they might not, if your significant other is a runner, like that's great, but if they're not, they've got to have a comprehension of what you do, especially if you're an ultra runner. It's like you're going to be like away for large chunks of time, and for some people they think that's great.
Mm-hmm.
For other people that's not their thing.
Totally.
So the notion of having a somebody who is that you're involved with, who is part of the space, there's some things you have to learn and learn you're going to have to deal with if you're going to make things work. So for those who have spouses or significant others that are not part of the scene, it's pretty amazing to me. So let's see, I've got them all titled according to
Sounds like Chris did a bunch
You know
of
what we could do?
interviews with
let's see
people, and they're trying to pull
Ranger
one up.
Amy. Let's play a few of hers because Ranger Amy actually has what I call the creature feature. Like they're basically all all interview segments that talk about what the runners are going to be encountering out there in terms of wildlife.
They did get those on this morning, but of course this is totally different
Yeah,
group of people. Yeah.
that's true. Yeah, so I would say if we're able to even string them together, I think we'd be fine because frankly it'll give us a chance.
First thing, if you're running Javelina 100, you are going to see kangaroo rats. They're everywhere. They're gonna jump in front of you, kamikaze style. You're gonna run in front of you. You're gonna step on them. Don't worry about it. There's a lot of them, and they're the things that are making all the holes in the ground. So if you're thinking that you're seeing a lot of snake holes, there might be snakes in there. But first, they're kangaroo rats. And here's this cute little guy right here. This is the guy that's making the holes, and then you'll see him. And they're super, super friendly little guys. And if you shine your light on them, you might actually get them to sort of stay in your beam of light, and they might even hop around towards you. So it's kind of cool. So this is Skippy, and he is actually kind of famous because he was on a Animal Planet video that you can find on YouTube. And he's the one that just won't stop running. So when you see them out of the course, they're just gonna be doing this. They're just, well, not on my hands, obviously, but they're gonna be just running in front of you, crazy fast. And when you hear a little rustling in the bushes, don't think snake first, think kangaroo rat. And they're adorable. They've got these big eyes. They're nocturnal. It's one of the fun things about running in the desert. When you're out on the trail, you are going to see tarantulas. They're probably going to be a dark shadow that you see on the side of the trail. Some are really cool black like this one. Some are this pretty blonde color. So notice I said blonde. This is called the Arizona blonde tarantula. And this one is a girl. And they are just, they're just really chill. You can seriously pick up, this is a wild caught. Got this one just the other day, and they're just, come on, just really chill, really fast moving. All over the desert, you will see them on the sides of the trail. You know, take a selfie with one, right? They're pretty chill. They're eating a lot of insects, and just kind of a fun thing to look at in the desert. I think it's one of the perks of running in the desert is getting to see cool critters like this one. So at McDowell, there are a lot of amphibians as well as reptiles. You wouldn't think that in the middle of the desert you'd find something that looks like a frog, but this is actually a toad, a poisonous toad. He is the Colorado River toad, otherwise known as the Sonoran Desert toad. If you look behind his eyes, he's got loaf of bread shaped little glands, and those are his poison glands. He also has a couple on his legs. You don't really need to know where they are. You just have to know that this is the one not to lick. It will make you very sick.
Yeah, I appreciate Amy being sure to let us know which toad we shouldn't lick, but
Yeah.
I don't think I had to know that. So
Yeah.
thank you, Ranger Amy, for spending time with me earlier this week on a bit of a creature feature. Amy was kind enough to go through. She Ranger Amy Burnett, who was actually filming earlier today.
I know, and she did great this morning.
fantastic
She
work.
she did great this morning.
She was filming.
Yeah.
She also was at the expo yesterday, letting kids try or play around with the animals that she has, that she actually keeps at her house. And then she also helped me organize the group social run on Wednesday night because she knows the...
So at McDowell, there are a lot of amphibians as well as reptiles. You wouldn't think that in the middle of the desert you'd find something that looks like a frog, but this is actually a toad, a poisonous toad. He is the Colorado River toad, otherwise known as the Sonoran Desert toad. If you look behind his eyes, he's got loaf of bread shaped little glands, and those are his poison glands. He also has a couple on his legs. You don't really need to know where they are. You just have to know that this is the... So some of you do not want to see these out on the trail, but here we go. Maybe seeing them up close will help a little bit. This is a California king snake, and this is a nocturnal snake. So when you're out in the middle of the night, you have a small chance of seeing this beautiful snake, black and white banded, or black and yellow banded, or brown and yellow, black and yellow. This is about as big as they get. You are not going to see one this big out on the trail. He's been a little bit overfed at my house, so he's gotten quite large. They're a great snake to have in your backyard, and a great snake to see on the trail because they eat rattlesnakes. So that's why they're called king snakes, because they are literally the king of the snakes. And this one is Elvis. So there we go. Elvis is coming out to say hello. He's very specialist. He's very specialized for eating those really fast rodents that are hopping in front of you on the trail, those kangaroo rats and grasshopper mice and things like that. And he just loves to eat rodents and lizards and snakes. You have a small chance of seeing rattlesnakes out there. They are not down for the winter yet. This is the time of year where they're actually out looking for, they're traveling to their winter dens. So keep an eye out. You're not going to step on a rattlesnake unless you really aren't paying attention. You have a better chance of tripping on a rock than on a snake. And even if you tripped on a snake, you probably wouldn't even get bitten. Oh, look, he's coming towards you. He just wanted to say hi.
So I just want to say I did not, it wasn't the snake that caused me to suddenly jump back and be filming from a distance there. Honest.
It was just a coincidence.
Yes, it was sheer coincidence. For those of you that are just tuning in, I'm Chris Warden, and this is my broadcast partner, Jackie Knoll. We're in the wee hours of Javelina 100 doing the Aravaipa After Dark thing. We'll see if we can switch to a static cam so we can see the runners and the volunteers kind of doing their
So
thing.
some of you do not want to
We're
see
gonna aim
these
it
out on the
back.
trail, but here we go. Maybe seeing them up close will help a little bit. This is a California king snake, and this is a nocturnal snake. So when you're out in the middle of the night, you have a small chance of seeing this beautiful snake, black and white banded, or black and yellow banded, or brown and yellow, black and yellow. This is about as big as they get. You are not going to see one this big.
All right, so now we've actually got our studio mode. Do we have the picture in picture, or there we are.
Looking good.
As we mentioned, I'm Chris. This is Jackie, and Jackie is here, kind of, hanging out with us. Having 100 2021 presented by Hoka. So
Oh, wow.
apparently, I am bartender extraordinaire, and you are November Project Coach.
Yeah.
Yeah, she has definitely coached me at some November Project workouts. It's been a while.
Yeah.
All right. So, but that's part of a coach's job, is to motivate, and I'm motivated to give some thought.
You're motivated to think about thinking about it.
Exactly
All right. We are on to something.
Yes, it's all a process. So to hit it up on a couple of recent finishers, Sharon Vital just finished the Javelina 100 100K in 19 hours, 37 minutes, and 14 seconds. Nathan Warner finished the 100 mile in 20 hours, 31 minutes, and 25 seconds. And we're trying to keep an eye out on finishers here. Again, I want to shout out to, one of the people, and as far as I know, she's been within 100 feet of that start finish line all day long. I know, at least since I got out there at 4:30, 4:45, she's been there. But on the left there is Callie Vinson, and Callie is a member of our trail running community. I've done some running and hiking with her and some of our mutual friends, and I think it's great that she's still out there. That means she's been out there for nearly 24 hours. She might have stepped away, but she's still doing what she can to help these runners. And also I'm sorry, you were gonna
Nope.
say something? Okay. And to kind of recap, because we are now concentrating on the stories that are taking place on the course, but we also want to recognize the amazing efforts of our athletes earlier today. In the 100 mile, the men's race was won, and one of the golden tickets was won by Arlen Glick, 13 hours and 15 minutes. Ryan Montgomery placed second with 13:34, and Cole Watson, a Hoka racing team member, finished in 13:49. On the women's side, Camille Herron set a new course record with a time of 14 hours and 3 minutes. Brittany Peterson was second at 15:47, And Tessa Chester finished third in 16:25. Now, golden tickets go to the top two individuals. On the men's side, that would be Arlen Glick and Ryan Montgomery. And in the case of the women's side, it goes to first and third place because Brittany Peterson, who finished second, already has a berth into Western States by virtue of her, I believe, fourth place finish this year. She's had back-to-back top five finishes. So I can't remember if I thought it was fourth this year. It might have been the other way around, but she's obviously, she's having a year. Let's see if I can pull that up for us real quick and verify. Yes, she finished fourth place, 12th overall at Western States this year.
Nice.
So, and she won Black Canyon earlier in this year to get into Western States. So she's kind of laddering up. And in 2019, she did finish second overall at the previous Western States. I mean, she's won Bandera 100K. She's got first and second at some genuinely tough races, and she's truly one of the stars of the sport at this point. But because she had the Western States berth already in place, the golden ticket lands on Tessa Chester, who finished in third place at 16:25. So congratulations to Arlen, Ryan, Camille, and Tessa for earning those coveted golden tickets so that they could get into Western States early next year. Or actually in June of next year. I should know I'm entering the lottery next week. In the 100K, Tyler Andrews wins the men's race with a time of 8:49. Forrest Ward was second in 8:54, and Luis Resendez was third with 10 hours. Kat Bradley wins the women's race in 9:45. Aravaipa Racing Team member Brianna Grisby second in 9 hours and 51 minutes. And Lauren Chikora-Mascolo, I'm sure I pronounced that wrong, finished third in the women's race in 11 hours, 9 minutes. In the 31K, the Jackass Night Runs, Rory Monahan wins the overall in a time of 2 hours, 10 minutes, and 56 seconds. And the women's race was won by Mary Denholm in 2 hours, 39 minutes, and 8 seconds. So that's your podiums and your top finishers in the Jackass Night Runs. Obviously we are, the story is far from being, completely told at this race. I mean, we're going to be here, hanging out and rooting on, the finishers, as long as we need to until they're all in or until they're all out. I'm trying to think of the latest golden hour finisher I've seen. I know that in 2019, which was the last time I was at the 2018 race or the 2020 race, but it was spread out over 4 days. It was a very awkward kind of, we did what we could to have a race, but at the same time, it wasn't, what we were used to,
Sure.
know. And, it was a very taxing thing having it spread out over 4 days. We had to do socially distance, which I totally understood. But, that doesn't mean I didn't feel like it was different and weird, because it was different and weird. But hopefully we're back into the swing of things. We have a gentleman who just finished one of the races. I'm thinking that it was a 100-miler. I thought I saw a blue bib there. And yes, that was Michael Kirshen, bib number 891. Michael Kirshen, congratulations. And,
Denver, Colorado.
and that would have been Eric Moreno, I assume. But Michael Kirshen, was.
And a woman just finished, looks like.
They're coming in hot. They're coming in hot and fast and furious today. Michael Kirshen at 20 hours, 47 minutes, 19 seconds. Right behind him, Jacqueline.
Yes, Jacqueline, my girl.
Jacqueline
Let's pull that up so everyone can see the pretty name.
Farugi, bid number 239.
It's pretty amazing at 100 miles you have 3 people kind of finish back to back here.
Yeah. And she
She even filled it out.
this is all you.
Yeah, Jacqueline, Jaclyn. What's that? Truckee?
Yeah, Truckee. Also, I believe was home to Jake Jackson, another great runner.
Nice. She's running Javelina because she hates herself. Why else, right? Okay, good punishment. Her fun fact is she actually runs ultras to balance out 5 kids working full time and teaching at Stanford.
That's all.
Don't you like all Javelins are winners, or is that just me? Just me?
You're all winners in my book.
Okay. And her favorite Halloween movie is Halloween. That was the first
But-
time I got one.
But which Halloween? Because it's been like redone like 7 times. Maybe it's the original.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
But congratulations to Jacqueline.
Yeah, congratulations to Jacqueline.
Coming out and having a day. We've had a couple other people pop by our part view, so we'll see if we can get some names on those individuals. I think we can safely close the book on the Jackass Night Runs. I mean, we might have a person or two who might come in, but we're hitting the 8-hour mark on the event, and I think that we've only got a handful of people left. So our next potential men's fit, I guess I should hold off on saying that, but if I could, what I would like to actually bring something up when this individual finishes. So yeah, our Jackass Night Runs, some local names, because I would assume that most of the individuals racing in the Jackass Night Runs are going to be more local, simply because people aren't going to be traveling too far for a 20-mile race unless they happen to be like maybe traveling with somebody else or something.
The weather's great right now.
Yeah, I know that. Let's see. I know that Barbara Brownlee is a local runner. Congratulations, John Corcoran and Joe Labrie. Actually, I saw them at Stanford the Park yesterday. Those two ruffians up to no good. Joe and John ran it together. They're a whole lot of fun. I am big fans of both those guys. They're part of the local scene, so happy to see them here. Michael Flowers. Michael, I actually hung out with him at the group run on Wednesday night, and he ran the Jackass Night Runs as well. So congratulations to him. Lisa Pisoni is a local running coach, and Megan Kuhn is somebody who's actually at our Wednesday night group run as well. So yeah, I mean, we have all sorts of people that are attending. Josh and Laura Schlag, who are actually no longer locals, because they left us and moved to Idaho, but we still appreciate them coming down to visit us. I had texted with Josh this morning or not this morning, but maybe yesterday morning at this point, to talk to him about him visiting, and he said his favorite thing about Jackass Night Runs this year was the fact that he didn't have to pack anything. He's so used to doing ultras, and that all he had to do was just basically bring an empty water bottle.
Yeah.
And he didn't have to wear a hydration pack or anything.
And Patty does such a good job with the food.
For sure. I think he just wanted to go out to the tavern or so that they set up at Jackass Night Runs. So one of the things about a lot of the aid stations here at Javelina 100 is that some of them have themes. I don't know if you knew this because you've been a part of this whole scene. So, like, for instance, when the Upper Project was doing the Javelina headquarters aid station, what were a couple of the themes they had done as a group? Do you remember offhand?
I feel like the last time we did it, it was like a rock and roll music.
I remember
theme,
that.
Yeah.
Because our friend Sherry was dressed like.
Yes, that's right.
Yes. I did not recognize her because her hair was a completely different color.
Yes.
But yeah, that's right. You did kind of like an 80s hairband thing. So when I was the third shift aid station captain at Jackass Junction, I did Diner, basically Alice's restaurant. And so basically the coolest about that was that in terms of like what people had to do to like, get ready, like their costume was a t-shirt. That's it.
Yeah.
Like, because we had paper hats, we had white aprons, and we also the theme extended what we were serving, and we ended up serving breakfast, third shift. So like we're doing breakfast with burritos and hash browns. And
Nice.
stuff
You
like
love,
that.
like, you're a breakfast dude, right? Aren't you the breakfast?
At Crown King.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm a breakfast guy.
Yeah. I mean, I love breakfast too, but like, you're a breakfast provider.
Yeah, because what's funny is that I actually don't eat eggs, so
You what?
I don't eat eggs.
Really?
Yeah, not a fan.
Interesting. That actually can be on your fun fact thing. I love to make egg-related dishes, but not eat them.
I love to make egg-related dishes for a lot of people.
Yeah. Yeah. I get it.
So
Yeah.
it is a kind of weird thing, but so the theme for Jackass Junction this year,
Uh-huh.
I heard about prom.
Really?
Yeah,
Nice. There are full dresses out there.
I guess full dresses and suits or something like that, and they actually had like a little tunnel that they all like the runners would walk in from
Mhm.
one end or
Oh,
something
yeah.
like that.
Oh, like a balloon arch kind of thing?
Yeah, I don't know if it was a balloon arch or if it was just like a lit arch. I think that it was a lit arch because I know that they had worked on that for another race recently, and I thought it was very surprising. One of the runners that just finished, I knew by seeing him because I met him for the first time earlier this week. That would be Rich, and another name I'm going to butcher, Rick Fajakowski. And Rick is from Massachusetts. He flew out here to hang out with and stay with my friend Henry Ward. And I met Rick actually here in the studio while we were doing some Q&A. And Rick was at our group run on Wednesday night at the McDowell Mountain Regional Park, where our headquarters is, and then he was also at the social at Bonus Brewing in Fountain Hills. And he just seemed to be so excited to be
Nice.
part
I'm
of this
happy he
event. He
seems like he had a
definitely had
good day and night.
a lot of positive energy coming from Rick. Did Rick fill out the card? I'd be curious. 446.
No.
Oh, Rick, we're gonna have a talk. We're going to ask Henry Ward what kind of company he's keeping.
Mm-hmm.
But Rick is also friends with Patrick Karen, who Patrick Karen was a part of our very first attempt at a live stream when we did Desert Solstice a few years ago. And Patrick is a wealth of knowledge of trail and ultra running. He knows so much, and he's actually also a very talented runner. He could have won this race or been a contender if he wanted to run it.
Nice.
Um,
Chris, I think I have to tap out.
I totally understand.
I was going to stay longer, but you didn't give me that coffee. I'm just going to say that as many times as humanly
I'm
possible.
going to talk craft services.
Yeah,
about
please talk
that.
to the owner manager of this joint because they need cups for guests.
If I can find him, I will definitely
Yeah.
let him know. So, hey, Jackie, I wanted to say thank you for
Yeah.
coming in and hanging out. Blaine, is it okay if we just stick with a solo hard cam shot of the headquarters for at least a few minutes, so I can help show Jackie out because she is
Oh, yeah, that'd be nice.
on her way out the door. So
In the middle of the morning.
yeah,
Okay,
exactly.
that'd be great.
It is pushing 3 a.m. here locally, and we will be back on with coverage in just a few moments here. This is the Javelina 100 2021, sponsored by Hoka, right here on YouTube. Yeah, I didn't realize they spread a number of runs. That definitely
Well, he's not. He's come a couple times. Doesn't say hi. Runs that shit. Comes in there.
I have not been a radio.
No, he hasn't.
It's that circle of wait, you said inner finding communication common communication.
Yeah.
We have same circle of friends.
We have many. But this is the new this is the new prize if you PR on PR day.
Low tide,
Yeah.
that is awesome.
There's one that's for like the actual winners, but anytime people PR, then you get the bolo tie. I was gonna wear it on the thing, but
I'm going to keep my coffee right there so I can pour this girl's nut butter. But I do want to just give myself an extra few minutes to start that. could hop on in with me. Would you be able to get him on via my link? Okay. We'll go live for at least a little while. He's coming in on mine. I gave him an OBS link. Same way I was trying to get Camille on. Somewhere up top. Oh, it's time for me to wake up. I would assume he's, yeah. I'm gonna. It's on the regular one. I'm no troublemaker. Yeah, I let him know, so. he's calling. Let's see if we can do this. We ready? Sure. All right, we are back here live at the Javelina 100 2021 presented by Hoka, and with me is a very special guest. He has been doing work this week. He's been doing work in terms of what he did today on the course, and he's doing work in terms of what he has done for us earlier this week. And we're going to hit on both of those things today. And with us is the one, the only trail gangster himself, Rory Monahan. Rory, how are you doing this morning?
Hey, I'm doing well. I'm sad to say I'm not drinking a Hams, but I do have a beer in hand at 3:30 in the morning.
Hold on, Rory. Hold on for just a moment. I'm getting him audio on the monitor. If I need to.
That's all good. We'll work with it. I mean, it's 3:30. I don't know if you're hearing any of this, but
yeah. I appreciate your you working with Rory kind of hang tight so we can hear you.
Are you hearing any of this or no? Let's see. Okay, some live streaming.
There we go.
You got that?
Rory.
You got the sound now?
I got your sound
Okay,
now.
great.
Rory.
Cool.
First of all, welcome.
Hey there.
Glad to
Thank you.
have you on here at the Javelina 100. I see you're still out there, still hanging out after a job well done. First of all, congratulations on winning the Jackass Night Runs 31K. You came in with a blistering time of, was it 2:11, 2:10? I've got it written down here, 2:10:56. So
2:10, just under 2:11. Take it. Yeah.
Yeah.
I guess that one of my friends was saying on the last little loop here where you come into the finish, I was really tearing it up. I like to finish strong. And my friend was like, they heard someone over say, people actually race the 31K. So, yeah, I like to compete no matter what the distance. Yeah. Honestly, just a little tune-up. It was pretty hard to not spend a lot of time at Jackass Junction, but it was so early on. It wasn't really going yet. Peter Mortimer gave me a little sip of his mixed drink, and then I headed out. So, not quite the full dance party experience I wanted, but I figured I tried to best the previous time from a couple of years ago, I think. One of my friends too, Logan.
It's like you're literally the first person at the party. Don't they tell you to be fashionably late when you're going to a party, especially a Halloween party in the desert?
Right. Well, I guess they didn't expect me to come through that early, so I said, "Hey, shots? Does anyone have shots?" and then after I came through, they had set up the fireball shots for everyone else from there on out. So
well,
yeah,
you were just ahead of your time, which is something that tends to happen. I also want to say thank you. We'll talk about, and we'll definitely play it again here. But your musical stylings were part of our broadcast today. So one of our producers here, Anthony Esposito, had he just kind of was throwing ideas out there on Tuesday, and he's like, "Hey, what would be cool is if we could get a freestyle or a rap from the Trail Gangsters," and I was like, trail gangster himself, and I was like, let's see if he's got some time to throw
Yeah.
something together. So, thanks for helping us out with that. And when I first got got your text, I was actually at the Javelina 100 Expo. I was standing there actually next to Jen Laughlin, and when I saw what it was, I actually ran with her outside so we like watched it together for the first time. Like, oh, and we were just having a great time.
Oh, that's awesome.
Watching it. It was fantastic. The only reservation I have about it is the about 2-second clip where there's a guy dancing around in his underwear in a sport coat that it was the memory of mine that I had to laugh about because obviously with some of the blue screen I somehow made your video.
Oh, with your clip, yeah. That was awesome. I think that line was Jackass Junction. You weren't actually technically there, but it was too funny. Honestly, I just used the green screen, put the video behind it, and it's funny how the clips lined up. It actually worked super well.
It did. It lined up really well.
Yeah.
And while I was hanging out at the expo, I shared it with the Ostazuski sisters because I was like, "Oh, you need to see this. You're being called out." So it was fun in that regard. So.
Well, just since I train with them, they always know what I'm cooking up for each week, and I'm like, all right, I'll try to rhyme your names. I'll throw you guys in there. So it's cool.
Well, Brucey Ostazuski definitely fits the Javelina 100 motif. Both of them had an excellent race today. They each run Javelina 100 before, and I know that Sarah's best Sarah's previous finish was somewhere in the 22s, and Melissa's was somewhere in the 23s, and they both were much faster this time around. So that Flagstaff area is definitely doing them some good in terms of their training. So.
Oh yeah, they had major PRs. I think the way people may have talked about it, it's like, were they going for a golden ticket? But I mean, they just truly love running and the experience, and they had fun out there. Like, we're taking photo, and just to finish like that is something. So yeah, they love the sport.
Yeah, they're great ambassadors and examples of people that you definitely want to have more of in your community. They're both very positive and very supportive, and genuinely a lot of fun to talk to. So I actually happen to be, as we mentioned to each other on social media, I was in the bullpen area of the Blue, the Javelina headquarters, kind of doing some fly-by filming with, and catching the runners as they came in and running with them for a while. And at one point, when they came in, I tried to keep up with them for a little while. They were in a great place. They were moving really well. So I didn't keep up with them for very long, but they were smiling and asking how I was doing.
Hey, I saw you. You did work. You've been they've been keeping you busy. So I think you missed it at the beginning, though. I'm still sipping a beer here at 3:40 as I wait for one of my athletes, actually, Ryan Zemirsky. He's coming through. But I was disappointed. I was like, it's not a Hams, not that top caliber, but it'll do. We'll have to crack one of these days soon and do it up.
Yeah, I need to make my way up to Flag again, and we can definitely share some of that sky blue goodness that is Ham.
Yeah, I say we get you on Runners Rate the Bars and talk some rap lyrics and enjoy some beers.
Well, in order for me to be on Runners Rate the Bars, I need to start running again because right now it's like person rates the bars.
I mean, I think today was the start, like you said, chasing people with the camera. So.
Yeah, like I said, it was great interval work. Roy, I just wanted to, invite you on for a few minutes. And first of all, congratulations on winning the 31-day Jackass Night Runs with the blistering time. I'm glad you were able to at least have a few moments to partake in the Jackass Junction experience tonight. I know you've been out there as part of a volunteer group for in years past. So
exactly. I think we've shared the dance floor out there for. Yeah,
we've definitely both been up there. As part of some crew.
So it was cool to race it. Even the shorter one, and definitely I'm really I'm pretty methodical with the build up. I honestly today it made me. This is probably the first time I've thought about doing the 100 miler, but I'm really creeping up. I like to really make sure I'm ready for each distance before I race it. So it might take another year or so, but I think I will do a 100 miler.
Well, that's actually an excellent point because you have been very methodical in the way you've moved up. You know, for years I knew you as somebody who would do the 10Ks and the half marathons, and then you moved your way up to the marathon, and you concentrated on that very heavily, and then started moving up and doing more 50K distances, and then of course this year you upped your mileage in a big way in terms of your races. You ran Black Canyon 100K. You ran what was that, Lake Sonoma as well? The 50 miler there.
Inaugural 100K, got the win, so that was cool.
100K. Yeah, so you've definitely been very methodical in raising your distance when it comes to racing. So when you're ready, I'm sure you'll be ready. Because you also do training plans for other runners. So obviously you're pretty meticulous in your own planning as well.
Yeah, appreciate it. Well, I hope you can get back out there, so we can share some miles. And yeah, glad you brought me on.
I'd love to do that. I miss having you here in the valley doing the Aravaipa track workout, but it's also great because whenever I'm up in Flag or whenever you're down here, we do tend to get a chance to hang out together. So obviously with everything going on with Javelina, probably won't get a chance, but we'll have to do it again sometime real soon. So
I'm game. Get some caffeine or alcohol with caffeine in it and keep going.
I think I'm sticking to straight caffeine today. I gotta
that's probably
level.
That's probably smart.
Yeah, as far as we've gotten, we're still only 21 and change into it. So approaching the end of our approaching the end of hour 22, and that means we've still got potentially 9 or 10 more hours to go. And after my time in the studio, I intend to be out there to try and film some of the and be a correspondent for some of the Golden Hour madness and magic. So.
Man, props for keeping it going. I'm gonna wait for my friend, and we'll see how long I can last out here. But thanks for bringing me on.
Hey, Rory, I'm glad you were able to make the time. I'm glad we were able to connect. And again, thank you so much for providing us with a fantastic lyrical masterpiece. Yet another trail gangsta hit in the making. I truly believe.
More to come. All right, thanks, guys.
Great. Take care. That was Rory Monahan, actually on location, hanging out at Javelina headquarters which, of course, we are at Javelina 100 2021, presented by Hoka. Rory's a fun guy, and I was really glad that we were able to connect to have him on for a few minutes here, because he's one of those people that's been around this event for several years, never run it. And this was the first time he had run the Jackass Night runs. He did a great job winning that. So I was glad we were able to speak with him for a few minutes and to talk about his experience. If we can go back to the static cam, we'll kind of keep an eye on some finishers here for a little while. I'm going to kind of go through and we went kind of quiet for a little bit there, and I'm going to do my best to try and find out who has finished in that interim time. I can remember pretty well where we left off, and we'll kind of go from there. Yeah, it was on stream, but now it's not there anymore. So I'm gonna pull up the most recent results. I do believe with regards to the 100 miler, we've had a few finishers in the 21-hour range. William Rushforth at 21:10:29, Sunduk Kim at 21:11:28, Mike Wilkinson at 24 after the hour, Eric Schmitz at 21:28. Richie Cunningham from Happy Days at 21:31:52. Benjamin Lesueur 21:35:34. Caroline Veltri 21:36:40. Jason Harm 21:36:43. Troy Hasler 21:37:46. Jordan Ritchie at 21:43:38. And most recently, Sarah Zantak at 21:47:54. And that makes us an even 50 finishers so far for the 100 mile. With the 100K, let's see if we've got some recent finishers with regards to that. I know that our last finisher that we had touched upon was Rick Fijakowski because he had flown in from Boston, one of the further traveling individuals for Javelina 100, and he was at 19:54:50. Heading into the 20-hour mark for the Javelina 100K, Sharon Wheat, 20 hours and 10 minutes. Moira Nauk at 20 hours, 15 minutes, 56 seconds. And actually, I assumed she was running with Kelly Schroeder because they both finished at the same time and were pretty close throughout the race. As I mentioned, Kelly was 20 hours, 15 minutes, 56 seconds, and Kelly Schroeder had an identical time, and they were pretty much within a minute the entire way. Chris Lloyd at 20:16:07. Donna Marie Provenzano, 20:16:10. Aaron Shepard at 20 hours, 22 minutes, 34 seconds. Kathleen Garcia at 20 hours, 22 minutes, and 36 seconds. Jack Riggin, 20 hours, 38 minutes, 39 seconds. Greg Lohmuller, 20 hours, 38 minutes, 55 seconds. And Teresa Rogers at 20 hours, 39 minutes, and 29 seconds. Congratulations to all of those finishers, both in the 100 mile and the 100K. We are going to verify. I believe that we had covered all of our Jackass Night Runs finishers. It looks like we had a couple. The final couple finishers, Carrie Jakovis and Jan Yu, finishing in 8 hours, 22 minutes, 23 seconds, and 8 hours, 22 minutes, 24 seconds, respectively. So everybody is all accounted for in Jackass Night Runs. So congratulations to those who ran that. As we mentioned, Rory Monahan won the men's race in 2:10:56, and as previously mentioned, Mary Denholm won the women's race in 2 hours, 39 minutes, and 8 seconds. When it comes to, let's see, 497 Rosalia, Dave Stewart talking about somebody he's been following for a while in this race. Yeah, Rosalia Garashi is one of several people who have actually hit that last aid station. There's several runners. We're getting to that point where we're going to see some bigger groups of runners. I have, from the looks of things, no less than 10 runners that are somewhere between the final Rattlesnake Ranch pass and the finish line. And so we will be seeing several of those people come through, and we will hopefully be able to cover them as they cross the finish line. We do have our static cam out there. We don't have anybody on the course at this time filming because there's really not a lot of a good visual we can get in the dark. We did what we could with what we had at the time, but we're going to kind of wait and hold tight on having some course filming. My goal is to be back out there once Matt and Jamil come in a little bit later. And then from there, I would like to actually film the Golden Hour. I know that one of our other filmers is Stephen Crawford, and he is going to be running loops, many loops out at Javelina headquarters to capture these golden hour finishers that are grinding their way to a 28, 29, 30 hour finish at Javelina 100 in the 100 miler. I'm going to take a quick spin through the DNF list of the 100 mile. As you know, it's unfortunately it's a fact of life with our sport that we all love that there are going to be some people who don't have the day they were looking to have, and you know, one of the more surprising DNFs, both in terms of it happening and in terms of when it happened, was Aravaipa racing team member Cyan Lupowitz, who Cyan DNF'd after 4 full loops and 14 or just under 14 hours, 6 minutes. So I assume that Cyan had to be hurting pretty bad because he still had um, uh, 17 hours to finish the race. And obviously, Cyan is a high caliber athlete and was shooting for a 16-hour finish. Wasn't going to be able to make that even at the 80-hour mark, but could have still had an excellent day. 16 wouldn't have been in the cards, but 17 to 18 would have been a reasonable effort at that point. Looking further down the list, trying to catch up with what has happened on the course. We'll see if there are some other recognizable names that we can possibly talk about. Looking down the line, there's been a fair number, a few local runners that I recognize, but actually one of the more notable DNFs was local runner here, David Bliss was a DNF this year, unfortunately, and it's a shame because David was going for his 10th finish here. And he seemed like he was in great spirits, in great shape. I actually talked with him before the race, and he thought he was going to have that day. You know, he wanted to knock out his 10th, and it just wasn't meant to be. Another DNF, 5-time finisher Van Patterson, pulling out after 2 loops. Unfortunately, I have not had a chance to talk to Van, but I hope he's okay, as I do hope with all of the DNFs. Charlie Ware was a significant DNF, fairly, actually in the middle of the race, about mile 57, which would have put him at, Rattlesnake Ranch. So don't know what happened there, but Charlie was one of our potential favorites early on. He wanted to go out in a conservative fashion, and as far as I could tell, he did. He, could have very easily been running with the very front of the race for a while, but he chose to hang back. And despite hanging back, unfortunately, he called it a day. And after one loop, Paul Nelson, a very talented photographer and very appreciated, valuable member of the trail running community, decided to drop after a loop as well. Paul actually having recovered from a cancer situation earlier this year that he was sharing and documenting on social media. It's unfortunate. I saw him before the race, and he looked like he was excited. So, unfortunately, it just wasn't his day. Hopefully, he comes back to this or another race, because I know he definitely intends to knock out another 100 or several other hundreds in the time to come. Lisa Barton saying, "Go Lacey Lacey, Cheetah Girl" on her final lap. Mom's cheering loud from Williamsport, PA. So that would be Lacey Lacey. Let's see if we can find out how far out she is, at least have a guesstimation. It says here that she would be on her final lap. I just found her. Lacey Lacey bib number 708. She left the Javelina headquarters at 21 hours, 14 minutes, and 8 seconds, and we're at 21:58, so she should be coming up on Coyote Camp here fairly soon. But then again, it's kind of hard to gauge simply because everybody's moving at a much different speed than they were a few hours ago. So, our best guess is our best guess, and we can only uh, kind of spitball and try and guess from there. Some other names that are still on the course. I see Karen Bonnet is still on the course. Karen, actually is I believe a 5-time finisher of this event. So I believe this would be finish number 6 for her. Karen has finished Western States as well, and she has an extensive trail and ultra running resume. So she's a very well-known, very well-respected member of the trail running community here on the western part of the United States. Susan Donnelly is still out there. Susan Donnelly, for her, this is an interesting race. This is going to be her 14th finish, assuming everything still holds together. She's well under the paces. She has passed Coyote Camp for the last time, so she's actually heading to headquarters from there, and her last pass through was at 21 hours, 24 minutes, 51 seconds, which would have made it about 35 minutes ago. So if she has hit Rattlesnake Ranch and heading to headquarters, she should be there probably sometime in the 22:30 range or so, and that would give her 7.5 hours to finish her final loop, which, if you've been paying attention, you would know that that's something that she is more than capable of doing. Yeah, it's really, trying to figure out who's going to finish and who isn't at this point is somewhat of a tricky thing. I mean, all we know is that, if they've, made the cutoffs and, they're still on the course, we don't know. Just speaking, okay, so we actually just hit, hour 22. It's 4 a.m. So in many cases, they have 8 hours rather, or 8 hours and 15 minutes. You would think that by this point, in order for them to have a good chance of finishing, they should be at least at mile 70. Mile 71.6 would be perfect. Anything more than, say, if they've got 60K or so to go, then it becomes a bit more daunting. Not saying it can't happen, but if they're moving at the paces that they're moving, anything more than, say, a 50K might be a tall order at this point. So for those who are just tuning in and did not hear about our final, or our winners for the 100-mile men's and women's races, our men's winner was Arlen Glick with a time of 13 hours, 15 minutes. I don't know if he's got any more races planned this year, but Arlen has had an amazing 2021. He has won not 1, not 2, not 3, but I believe 4 100-mile races this year. And it's going to be interesting to see what he can do at Western States, because there's a lot of similarities in terms of terrain between this and Western States. If you can succeed here, you can, in Arizona especially, you can probably succeed at States, but I guess we'll see what happens. Our second place runner was Ryan Montgomery at 13 hours, 34 minutes. Ryan had actually raced here in December at Desert Solstice and had covered over 150 miles in 24 hours. So there was no doubt that he was going to be a contender today, and he ended up having an excellent day. And tip of the cap to Ryan and Arlen Glick for being the top 2 male finishers and for taking home those golden tickets. Third place was somebody who we spoke to beforehand, Hoka athlete Cole Watson, who made his 100-mile debut by breaking 14 hours with a time of 13:49. However, and Cole really wanted that golden ticket. We talked about it beforehand. Just a few minutes behind Ryan Montgomery. Still breaking 14 in his very first 100 miler. Definitely nothing to fret about there. Obviously, he wanted the ticket. However, it was a very fast race today. A lot of talent out there in the field. 3 individual runners breaking 14 hours. Only a handful of people have done that in the on nearly 20 years of the Javelina 100. So a little bit further down, we had some strong results from Joe McConaughey. Joe Stringbean ran a 14-hour, 13-minute 100-mile. Luke Garden, 15:27. Jacob Puzzi, 15:35. On the women's side, Camille Herron did take down the win here, and not only took down the win, but took down the course record and established a very stout new course record with a time of 14 hours, 3 minutes, besting Devin Yanko's prior course record of 14 hours, 52 minutes. Speaking of Devin Yanko, she unfortunately had to withdraw after 2 laps, after about 40 miles, due to some issues. Hopefully, she has a speedy recovery. I'm not sure what they were. I've heard one thing, I've heard another, and I refuse to speculate on what they would be. I'm just hoping that she's all right. I know that her crew person is Corinne Malcolm, and that means she's in very good hands. Second place went to Brittany Pearson with a time of 15 hours, 47 minutes. Brittany, of course, has a very, very strong recent run in trail and ultra running. She had a 4th place finish at Western States this year and a 2nd place finish at Western States in 2019. And also won a golden ticket at Black Canyon here in February. So this is actually her 2nd golden ticket within a calendar year, within the same calendar year. Probably not a lot of people can say that, but congrats to her. Actually, nope, strike that. She actually didn't take the golden ticket because she was already qualified for Western States by virtue of her top 10 finish. I apologize. And so with Brittany already having qualified for Western States, the golden ticket transferred down to Arizona's own Tessa Chesser. Tessa Chesser ran a 16:25. She will now go on to Olympic Valley to compete at Western States next June. Of course, runners who are running this race are actually attempting to qualify for the Western States Lottery in many cases as well, because that will be taking place the first weekend of December. And in order to qualify for the Western States Lottery, you have to simply just finish this race within the allotted time. There are no further time restrictions. You've just got to break the 30 hours. Same as you would at Western States. But hopefully enough runners are able to get that done. They've got plenty of time if they're far enough along in the race and if they're feeling good. So we'll see what happens. I see one of our friends of the community, Jesse Ellis, is at the start finish line taking photos of people as they come in. And I saw Charlie Vinson there a little bit ago, and I see somebody with some serious energy coming up out of the darkness and into the light. Kind of curious as to who this is, but she is, I hope it's a finisher's dance for a 100-mile race, because that's a lot of jumping if you've still got one lap to go. And there's a few names I'm kind of speculating here, but as we haven't seen them register a lap in a long time, I see that Pam Reed is still, according to our tracking, would still be around mile 52 with a time of 11:37. So I'm assuming that Pam Reed has likely withdrawn from the event. So unfortunately for Pam, it wasn't her day. She looked like she was in a good mood yesterday and looking forward to being a part of this race, but it looks like she has opted to call it a race at this point. Now let's take a look at some recent finishers before we go back and we circle around to cover the 100K race. Since the last time we updated, it looks like we have a few finishers. Richard Perlow is our 162nd finisher of the 100K with a time of 20 hours, 59 minutes, 40 seconds. Dustin Lyle, 21 hours, 1 minute, 21 seconds. And Vince Bloom, 21 hours, 4 minutes, and 34 seconds. Congratulations to Richard, Dustin, and Vince. And on the 100-mile side, let's take a look and see who has come in. As you heard the trail gangster Ray Monahan say, he was waiting for his friend Ryan Zmersky. Ryan finished with a 21 hours, 54 minutes and 41 seconds. Carlo Ficino, 21 hours, 59 minutes, 1 second. Chris Leibowitz, 22 hours, 6 minutes, 40 seconds. And our most recent finisher of the 100-mile, Russ Reinbold, 22 hours, 7 minutes, and 43 seconds. We've got some runners coming in from Rattlesnake Ranch to the finish line. Most notably, I say this name and it makes me smile. Jose Sosa is out on our course today. Jose has, how would we say this, a very, very rabid fan following amongst his San Diego running community. So I'm sure that when Jose Sosa crosses the finish line, which should be soon, he's going to be mobbed by half the people at Javelina headquarters. And not because they just like to mob people, it's because so many people know him and support him at all the races. We've had somebody asking about Rosalia Garashi. She has passed Rattlesnake Ranch at this point, so she should be in fairly soon. And we're going to take a quick look at the 100K podium for the men and the women. Tyler Andrews was our winner in the 100K with a time of 8 hours, 49 minutes, and 9 seconds. That was about 49, 50 minutes behind our current course record. So while he did not break the CR today, Tyler had himself a fantastic day. So congratulations to him. The current course record actually came in 2019. And if I can pull it up here really quick, I can verify who did it. It was Christian Gehring, I believe, from New Mexico, in a time of 7 hours, 58 minutes, and 43 seconds. And for 100K on this course even, that is really good. Our second place finisher in the 100K was Forrest Ward with a time of 8:54. And our third place finisher was Luis Resendez with a time of just over 10 hours even. Our women's top three finishers were Kat Bradley with a time of 9:45. Brianna Grigsby, Aravaipa Racing Team member Brianna Grigsby at a time of 9 hours and 51 minutes. And our third place finisher on the women's side on the 100K was Lauren Chicamascalo. I hope I pronounced it at least somewhat closely, with a time of 11 hours and 9 minutes. Now, the course record in that event was not in danger, as Courtney DeWalter holds that with a time of 8 hours, 45 minutes, and 25 seconds that she set back in 2016, which was the first year that the course was run in this fashion. Obviously, it was washing machine style loops back then, but now it's all in one direction. The 31K, one more time, Rory Monahan won the 31K. The trail gangster himself ran a 2 hour, 10 minute, 56 second 31K as part of the Jackass Night Runs event. And Mary Denholm was the winner for the women in the Jackass Night Runs event, the time of 2 hours, 39 minutes, and 8 seconds. We're going to take a quick vocal recharge here, and I'm going to come back on the other side, and we'll update with our newest finishers, and maybe we can actually play some of our previously produced audio. This is the Javelina 100 2021, presented by Hoka and brought to you by Aravaipa Running and Steep Life Media. We should start looking at 23. It's not the first 1 hour.
The race has changed a lot since 2005. It was just like some tables with some food on it, a couple of water dispensers, and maybe 2 or 3 people working at an aid station. I mean, it's gone from that to like an elaborate production now, like it's a huge concert.
You can look at somebody's face when you say 257-mile running race, and they're like, yeah, and they don't really, it doesn't connect,
The first steps of the inaugural Cocodona 250, I literally have goosebumps right now watching the start of this.
This is a race that starts in the desert, and in the first 50K, you climb 10,000 feet. There's not a lot of 50Ks out there that have that much climbing, and that's just the start of this thing.
I mean, this is like ultra running, like 1974, like come out here and see what you can do, and like if you can't do it, it's your own goddamn fault.
I think this could be, one of the biggest races in the States, easily.
It's amazing to see just some idea in your head come to life and actually manifest itself into the world.
100-milers are great. This is such a more deep experience.
If you try to think of every situation that you could over the next 3-4 days, there'll be something crazy that you've never thought of, so you just don't even bother.
In today's society, like, we're supposed to not do things that we're gonna fail at. And that's why it's special that people were like, inaugural year, 255 miles, probably more. Yeah, let's try it. It's awesome.
My role at this race was to add to the story. And it feels good to feel like I finally maybe lived up to my end of the bargain.
All right, for those of you just tuning in and who haven't seen that video yet, that is the official trailer for inaugural year, a documentary about the Cocodona 250, one of the other races that is put on by Aravaipa Running. I know that the mindset with the people that I have spoken to about that trailer is that even viewing that evokes a lot of emotion. So hopefully you feel the same way about that as we do. I'm going to dip into the chat. I saw that Dave Stewart was saying, thanks for the percentage. Hey, Dave, thanks for tuning in with us. We appreciate it. We're glad to have you with us, and that the runner you were following, Rosalia, has finished the 100-mile and managed a screenshot in between the hand waving. Well, there's a lot of logistics on that. I knew that the hand waving was, just some excitement on the part of our crew and our volunteers, and I knew that I think I know whose head and hat that was there for a moment, but but we're just happy to have people actually willing to be volunteering at this time and having some excitement. Hey, Blaine, in case
well, you're in preview mode, so probably best to go back to that other mode.
apologies, I did not realize my audio was so low. I'm going to repeat the last couple things that I said just to make sure that we got it covered. Katie Grisham finished in 22 hours, 10 minutes, and 22 hours, 10 minutes, 15 seconds. Philip Espinoza, 22 hours, 10 minutes, 33 seconds. Jose Sosa, who is easily identified by the large following that he has at practically every race. 22 hours, 11 minutes, 59 seconds. And as Dave Stewart was mentioning, Rosalia Garashi, I hope I pronounced that right, 22 hours, 16 minutes, and 58 seconds. Congratulations to those four for earning the big buckle here at Javelina 100, the Ultra Halloween Party presented by Hoka. We've still got about an hour and a half, almost exactly, for those sub 24 buckles to still be handed out to those who earn them. So I'm glad that you're here with us. And if we've got something to say, or if we've got some things to cover, we'll definitely cover it. It's a bit of a quieter point in the race right now, simply because we don't have a lot of coverage on the course. So we're grateful that you're here with us to hang out on the air. Let's see if we've got any recent 100K finishers. If I can pull that up here, I'll check with our research team here at the Aravaipa Studios to see if I can get that information. But as far as I know, what you see, I see as well. As you can see, it is 4:30 in the morning locally, and it is a brisk 63 degrees out there. Now, for some of you, you might say 63 degrees is not brisk, but if you've ever been out in the desert after you have been out running all night, it can actually feel extremely cold. So this is a race where you're actually wearing, your shedding layers in the morning into the afternoon, and at this point at night, you're actually throwing layers back on. So let's see if we can get some information from our sources. It's pretty interesting, talking about Jose Sosa, who is, as I mentioned, a very well-liked, very well-regarded member of the trail running community here on the West Coast. Jose comes from San Diego and has been known to have a very large crew of people taking care of him. It truly does take a village to care for somebody in that case. Not because I don't think it's because he's very complicated or difficult or anything. It's just that everybody wants to come and hang out. I've watched him, interact with his crew and his people, at multiple races, and he just seems to be, loving life, and I think that feeling maybe is just infectious to those around him. We do have a couple more finishers in the 100K. We've got actually 3 more finishers now, 3 women. Kimberly Kershaw at 21 hours, 17 minutes, 23 seconds. Tamara Janeo, I hope I said that right, 21 hours, 27 minutes, 38 seconds. And most recently, Guadalupe Quintero with a time of 21 hours, 32 minutes, and 16 seconds. We did have a couple more people coming through the chute. It looks like those are 100 miles. I don't know if they're 100 milers. Well, based on their sense of urgency, they are trying to beat feet to actually take on another lap of the course. Now, at this point, the runners have just under 7.5 hours, at least in most cases. As you can see, the celebration for the finish line with these runners. We'll find out who they are and try and share in their celebratory moment. But yeah, with just under 7.5 hours remaining in the race, runners still have plenty of time to get out there and do a lap, because the final lap is just under 20 miles. So as long as they're in good enough condition to do it, it's not necessarily an insurmountable thing. Tracy Ellis is somebody who just finished. She was the person dancing at the finish line, obviously having a great time, and she ran 21 hours, 33 minutes, 32 seconds. And we'll see if we can figure out who it was that just crossed the finish line there a few moments ago. That would have been Rommel Valadares, who just crossed the finish line with a time of 21 hours, 34 minutes, and 8 seconds. So congratulations to Kimberly, Tamara, Guadalupe, Tracy, and Rommel for finishing the 100K at Javelina 100 2021. We'll see if we can get some information on any 100-mile finishers. As I mentioned, there should be a fair number of them coming in because it looked like they were moving fairly well. I could have been mistaken, but I don't know. Looking at the most recent finishers of the 100-mile, we have just one that has come in the last 15 to 20 minutes. That would be Elizabeth Schell. Congratulations to Elizabeth Schell, bib number 211. Elizabeth is one of the younger competitors in our field, actually, and I believe is the youngest woman to this point. Yes, Elizabeth Schell, who has just crossed the finish line at the age of 24, Elizabeth has crossed the finish line. So a genuine congratulations to her, and a job well done. As you can see, a fun little word from Jim Walmsley on Squirrels Nut Butter. Squirrels Nut Butter is one of the sponsors of the Javelina 100, and we are grateful that they are a part of this broadcast. Chris Thornley's tent for Squirrels Nut Butter is actually fairly close to the center of your screen. You can't quite see it because it is dark outside. However, just under the AR in the word start is the Squirrels Nut Butter tent you'll tend to see at a lot of events, especially Javelina 100. That is actually the tent where Camille Herron and her husband Connor Holt set up during her record run today. Kit Hale in the chat rooting a runner on. The runner that Kit is rooting on is Dr. Swan, saying that Dr. Swan is coming in soon. If I'm to look at my little list, I will see if I can figure out who that is a little bit further. I'm not seeing anybody by that name, but that doesn't mean that there is not somebody here by that name, as we've still got a lot of racers here. And they're making their way. A lot of, I mean, we've still got, for all of our talk about finishers, we're still only at 63 finishers out of an original field of 590. We're going to have, unfortunately, probably some more people not finish and to drop out, but we've also got some situations like local author and runner Henry Ward is looking to finish sub 24 here just a few weeks after running the Boston Quad. So congratulations to Henry, probably, if things go well, the rest of the way. He's actually hit Rattlesnake Ranch. Rattlesnake Ranch is the final aid station on the course, and based on what I can see, I can tell that there's no less than 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Looks like no less than 24 runners are actually within the last 4 miles of the course. So this is not a surprise. Things tend to ramp up as the 24-hour mark closes in. Runners want that big buckle. That big buckle is a pretty big deal. To be straightforward about it, people want it, and so people who have been grinding to this point are going to potentially put forth some extra effort here moving forward as they try and get to that finish. Looks like the runner that Kit Hale was talking about was Todd Logan. I see that Todd Logan was in 73rd place as he hit Rattlesnake Ranch for the final time. Our most recent finishers in the Javelina 100 mile would be Anthony Fay at a time of 22 hours, 36 minutes, and 25 seconds. And bib number 35, Ignacio Lasso, with a time of 22 hours, 37 minutes, and 8 seconds. So just a minute separating runners numbers 61 and 62 to cross the finish line. And on the 100K side, Eric Wu has crossed the finish line with a time of 21 hours, 38 minutes, and 41 seconds. So congratulations to Eric Wu for finishing the 100K here at Javelina 100. We're going to go quiet for a few minutes here, and if we've got anything exciting, we'll drop in. If you've got any questions, answers, concerns, or anything you wanted to chat us about, drop it in the chat, and we'll see what we can do to appease your curiosity. I know we will have to switch to a different stream here, probably before the top of the hour, so we'll hope that you'll stick around and just kind of bear with us. We'll see what happens, but I think we would love to have you stick around. Kristen Crane talking about somebody she is rooting for. Rachel Kinney, just a rattlesnake. Can't wait to see her cross. Yeah, it looks like Rachel Kinney hit Rattlesnake Ranch at 22 hours, 39 minutes, 46 seconds. And if I remember correctly, that timing mat is on the way out of the aid station, not on the way in. So if it's on the way out, that means they're usually going to be heading straight out, and they're done, because the timing mat is actually under an archway as you head out of Rattlesnake Ranch aid station. It's a pretty cool area. For those of you who have not been to the Javelina 100, we would love to have you out here either racing or volunteering or just being a part of the magic. Javelina 100 was originally started in 2003 by Jerry Kilgariff, and has grown into a phenomenon. It was a few dozen people back in 2003, and Jerry was just trying to put something together for fun.
You are more likely to see a rattlesnake this time of year in the early evenings and early mornings than any other time. It sounds funny, but it's just the way that, it's just the time of year for them to be out and about in the evenings and early mornings. So that means they're going to be slower, they're going to be colder. Their response is not going to be slow necessarily, but just know that they may be sunning themselves on the trail. They're not sleeping. They know exactly where you are. They know that you're there. If you watch them, you won't see them blink because they don't have eyelids, but you'll see their little tongue stick out, and you'll know that they are very much aware that you're there. So you don't need to stamp your feet or anything like that. Just do your thing, go around them, carry on, and just enjoy. And then once you're past them, turn around, snap a picture, maybe a video, but at a safe distance. And a safe distance is whatever you feel comfortable with. If you are a little nervous, you're too close still. So just back up, give them some room, go around them. A lot of times if you back up, they'll just leave the trail on their own. Or if you back up and they're just sitting there, just give them a little space and go around them. Just watch your step. You don't want to step on any of those spiky cholla balls when you're trying to get away from a rattlesnake, because that is not a very fun place to be, and that hurts.
That is, of course, our very own Ranger Amy with some advice on rattlesnakes here on the course at Javelina 100. They are a fact of life as part of our desert running community. We share the trails with some pretty unique creatures, and some of them can do some damage if you're not careful. Luckily, I don't think I've ever actually talked to anybody or encountered anybody who has suffered from a significant venomous snake bite, to my knowledge. I'm thinking about that, and none come to mind. I know that I haven't seen any or heard of any at any of our races with Aravaipa. So, and I've been to roughly about 110 races over the course of the last 6 or 7 years. For those of you just tuning in, I'm just hanging out. My name is Chris Warden. I am one of our live streamers here at Javelina 100, the Ultra Halloween Party, sponsored by Hoka. Later on here this morning, as the golden hour approaches, I do believe we will have Matt Feldick and Jamil Curry here to coax the runners into coming in for the finish. And I am expecting to head back out to the start finish line so I can record and cover the runners that are grinding to a finish during the golden hour, which I think would be fantastic. I would love to see a significant number of runners in the golden hour. And again, we're going to go quiet for just a few moments. If something breaking happens, we will jump in. But yeah, thanks for tuning in. This is still the Javelina 100 presented by Hoka. Congratulations to those runners crossing the finish line. I see right now we've got Verna Volker. Verna Volker of Minneapolis, Minnesota. I'm going to take my picture-in-picture off because she's right there. Verna Volker of Minneapolis, Minnesota is the founder of Native Women Running. And I had a chance to speak to Verna earlier this week, and she talked about how her voyage and her journey had taken place. And I couldn't be more proud to see her finishing her first 100K. So congratulations to Verna Volker of Native Women Running for having an outstanding day. She didn't care about her time, and that's one of the cool things about this event is that not everybody cares about their time. In a lot of cases, they just want to finish. And that's what Verna said, and by gosh, that's what Verna did. In a time of 22 hours and 35 seconds, almost exactly. We're going to kind of run down the last few finishers of the 100K. Vinny Tanwar finished in 21 hours, 50 minutes, and 38 seconds. Brittany Bessinger, 21 hours, 59 minutes, 33 seconds. Ryan Lee, 21 hours, 59 minutes, and 54 seconds. And as I mentioned, Verna Volker, 22 hours and 35 seconds. On the 100-mile side, we've had a couple finishers, including the Arizona resident Henry Ward, finishing in 22 hours, 52 minutes, and 48 seconds for his fourth finish. I do believe for Henry that it's also a personal best for this course. Henry is a heck of a runner and an even better person. His memoir was just released earlier this year called Running Without the Devil. I have my copy. I have not read it in the interest of disclosure, but I'm looking forward to it. And knowing Henry as I do, I'm assuming that it's going to be a pretty fantastic read. Nick Hartzell, 22 hours, 54 minutes, 32 seconds. And Corey Lowe, 23 hours and 27 seconds. Of course, that means when I say 23 hours, that we have now entered the final hour of the Big Buckle portion of our program. The Big Buckle runners are those who are finishing sub 24 hours, and we're getting a few of those coming in. Let's see if we can actually pick up on that list as well. Daryl Folkert, 23 hours, 3 minutes, 3 seconds. Brendan Morrow Jones, 23 hours, 3 minutes, and 9 seconds. So just a few minutes separating those two. And I think that we're actually to the point where we're going to have some of our camera people here shortly. I'm seeing on some of our monitor feeds that we're going to have a couple of our new film people. Looks like a couple of our filmers will include Gretchen, who will be out there on the course today, probably following along with some people. And one of my favorite people in the community, Tristan Jones. Tristan is a local here in the Valley, and I always enjoy seeing him at our group runs. So we will, whether it's me or it's Matt and Jamil, we will be obviously following along with the filming that Gretchen and Tristan are going to be doing over the course of the next few hours. For the 100-mile course, at this point, if runners are finishing the loop and having to go back out, it might be to the point where they're actually in somewhat of a little bit of time crunch, excuse me, because these runners now have most of them are going to have 7 hours or 7 hours 15 or 7 hours 10 minutes at this point. to finish these this final loop, and they're going to be moving a little bit slower. It's effective how this works. Now, one thing they got going for them is that they get their the hardest part of the run done in the first half of that run. So, see, that's a beautiful moment right there. Congratulations to the runner who just finished. I'm not quite sure who that is, but I'm sure I can find out. I think that would be Todd Logan. Congratulations. We just had Todd Logan at 23 hours, 5 minutes, 44 seconds. And just before him, Evan Birdie, 23 hours, 4 minutes, 49 seconds. And as many times as we have listed off these finishers, we're still only 70 or so deep in the finisher field. We still have a long way to go. I mean, we had 590 original starters. Of course, not all 590 are going to be finishing this race, unfortunately. And that's a fact of life. But it is nice to know that we still do have a lot of celebrations yet to come, because for each of these runners, this is a celebration of their own personal running journey. And you can see more runners coming in fast and furious. I am doing my best to talk as loud as I can. I apologize if my volume drifts off a little bit. You can see Ralph Wolf in a 2-2 taking a picture of his brand newly minted sub-24-hour buckle, the quote big buckle that we have here at the Javelina 100, presented by Oka. Carl brings something up, mentioning watching from the top of Thompson Peak, can see the light over the whole course. Carl, that is a great vantage point to be looking at this event, I imagine. I've never actually been at the top of Thompson Peak while this event is going on. Thompson Peak is a heck of a grind, and I would encourage everybody to try it at least once to see how much of a grind it is, because, frankly, I have only done it a couple times, and it's no joke. So, but from there, I could totally see how you actually got views and nothing in your way as you're all over the entire course. We're talking about the ability to see everything on the Javelina 100 course from Thompson Peak for a couple of reasons here that are far more technical than my meager understanding can be. Eddie Demers reading on looks like somebody, Raj. Let me see if there's a Raj that's coming in here sometime soon. I don't see one, but maybe there's one in the 100K. Well, Raj, Eddie is rooting for you, so hope you have yourself a day here as your journey actually basically is approaching its end at this point. And we're down to the last few runners that are going to actually be able to continue out. I mean, at this point we're counting down to the 24-hour mark, and so that means that runners will have 6-ish hours to finish this course. I think that the motivation once you get up on that fifth loop is going to be too much for you to deny yourself. I don't know what the number of runners who start at the fifth loop who actually do not complete the fifth loop at the time is. I don't know. No, I have no idea what percentage would be, but I assume it's pretty low, because once you're actually out on that loop with less than 20 miles to go, you've got to be feeling it. I mean, it would be rough to be out there and encounter the second sunrise for sure. You've been out there all day long. It was cold and dark, and then it was hot, and then it got cold and dark again, and then it's going to start to get hot again. That's kind of the nature of the beast when you're grinding your way to a 30-ish hour, 100-mile run. There's nothing. That's an inevitability. That's that time on feet. You're spending more time on feet at the back of the pack than you are in the front of the pack. We're going to go silent real quick. I think we're going to see if we can get some of our filmers in. Again, thank you for joining us on this live stream. This is the Javelina 100 presented by Oak.
Good job. Good job. Doing great.
I'm going to hold off a picture-in-picture moment here, but this would be coverage that is given to us by runner Gretchen. Gretchen is actually showing us what runners are doing when they head out on their loop, because they've just passed the aid station. We've got a couple of runners in, and if you're looking at the right-hand side, the estimated side, that's where all the runners are going to be coming from. As they make their way in. Barb Urgent giving some love to Pete and Ryan and Rattlesnake, telling them to come on in. I have to assume that the audience here is very well versed in the tools that we have at our disposal as people following this race, and you're all very, very intelligent, obviously, so you're still here with us. But the work that Mike Melton has done during this race has been fantastic.
This is where I ate it last.
Largely uninterrupted, strong tracking of runners as they're hitting aid stations. I know we had a little bit of a hiccup somewhere along the way for a little while, but it was such a blip on the radar that I think personally that we had it pretty good all day long. It's been a little while since we've had a 100-mile finisher come in. What's going to happen, if you're familiar, is that we're going to get about a lot of these runners finishing the 100-mile over the course of the next 45 minutes, as we are in that magical time known as the, well, I guess it wouldn't be the golden hour, but it'd be the, so if you get a silver belt buckle for finishing sub 24 at Western States, and if you get a sub 24 buckle here that's bigger, would it be the silver? Makes you wonder. Here's some food to thought for. I know that Gretchen is out there on the course. Hope we're going to get some decent picture. It's going to be hit or miss out there at this point. The sunrise is still at least an hour away. Sunrise today is at 6:46 a.m. and that gives us about 90 minutes. But you start to get visibility by, let's say, about 6:15, 6:20. Coupled with the fact that you're looking for headlamp coming in anyways. Frank, glad that you're liking these nighttime action shots. Gretchen and Kristen are joining us here this morning. Gretchen is already on her way. Tristan, I believe, is going to be on his way out in a little while as well. So we've got a lot of great people that are willing to give up their time for the Aravaipa running community. And
You guys are doing great.
hopefully they come away and we come away with some great footage of a race as it begins to wind down. For those of you just waking up, happy Halloween. We're going to go quiet here for a few minutes, but we're going to try and keep track of things, and hopefully we can have some things to share with you as the morning rolls on here at the 100 2021 run by Hope.
You guys are doing great. Doing great. Morning.
For those of you still joining us here as we are in the wee hours of the morning as sunlight quickly approaches, you are hearing a new voice now. Let me see if I can get my studio cam back up, and there we go. I'm back. So I am Matt. I will be bringing you commentary for the rest of this live stream. Our good friend Jamil Curry will be hopping on at some point here as well. And right now, you are seeing some beautiful desert night action here from our good friend Gretchen, and we're going to bring it in to our finish line camera. Again, as you see, few runners getting ready to are coming in, going back out on their final loop there. And we will be seeing 100-mile runners coming in throughout the course of the morning here. And again, we are 39 minutes from the 24-hour, the sub-24-hour cutoff. And we should have a few more finishers coming in shortly. That appears to be a 100-mile finisher as well. Yeah, and who we just saw there coming in, I believe, was Scott Sundahl. And we've got more runners coming in. Desert Party is upon us. Oh, I apologize, that was Trina. Hold on. Yep, that was Scott Sundahl here, or Matthews, also just finished. I apologize. We have him coming in quick now, as we count down to the sub 24-hour mark. So we just saw Scott Sundahl and Clifford Matthews there. And you can see we still have a few runners heading out on final loops. Here are some more runners coming in. And another finisher right there. Let's see who we have. James Anderson just crossing finish there. And here we are. It's a steady stream here of finishers coming in. Let's see. We just had a couple more come in there, I believe. Yeah, Isaiah Ford just came through. His sub 24-hour finish. And again, the party is just getting started here. Runners who are out on course have a 38-hour cutoff. So we have plenty of party time here for you as we're bringing you live coverage of the 2021 Javelina 100 presented by our good friends at Hoka. Look at the excitement and joy on the faces as these individuals cross the finish line here. Again, we're going to be seeing a lot of people coming in. We've got 100-mile finishers right now. We just saw Brad Timmerman moments ago cross the finish line, but we'll also have 100K finishers coming in as well. here we have more runners coming through the start-finish area here. Looks like we have another finisher running through with a little child there, and that was Rachel Kinney coming through 23 hours 26 minutes. And again, we are watching the journey for sub 24 hours unfolding before our eyes here. So for those of you still joining us in the chat, we are just enjoying a nice little desert party here as we are welcoming our sub 24-hour 100-mile finishers as they come across the finish line here. And there you have another handful of finishers coming in here. Let's see if we can get names for you here. Yeah, we just had JC Anderson and Eric Seltzer both finish there. And you were able to see that. And you can just see the excitement and joy on the runners' faces as they cross the finish line. You just saw Amelia Valinsky-Filippo as she crossed the finish there. And someone wants me to move my picture. And so the people ask and I deliver. I'll give you a full screen there of the start-finish area so that you can enjoy a little bit more of the magic that is happening before our very eyes. Heidi Rounds also finished there just moments ago. We should have a steady flow of runners coming in as we now have less than 30 minutes for runners to achieve that iconic sub 24-hour mark. Again, runners will have 30 hours to complete the Javelina 100. So 24 hours is not the cutoff. It is just an iconic milestone amongst the journey for many runners and will earn them a pretty silver belt buckle. I apologize. I don't know that the belt buckle is silver, but it is a special belt buckle. It is a special belt buckle. And so once we bring in these final sub 24-hour runners over the course of the next half hour or so, we will have to, after that, restart our stream so that we can bring you home all the way through the golden hour. So just to get that out in the universe here, we've got runners coming to the finish. We're going to be having 100-mile runners finishing. We're going to have 100K runners finishing. You know, we've got a little bit of everything going on right now. And so we are out with Miss Gretchen here, who's out on the trail. She's showing
Sun's gonna
us
come up.
the headlamps as
It's
they
getting
come
close.
through here. Again, we're still a few hours from, or not a few hours, probably an hour or so away from daylight. And so you can see it is still quite dark out there for those runners and for our filmers as well. And so we're going to make sure that we don't miss any of the action. I just wanted to give you a glimpse of what the runners were dealing with out there in the dark. And we are back at the start-finish line here. As we await more runners. It looks like we have runners. We have a little movement at the start-finish area here. And we've got crossing the finish line with their child. We will let you know who that is momentarily. Looks like that may have been Derek Loud. We also had Mike Sears finish just a few seconds ago as well. And here comes the stream of runners, I believe, coming into. Oh no, that was the spectators. I apologize. It's hard to tell where the headlamp movement is coming from, whether it's on course or just behind the barricades there. So. have another runner coming through here. Getting the job done, finishing their journey, I believe, under 24 hours here. We will try and get an update on who that runner was as soon as we can. It looks like they're going back out, so they were not finishing there. So we're gonna send it back out to the desert here. Take a look as we have
Guys doing great.
venturing through the night.
All right.
See Miss Gretchen out there bringing us the coverage, and you can see. You can only see the headlamps at this time, so still quite dark out there. And we have another finisher right there at the Javelina 100. And we are going to take a look, and that appears to be Skip Brand. Just finished. And we'll continue to monitor this finish line area as we are now approaching 20 minutes away from that iconic and classic sub 24-hour mark. Here you're seeing more runners coming in, crossing the finish line here. We've got Tim Muldoon that we just saw there. More runners coming through. And there we also just had Eric Greenlee with his finish, which you just saw there. You can see Eric in the bottom right of the screen. Now off screen there, again, another sub 24-hour sub 24-hour performance for Eric. And we've got more headlamps making their way to the finish line here. We will get you an update on who these finishers are. It looks like Joshua Sharp just finished there. I believe that is Joshua on the just off screen now. runners coming through and heading out on what will be their final loop around the desert. We've got more finishers right there. Let's see if we can get names to go with the visuals we just saw. Looks like Tim Tucker. Tim Tucker just passed the finish moments ago. 23:41:59, just under that 23-hour 42-minute mark. And we've got some good commentary going on in the chat room. Rob asking what was my favorite moment of the race so far, and Skylar saying that it was obviously seeing him. I think that Skylar, shouldn't you be getting some sleep, or are you still DJing? I don't know what's going on. We weren't able to get a schedule for cam from the course, but we'll see if we can work that into next year's plans. But I think that one of my favorite moments so far was seeing the emotion on all the runners' faces who have finished so far, but specifically Tessa Chesser when she finished third and earned her golden ticket and her entry to Western States. All of the golden ticket runners were excited, but the energy that Tessa brought was definitely something else when she finished there. So that was super exciting to watch. So we are now just moments away. We are just a mere 15 minutes away from the sub 24 hour mark. Looks like we have more runners come through based on the excitement. It looks like we got a finish here. And we did have Willow Dull just finished there moments ago, 23 hours, 44 minutes, and 28 seconds. We got the dancing finish classic. I wonder what my dance move would be if I accomplished something this amazing. I don't know, but I would probably make sure that I had a plan. Tony McDermott, who we just saw their finish, 23:44:49, and just behind him was Doug Lynch as well. So we should still have a pretty consistent flow of runners coming in. Again, we are counting down the moments to that illustrious sub 24 mark, and we will need to reboot the stream so that we can bring you flowing coverage all the way through the golden hour. We have more headlamps coming in here. And another excited finisher here of the 2021 Javelina 100, Danny Westgard, finishing in 23 hours and 46 minutes. And it's really exciting and fun to see the energy and the emotion that everyone is showcasing as they cross this finish line. You know, the excitement is no different whether it was, and there we have a Skizzlefresh sighting briefly. He got his face on the camera just for us here. So that was very kind of him to rock out on camera for us. We appreciate it, Skylar. You will be missed in these ongoing hours of coverage, but I trust that you are bringing the energy to these sub 24-hour finishers here. As we just saw Rick Hobart cross the finish line there just a few seconds ago. You know, you can see the visuals there on the screen. Skylar must be doing a pretty good job DJing. We've got cameramen and women up there rocking out, and the runners are definitely having a time when they cross the finish line here. So the music must really be setting the tone out there, and Skylar must really be bringing the energy on the ones and twos. And it looks like we do have a runner who just came through going back out on his final loop around the desert. And again, more runners coming in and heading back out for their final loops. And let me just update you quickly on that cutoff. Yeah, so at 6 a.m., so as we hit the 24-hour cutoff, that is also the cutoff for runners to begin their final loop. So that is another thing to note, is that runners must come through the start finish and go back out onto their last laps for both the 100K and the 100-mile prior to 6 a.m. local time here, which is just a little under 9 minutes away. And you're seeing, again, excited finishers there, getting their photos with the beautiful start-finish banner of the Ultra Halloween party that is the Javelina 100. Looks like more finishers here. It looked like both of those gentlemen had, yeah, they both were 100-mile participants as well. Peter Sargent and Ryan Larson. So that was not a runner and their pacer. It was a pair of runners working together to get themselves across the finish line under 24 hours. And again, we are just minutes away from that 24-hour cutoff, which will earn runners a special sub-24-hour belt buckle. They will still have until noon local time to complete that complete the race, as we have another runner finishing. What an amazing effort by her. And let's get an update on who that might be. Oh, and I apologize, she's not finishing. She is, however, going to make it back out on her final loop in time. So while the finishers don't have a 24-hour cutoff, they do have 30 hours to finish. Runners in the 100-mile and 100K do have to begin their final loops by the 24-hour mark, or by 6 a.m. for those who started in the first wave. Anyone who started in the 6:15 wave will be able to go out until about 12:15, and that is the same for the finish as well. And so we are just a little over 5 minutes away from that sub-24-hour mark based on the first wave start. So for anyone just tuning in, we are at the start-finish line of the Javelina 100 as runners are coming in, some finishing their 100-mile and 100K journeys, some finishing their penultimate lap of that endeavor and venturing back out on their final lap, as we have more runners finishing here. Jeremy Vanderpool just finishing there, 23 hours and 56 minutes. So he will have himself a sub 24-hour performance. What an amazing achievement for all of these runners out there. You know, they started yesterday morning at 6 a.m. for wave 1, and they had to deal with some pretty warm temperatures during the middle of the day out in the exposed desert sun. And they are now finishing up this morning as they went through the night to cap off their journey of the Javelina 100. And so Rob in the chat, looks like lots of DNFs this year. Is that typical for this race? I'm not 100% sure if that is typical for this race. However, I do have the unfortunate news of knowing that Mr. Stanberry and his daughter Kimmy of Coconut did DNF the Javelina 100. And again, I had the opportunity to talk with some of Stan's family yesterday, and they're such amazing people, and we were so thankful that he and his family made it back out to the desert for the Javelina 100, and as always, we hope to see him out at more future races here at Aravaipa as well. He was such an amazing story to follow during the Coconut live stream. And it was nice to see him out here, giving it everything he had to try and make the 5 loop through the desert. As we have runners coming in and going out quickly to get started on their final loop, as that 24-hour mark is now upon us. We'll stay here for a few more moments, but then we will need to restart the stream here shortly so that we can bring you coverage all the way through the golden hour, the final cutoff for runners. Again, the 30-hour mark is kind of the time to beat to get it finished here. It is based off wave start time, so it will fluctuate just like the sub 24, and the cutoff for your final loop will fluctuate as well here. And so while we have a little bit of a break in the action here. We are going to restart our stream. We will be back in just a matter. Actually, we're going to wait as I believe I see a runner coming in. I don't want to cut them off after this runner comes through. We will be restarting the stream here. Let's see who we have. And so we are going to restart our stream now. We will be back with you on a new stream momentarily. Thank you all so much for joining us, and we look forward to seeing you on the final stream of the 2021 Javelina 100. We will be back in just a few minutes.